say I know something that you don't know. Been through hell, how to come up a flow. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. Came through stunning, yeah, I'm in my mode. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. Every day we caught up in problems. I'ma need revolver to solve them. So I do the marathon with my hands tied while I'm naked, making big fire. I'm trying to die legend, Michael Jackson justified. Liberated young man, they won't keep my mouth wide. Every day caught up in problems. Middle finger out to team 12 like that. I feel like a superhero. I got the chip on my shoulder cause I was a zero. Passing CDs out in the hallway. I caught the bus, I had no fuzzes when I used to say I know something that you don't know. Been through hell, how to come up a flow. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. Came through stunning, yeah, I'm in my mode. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. Every day the devil is calling, saying any day you'll be falling. So I live every day like it's my last. Rare Earth don't care about me, so I be on that ass. Young black man, run real fast. Middle finger high, circle, do the money dance. Every day devil is calling. If I don't pick up, tell me will you let me in? Say I know something that you don't know. Been through hell, how to come up a flow. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. Came through stunning, yeah, I'm in my mode. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know.
Good for you, bro.
Too bad.
All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. Tell me what you wanna hear. Tell me what you wanna do. All night, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me how you wanna roll. All night, yeah. How about a backseat? How about a front seat? All night, yeah. I don't no apology. I don't want no apology. All night, yeah. All night, yeah.
رفتن دیدم اونم رفتن لبی بسه با همه دیگه
All
بستن
night, yeah. All night, yeah.
رفتن دیدم اونم رفتن لبی بسه با همه دیگه
All
بستن
night, yeah. Hands up. Don't get hit with a pistol. Hands up. Don't get hit with a pistol. Hands high. Waving back at the pistol. Hands high. Waving back at the pistol. Tell me what you wanna hear. Tell me what you wanna do. All night, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me how you wanna roll. All night, yeah. Tell me what you wanna hear. Tell me what you wanna do. All night, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me how you wanna roll. All night, yeah. Tell me what you wanna hear. Tell me what you wanna do. All night, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me how you wanna roll. All night, yeah. How about a backseat? How about a front seat? All night, yeah. I don't no apology. I don't want no apology. All night, yeah. All night, yeah.
رفتن دیدم اونم رفتن لبی بسه با همه دیگه
All
بستن
night, yeah. All night, yeah.
رفتن دیدم اونم رفتن لبی بسه با همه دیگه
All
بستن
night, yeah.
Yeah. All of my life, man, they counted me out. Not many people are doubting me now. Even some legends are shouting me out. I promise there's nobody stopping me now. My haters look angry, I'm popping. My name will never be forgotten. Running this game, I ain't jogging. Opponents know that I'm a problem. Ay, always considered the underdog. That is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one win is the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning. I've seen my competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. These days I feel like the champion. My winning streak only just begun. Facing my fears, I don't ever run. Always been driven to get what I want. Guaranteed one day I'll be the GOAT. Never had much, but I always had hope. Moving so fast and I don't plan to slow. If I'm in the game, then I have control. Always considered the underdog. That is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one win is the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning. I've seen my competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again.
from day one. Big hair sauce, no A1. They say it's no way I'm gonna make one. Where you gonna be when the day come? Me, I'm riding off in the sunset. I'm just getting started, I ain't done yet. Long days, long nights, got no rest. Now it's top peeled off down Sunset. Boom. I pay my dues and I kept my receipts. Remember the days that I barely could eat. All of them nights that I slept on the street. Drove myself crazy trying to make the ends meet. I made a way like I'm parting the sea. No surfing my wave, ain't no bars for me. Just look where I started, no promise for me. School of hard knocks, and I got my degree. Cause I've been there, and I've done that. And I came up, never looking back. Since day one, I've been all facts. So don't call it no comeback. I used to sit and dream like one day. Now it's like day one. Man, I'm just getting started. All my life I've been working hard for this. Make no promises. I used to sit and dream like one day. Now it's like day one. Man, I'm just getting started. All my life I've been working hard for this. Make no promises. Working hard for this. Working hard for this. I just getting started. Like, man, I work for this. I always knew what my purpose was. I always knew when they let me in. Wasn't no stopping, I'm turning up. They wanna be down cause I'm heating up. They used to be sick, now they waking up. 100% I done gave it up. Can't walk in my shoes, you ain't brave enough. Can't do what I do, how can I lose? Don't stand in my way, I got something to prove. Defying the odds, man, I'm breaking the rules. I'm living a life here to bring you the news. I made them an offer, they cannot refuse. When you up top, you admire the views. Now all the haters, they look up at you. I open the door like, what else can I do? Cause I've been there, I done that. I came up, I never looking back. Since day one, I've been all facts. So don't call it, hold up, bring it back. I used to sit and dream like one day. Now it's like day one. Man, I'm just getting started. All my life I've been working hard for this. Make no promises. I used to sit and dream like one day. Now it's like day one. Man, I'm just getting started. All my life I've been working hard for this. Make no promises.
When you do it like that, 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 that. I was pretty much like the youngest person that was like playing professionally, like in the scene. It was like me and like Po Belter basically, and I was like playing like every tournament, like back 2010, 11, 2012. So I was kind of like the youngster of like the scene, and everyone would always be like, oh, it's like the young prodigy, like oh. When I would like pop off, make a play, or like win a game, it'd be like, oh, it's the boy, and then that turned to like, it's the kid, like, oh, it's like Jimmy Neutron, like all these like tangents that would just like go off and stuff. And then if I would like make a really great escape or something like that, or like a big play, I started saying like, see you nerds, and then people started like repeating it and like saying it more, and like it became kind of like an unofficial like catchphrase. And then eventually like people would just like I would be at like an LCS event, or I'd meet a fan, and he's like, hey Void, like, can you say like see you nerds? And then I would just be there like, I'd be like, see you nerds, like, and then they'd be like, yeah.
Yeah. So shit, King, yeah. People going wild for the slightest things. That is not found in the mind of kings. That is not found in the mind of kings. That is not found in the mind of kings. It's a pleasure and an honor and a privilege. I will never act intolerant or ignorant. I aspire to the highest for my citizens, and my kings in them, I see kings in them.
Closer, have you been anywhere except LA since you got here?
I went to Vegas and San Francisco.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, for an NBA game, the Golden Guardians.
Oh, that's
yeah.
funny.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, dude, when I was on 100 Thieves the first time around, they took us to a Cavs game. It was cool. We
Dude,
met
that's
like,
sick.
we got to meet Dan Gilbert up in Michigan, and then we took a bus down, got to like get courtside on a Cavs game, saw LeBron there.
Nice.
It was cool.
Are you into football?
Nah, I'm only into fighting,
Oh,
like
okay.
UFC and boxing.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh shit.
Nice.
Would you ever do it yourself?
if I can go like 10 years ago, I could.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if I start now, I'm like 22.
He's thinking like pro. Just do it. Why not just do it for fun?
Nah,
No?
if I'm gonna give my time, I have to be really good.
Okay.
in my-
Yeah.
Did you dabble at all when you were younger?
Yes, I
You
did.
did?
I went to like boxing for 2 years when I was like 10 years old, but like I don't know why. I just don't know.
Boxing's fun though. My brother did a little boxing, so I would go, and then they were doing it, and I got my own raps and stuff on the side, and was like watching them and like practicing on the side to try and do it myself.
I respect people who do that. Like, it seems really hard, but I would never do that. Like, signing up to get punched in the face.
I would.
I don't
100%
think
do
I
it.
want that. I don't really want to get
I would
punched in
go
the
for
face.
like one day, someone would like knock me out. I just like go home crying, like trying to find my mom.
Yeah.
I think I started at the end of season 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I started late.
You haven't even been playing the game that long.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
impressive, you
But
guys.
I think like when I first started playing, my only goal was to get better at Zed, because I saw this champion. I said, wow, this champion is so cool. And it looks so hard. Like there's like shadows flying, and I watched the, I think, Faker clip. I'm like, oh my God, how are they like so good, you know? Like my only purpose was to play the game enough so I can buy Zed and then learn it. Like it was like crazy. It was for fun. Like everything was for fun at the beginning.
Yeah, and that's how it always starts. That's how they get you.
Yeah.
Did you play any games that were similarly? Like, did you play Dota or anything?
No. When I was a kid, like a Turkish tradition was not like stay at home and play at your PC, you know? So like I didn't have like a really good PC, and I wasn't like that allowed to play, just like work, go to school, you know? And so I think I was like really missing it. I think I kind of built my mindset like I want to play it, you know, because I wasn't able to play it when I was a kid.
Yeah, that makes. I was similar. I had to sneak on the PC. And
Yeah.
I think that not being allowed to play it made it so like once I was allowed to play it, I just went crazy.
Yeah.
So I did have games when I was really younger, like the Nintendo 64, Super Mario and stuff. But then at one point, without me knowing and against my will, my games got traded in. And when I went to my friend's house we didn't have snow days in Florida, it was hurricane like days, you know? We would like play on her computer. She had 5 brothers and stuff, and we would like share like that PC and stuff. And then a lot of my focus in high school and stuff became like, well, I have to go to college, you know, I'm focusing on speech and debate, that's my ticket to get a full ride. And then it was after undergrad where I was like, I am a damn adult. I want to play games. I'm probably not good because I haven't had like anything to play it on for a while. So I want to really like do that again. And then that's when I discovered like League and esports that also aligned with like my goals of like being in entertainment and broadcasting. So it all worked out where like I discovered League and was like, oh shit, this is so cool. And then, oh my gosh, the broadcast is cool. Like I'm just immediately obsessed with all of this. So it changed from like just wanting to be gaming like with my friends and stuff and like get a setup to then like actually influencing the way like my whole life went.
And I know you have a card named after you in a game or something. Like, how did that happen?
So when I discovered like LCS and stuff and I started working in the amateur scene, like in this Serpentis Pro League, people like Blaze Olive was playing in it and like Alorm and stuff. We started, like a few of us also found this game called Duelist that we really liked. And it's this card game that had like a board component. And like reach out to them and we're like, hey, you know, we want to do like esports stuff around and like, you know, maybe work into a like world championship or something. So we started making events for that and I became a caster of Duelist and was casting that. And then at the end of it, like because like I was like the host of the world championship and like got to S rank and stuff like that. So they made like cards for some of like the personalities in the scene. I had the card La Tigress, so that was really cool and like got to see like my likeness in like pixel form and stuff and put in that.
Was it a good card? Was your card strong?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was in some decks, but it was cool because I was close with a lot. It's one of those indie games, right, where you get to like talk a lot like with even the guy that like made the game and stuff like that, and got to like, you know, kind of hear about the process, see the different versions of the card as it was developed. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's fun. I would, if I had a card made after me, I would want it to be good. Like,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It would be so sad if they're like, oh, we made a card after you, and it's horrible.
It's like a 1-1. It like does nothing. You're like, is that like a personal attack?
Is that how you see it?
Will, is your in-game WoW item good?
Oh, it's actually not an item. It's
It's an NPC,
It's an
right?
NPC. Yeah, it's just like a random quest giver in a zone. So it's like not a huge part of the game, but
Okay.
it was super cool for me because like, you know, I grew up on WoW, pretty much played it on and off since it came out, and just like I didn't even know it at the time. I only found out about it like a few months ago when the like designer who put that person in the game was like, oh yeah, this was made after Meteos and his dog Charlie. And it's just like a random guy named William and a dog named Charlie.
That's amazing.
And yeah.
Have you interacted with the NPC?
Yeah. I flew over and found it. And Charlie actually passed away like not too long ago. And so like I went over and like, you know, saw him in game again. And it was like a nice, cute little moment to remember him. And he's still there. So, you know, it reminds me of him. So
That's so good.
You king's power isn't absolute. That's why we need more kings steady passing through. More citizens adopting these attributes. And that's the truth. King, king, king.
you're new to the LCS, relatively. How much of the LCS did you follow back from the early days?
I just remember the key moments because I started late. Like I remember Dignitas Voyboy, I'm a Cutie Pie era,
Hey.
and then I remember the C9 mainly. Yeah, like those stuff were like when I was a pro, it was like a dream for me to like reach this level, be this popular. And when I first came to NA, actually, like I would play with Voyboy in solo queue, and he was always super nice.
Hey, my boy.
Such a good guy.
Let's go, yeah.
Perfect.
Voyboy, do you remember the first time we met?
Wait, there was a few memories I remember, but which one are you thinking of?
Dude, this was MLG Dallas at the time.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I remember like I would always watch your streams when I was in college, and I was like, dude, this is like the coolest dude ever. Like,
Yeah.
like I wanted to be you when I was older. I met you at the after party, and you were super down to earth, and we had like this conversation, and I was like, damn, he's so cool. And then I remember I asked you, I was like, yo, dude, add me on League. And you're like, yeah, I got you. And I was so excited. I remember the next day, like opening my laptop to check for my League client and be like, yo, Voyboy said he's gonna add me. And I scrolled through and I just kept scrolling and there's no Voyboy ad. And I was so sad.
Dude, why you gotta expose me like that?
No, but dude, the thing is, like later, You added me.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, when I was a pro player, I was like, damn, dude, if some random guy met me and was like, yo, send me a friend request, there's no way I would have remembered.
No, dude, I remember that. I remember that vividly. Yeah, dude. Then when we were in LCS, I think we went to like some Brazilian barbecue, and we were having dinner and sitting next to each other, and I think you were like, yo, boy, you want to see me do like the first 151 Pokemon, like, and then you nailed it like pretty perfectly. Do you remember that?
Okay, so I remember you telling me this story, but I've never known the first 151 Pokemon, so I don't know if that was me. I feel like it might have been someone else.
No. It was definitely you. Dude, this is like a glitch in the Matrix. I swear this happened. I swear this happened. I swear. I'm not crazy.
I've never known the first 151 Pokemon, though.
That's such a specific memory, though.
Yeah, like
No, I remember you told me this
no one
story
else.
before.
Yeah.
It had to have been someone else. Some LCS player there.
You know, last time we talked about this, I was convinced that you were just messing with me, and I feel like you're keeping it up to this day. But honestly, I'm cool with just not knowing. But I swear it was you, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, dude, the only thing I ever tried to memorize like that was like digits of pi, because
Me too. 3.1415926.
535 8979 323
Damn.
84626.
You still
Something,
got it all in
something.
your brain. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Nah, it's nerd stuff.
I feel like stories like that are always cool because everyone says how, especially in the early days of esports, you could just go somewhere as a fan and there's like no barrier between like fans and players or other players and players. So like, are there crazy stories from just other people like coming up to any of you and being like, hey man, I just wanted to say, hey, what's up?
I remember MLG Raleigh. I think it was like 2011. I was on Dignitas at the time, and I remember CLG needed a sub, because Big Fat LP couldn't make it to MLG. So they asked me to go sub, and I think I was like 15 or 16 at the time. It was like the first LAN event that I was allowed to go to. I told my parents I gotta fly to Raleigh and play in this tournament, and they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, it's like next weekend. But the league thing, it was just like this little like barrier of gates, and like they put like a bunch of desks together, and the fans were like right behind you while you're playing. So like we'd be playing, they'd be like screaming, yelling. Like I remember I got like a double kill top lane or something, and the guy behind me, he like patted me on the back. He's like, let's go, boy. Like that's what's up. I was like, oh my god, like I was like shaking. Like I was like so scared. But
Dude,
yeah, back in the day, it was like so budget.
You're also, I remember you as a super creative player with like Katarina Top and all this other stuff. Was that intentional? Like, did you want to be super creative, or you just thought this is the best?
Okay. From like, I've been playing for like 10 years. From the very beginning, I was always just evaluating every champion, every possibility, every build, and just thinking about the different ways that things can work. And I would come out, I would introduce like my Lee Sin Top, the Akali, like the tank Katarina, stuff like that, like the Olaf, like stuff that people didn't think was good, like AP Tryndamere. You should never just accept stuff that other people present to you as fact. Like if you're going into like the World Championships, I think you should always be questioning the meta, the champions other people are playing, and just think about, okay, why are they playing this? What could do well against it? What other champions that people aren't playing could be good in these slots? For example, when Gwen was released, I was spamming Ghost Gwen, and I was telling everyone, Ghost is like her best summoner spell. She's all about consistent DPS, repositioning, using her low cooldown dash, getting in range to like reproc your R, get positioned correctly for your Q to hit like the sweet spot. And I think the more people like just give it a try and try out different combinations with it, they'll realize like the power behind it. But yeah, Ghost Gwen is like the way. Like, don't take Flash. That's what I'm saying.
Close, you hearing this?
Before you were here, I was telling them Ghost Gwen jungle is really good.
Oh, really? Yeah. Let's go, my boy! That's what's up. You gotta win NA with the Ghost Gwen, bro. Well, I'll give you more Ghost tech. I'll keep it a little under wraps. I'm just very passionate.
I know, I like it.
I'm
man.
sorry.
Not
It's
enough people run it. We need you outside of the doors with like the pamphlet saying, have you heard of a sum called Ghost?
Literally, dude. That's what I've been trying to do. For
Church
sure.
of Ghosts.
Next level, episode 9, featuring Ghost. Got the title right there.
I would.
I know a lot of Turkish players will play on Europe West, right?
And we have our own server for like a lower ping, but like pro players play at EU West.
Okay.
It's because better competition.
Is it possible for someone to do really well on the Turkish server and then just join like a Turkish team, or do you kind of have to prove yourself on US?
When I was going to first pro, I was like rank 1 in Turkish server.
Hey,
and
let's go.
I started on like amateur teams, and like it's like I got rank 1, so like what's next? I can't do more. And then people are like, why are you even playing in Turkish server? Go to US server. And I remember back then it was like I remember TCL players were not able to hit challenger in the US,
Oh wow.
and they were like either high master tier or like D1 diamond 1. And I remember like I grinded so hard. I was like challenger. I wasn't even playing at TCL, and I was challenger, so I was pretty happy.
So that kind of proved like you
Yeah.
got like some secret sauce
Yeah.
compared to a lot of TCL
Yeah.
players at the time.
Were you like the only Turkish player who was able to get challenger in
Yes,
US?
I
Oh,
think so.
wow.
I mean, maybe there's like one more, but like really few of them. But also like when I was first starting, the junglers were pretty bad in Turkey. It was always like an import jungle. So it was really hard to build the trust. Hey, like I'm good. Like I don't have a team. Maybe
Oh,
try
but,
me.
But you're from here. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's relatable.
I mean, same team is kind of here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're the import.
Yeah. Now I'm the import.
There was a time when NA felt like one of the best regions in the world, and
Yeah.
it didn't feel like there were too many other people to look to.
Yeah.
What was your perspective on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny to think about it now, but because people always bring up like whenever I talk about, oh yeah, I used to like compete at like the top internationally, and like, you know, we were like, I was one of the best like top laners in the world. Like our team was like one of the best in the world. Like the new fans that obviously weren't around for that or don't really know the history, they're like, oh, like, you know, you boomer, like shut up, grandpa, like what are you talking about? But like there was multiple North American teams that were competing at like the top level, and it just over time, like as the years progressed and more tournaments and more scenes and more players came about, we just started to slip behind. And then obviously, like, you know, since like the LCS era, we never really could compete. I mean, I guess if you count like MSI and stuff with CLG and some different, like, you know, I guess Cloud9 had a few respectable runs.
Team Liquid
Worlds.
at MSI 2 years ago.
Yeah, Team Liquid.
We
Team
all
Liquid,
forget.
too. Yeah, Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Well, after the final, we try to forget.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it hurts my heart too, because like I was literally up there competing and like close to winning like these like insane tournaments, and now I just like see everyone bashing like NALCS and our teams, and like we never get results, and it just hurts. I was like, man, I really hope in my heart one day we can get back there and we can compete. And you know, I mean, people always laugh, but yeah, I mean, it'd be so dope to see an NA team like win worlds one day. Like that's still like a personal like dream of mine, even if I'm not out there competing. Like I just hope it happens. And I mean, we're still a long ways off, but never say never, I guess. Yeah.
Flip it, twist it, and improve on it. Formulate a strategy and move on it. Stay cool, you can handle the heat. Cause nowadays, kings also be commander-in-chief. You get me?
You're actually saying, Closer, that you played AD carry initially, right? And you switched to jungle.
Yeah, I would play like AD carry mid lane, and then I switched to jungle.
That's why you're so good too.
Mechanics.
No, but it was actually the exact same for me. I was an AD carry main back in like season 2. I played like a ton of Ezreal and Corki. Like I just thought they were so fun.
No way.
And then I had like one friend in our group that we play normals with who was like giga high rated. He was like semi-pro. And then at one point he left his team and he's like, yo, like I'm
Who
making
was it?
His name was Nothing Here.
Oh yeah, nothing here. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. He was making a new team and he was like, yo, like, I think you're pretty good. We should make a team. And so but he played AD carry too at the time. So I was like, well, what should I play? You know, like we can't have 2 AD carries. And he fucked me because he told me play jungle. There's no good junglers.
Oh my god.
And I wish he said any other role, because if I could go back, I would have never played this cursed role.
He owes you like 10 years of therapy.
Right? It's like the role itself is cool, but it's just designed in a way where you like can't have good relationships with your teammates. It's so hard. Like if I help one dude, I'm indirectly not helping the other 2 lanes, right? It's so tough. Anything you do feels like a losing battle.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, it's so different now. I remember, like, just because I've literally been playing League for like 10 years straight, right? Like from the beginning. I just remember it just used to be like more chill. Like just part of the reason I like sat on the stairs, you know, it's just there's just like such tension and like people just on edge, like ready to like go off and like run it down and like start like typing like with Storm to each other. And like it just sucks because like from the beginning I never liked that stuff, and it wasn't that common, and I always tried to like shut it down. Like when my teammates would be arguing or like people like going off on each other in chat, like, yo guys, like it's fine, like let's just play, like don't worry about it too much. But I feel like nowadays it's just like so hard to have games like that like consistently. So I do kind of miss like those old times a bit for sure.
Yeah, it's been a huge shift, and sometimes I try to wonder, I'm like, am I just remembering it different? Like, was it always like this?
No,
but I'm just
bro,
noticing.
no,
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it kind of feels like that at multiple levels. Like it feels like people talk about the league like that. People talk about the broadcast like that. People talk about individual players like that. And I think just focusing on mistakes a lot and being hypercritical is like, it's like cool in this community. And I personally don't really like it. I mean, I think a lot of it is a lack of perspective, right? Because even if you see LCS players, right, everyone makes mistakes. We're all humans, right? Like even the best players in the world, like they're gonna have variance, right? They're gonna have bad days. And it's always so bizarre to me when someone's like, wow, the fifth best player in this role in the Western Hemisphere made a mistake against the second best player in this role in the Western Hemisphere. Right? And I think that's a lot of what the issue with negativity is. It's not that people are wrong, right? That someone made a mistake here. It's that they're missing the bigger picture. So I would love to see the community just like wake up a little bit in that regard.
Like my experience was like really shocking. I was like 17, 18. I was at the Turkish finals, and after we lost the finals, and I made a tweet like I was really sick that day and we lost it, so I made a tweet like well played to the enemy team. I was really sick today. I couldn't play good. Sorry guys and stuff. And then suddenly like everyone like so many negative comments and like all these like flame when I was a kid. Like I didn't even like think about it, you know. It was kind of hard to like face that, but and then I learned it that way. It is what it is.
I just wish there was just a little bit more, you know, like the golden rule or whatever. Like just treat everyone how you want to be treated. Like I'm not saying that like, you know, criticism and like constructive feedback and like critique and like even getting mad that like your favorite player or like someone like played really bad or made a bad play, like that's all fine. But I just feel like it's gotten to the point where it's just too much. Like it's a little overwhelming in some ways. But like the thing is, the sad thing is, like anytime I talk about something like this on stream or like tweet about it or see other people talking about it, like there's such like a backlash against like this kind of sentiment. It's like just like toughen up, like it's just like a game, like just like why do you care? Like just ignore them. Just go with it. Like yeah, it's like even to like what I'm saying now, if like people hear this, like some people are gonna react like that. It's just like I understand that's like how it is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone has to be okay with it. And asking for like more respect and kindness and just understanding from everyone across the board is not asking a whole lot at the end of the day. So yeah.
Gabby, something I want to ask you was I've always had a lot of respect for like you have generally a pretty positive disposition on the broadcast, you know, bring a lot of good energy, but I've also seen a lot of criticism sent your way, and part of that's probably just because of you know, being compared to other hosts and people like that. So how do you feel that's affected you, and you know, just your general outlook on it?
When it comes to receiving audience perception, there's actually something I've heard you say that I liked a lot, where you're saying it's not just about not focusing on the negative, even the positive can be dangerous, because, you know, then if you focus on when people are saying good things about you, then you start like hungering for that when it's not there, and then you worry about when you're not getting that reception, but then like hanging up on the negative can be bad too. So that's one thing where I try to not really focus on it a lot. Like it is a habit. People have a hard time propping one person up without shitting on someone else in a lot of cases, which I just think is like not a great dynamic in general. And I think just accepting that that's kind of like the mindset with it, and trying to ignore that and not compare myself, because in the end, like I'm trying to find my voice and who I am on broadcast and like develop that skill. So if I focus so much on people comparing me to other people, it can be like a dangerous path. And then also just knowing my own truth, because I'll see things that are criticisms just based on falsehood that just aren't the facts. So it's also hard from that perspective. How do I really combat an idea that just simply isn't true and based in things that just are not true at all? You can't. So just got to focus on like what I know, you know.
I think what you said about knowing your own truth is like so important for anyone, because especially like the online world, like, you know, whether you're like a pro player or like a streamer or just, you know, anyone really, like people will say all kinds of things about you, and like a lot of them are not going to be true. and they might like, you know, try to spread it and stuff like that. But just knowing like in your heart, like what you know is true and like who you are and like the things that you care about and your values and stuff like that, and not letting anyone like take away from that or debase it, and just always having that to go back to and like focus on yourself, and trying to like, you know, work on your own stuff and what you want to do as a person. I feel like that's a really good way to like stay grounded and not let like all those like little like, you know, like the little like birds chirping like distract from that. So
when I was a pro player, my motivation was always like, there's not one yet, but like if there's a Hall of Fame for a league, like I would like to be part of it. And I don't know, I don't think with my current career like I would be there, but
yeah,
you know, it was always a goal. It was a cool thing to chase.
You don't think you'd be in the Hall of Fame?
I mean, we had like the initial C9 run, but that was like a team collective. I feel like
International success too.
yeah, I just don't know if I did enough to get there, but it was always my motivation. But maybe one day I'll go back to it, and yeah, we can get there.
I think you're
You would be
pretty. I
in
think
it.
you're pretty
Yeah.
goated, bro. Like
Yeah,
pretty up
you'd
there.
be in it.
But I was gonna say, I do think it would be like super cool to like, you know, have like the greatest players of all time in some way like immortalized. You know, I mean, there's so many crazy, insane players with storied careers over the last like 10 years.
Maybe they're waiting for North America to win Worlds.
Yes.
Yes.
You need to win Worlds.
Closer this year.
Torch, bro.
Yeah, it might take a while, guys.
You got this year, dude. You got this.
King. Ho, people going wild for the slightest things. That is not found in the mind of kings. That is not found in the mind of kings. That is not found in the mind of kings. People switch fast when the pendulum swings. That is not found in the mind of kings. That is not found in the mind of kings. That is not found in the
You're
mind
Olaf in
of
game 2.
kings.
2v1 double kill. Tell me about that.
See ya, nerds!
Welcome to the LCS and the final day of regular season play when it comes to 2021 here in North America. Wow. We have gotten through it, my friends. 9 weeks flew by in my mind.
Yeah.
I can't believe I've been here that long.
It felt like just yesterday. Oh my God.
That worries me.
It felt like just yesterday, and the fact that we went through 9 weeks is insane to me.
I think for me, it's almost felt longer than a lot of the regular 9-week splits because there was so much roster turnover that
That's true.
every week I was just throwing a curveball. I felt like I never really got settled. I was like, oh, well, I guess Sven's out, and I guess Alfara's out, and I guess Santorin's out, and I guess,
That's what got me through it.
Gold Guardians is trading players, and FlyQuest blew up. I don't know.
That's what got me through it. Because I'm always, in my mind, it's like week 5, oh, is it going to get boring or something like that? And you're like, no, the teams will not let you.
Well, and that all continued until the very last possible day. We heard via social media just yesterday that 100 Thieves would be making some swaps. We had the FlyQuest swaps earlier in the week. But we also have the solidification of the standings, and I think that's where I want to start. TSM, they ready themselves to take on Dignitas here in the first game of the day, but I want to take a moment to appreciate the artistry of Hooney's Frogwave yesterday that helped them secure the first seed and deliver the Grubhub dub for his team.
We're always looking for a new delivery system, and this one was just hella creative. Tom Kench goes into the middle of the rest of this team. The ultimate coming through from Oriana. It doesn't seem like the most consistent thing, but I loved it there from Hooney.
The
and
frog wave.
The frog wave.
I don't know why that has such a different image in my head about the frog wave.
It just reminds me of vaporwave, so it reminds me of having some sort of music genre.
For me, I just imagine a wave of frogs flying at me, like a plague in Egypt or something.
All right, well, hit us up on Twitter. Let us know what Frogwave makes you think of. But as we get ready for the final day of the regular season action, grab yourself an iced coffee or whatever food you favor with the Grubhub guarantee. If your food arrives late, Grubhub will send you a perk for at least $5 off. And you can head over to Grubhub's Twitter account for a chance to win Game Time with Lux and a Grubhub prize pack that includes delivery from a local restaurant and Grubhub Masterwork chests and keys. Go ahead, grab yourself something to snack on and get ready to dive into Champion Select with us here on the desk for Game 1 of the day. It's TSM, it's Dignitas. Both teams are already locked into their positions, 1st and 6th. We did get a little bit of insider info that there might be some funky stuff going on in Champion Select today. And I, for one, am a big fan. You know, let's make things interesting on the final, day of play.
How many games do we play this split? Like 5,000, right?
Yeah, roughly, give or take.
Exactly.
Let's have a fun one since it doesn't actually play into the standings.
Also, you get to prove a point to one of your teammates. The entire split, you're like, you don't know how hard it is to jungle for this team.
Yeah.
You can make that point known.
Some lane swaps would be cool. I like the idea, though. Yeah, somebody's been pitching
swapping, you can be like, oh, I've wanted to play this role.
All right, we're into
it.
Yeah, the Malphite ban, really important there by TSM to stop. Already you can see that.
TSM, Tom Ken, Syndra, and Malphite.
Let's try and let's overread into this. What does a Malphite ban? What does a Malphite ban suggest? What are they trying to play?
They want to spell out TSM.
Okay. Well, you're no fun.
I am
but
never
thank you.
fun.
Also, they spelled it backwards.
MST.
MST.
Yeah. Mountain Standard Time. I think what the Malphite ban telegraphs is that you want to play an all-physical comp, and already you can see them going for that with a.
FTX.
It is FTX.
FTX is the other side.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
TSM banned FTX, which is a little weird. Why would you ban your most recent sponsor?
Amazing, actually.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's some kind of messaging. Blink twice.
We got the. Do we have this?
Wow, they're racing through Champions.
He's not locking it in yet. He has to think about it.
This has to be an homage.
He has to be baiting his own coach.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Play it, you won't.
Yeah.
How do I type?
Play it, you won't.
They can hear.
Try to type back through the 3-minute delay, competitive integrity delay.
Let's see what they end up going for because they already do have the Cassiopeia. So there we go. Lock in. Biofrost's favorite support, the Rakan.
I don't think it's a.
You know, when you talk about the Cassio already being mid, I was like, you know what? Hooney plays anything top.
Yeah,
Hooney's played Cassio top, and he's played Zillion top.
He's gone against.
I think he wants to have fun.
Well.
I think he wants to have fun. If he puts the Cassiopeia top blind, he is going to get camped. So let's not have that one.
I think it's a flex right now. I think that's a flex Cassio for sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gragas Yasuo combo.
Gragas Yasuo Kalista combo. That's actually. I wonder if Dig are just gonna go with the full wombo with Yasuo.
Yeah, but then they definitely shouldn't have banned out Malphite. They should have banned a different M champion.
Malphite top.
Could have been banned Malzahar, for the joke, and then kept Malphite.
Maybe they're playing
That's-
Malphite.
Yasuo.
You're using too many brain cells.
Yeah.
Sorry. There you go. I'll try and lessen the number of brains.
Malphite
knock that number down a little
comes
bit.
ahead in the alphabet.
You're
so
in
it's
double
probably
digits
the
right now.
It's a single-digit brain zone kind of day. Okay.
I feel like Dignitas, if they're going for this Yasuo Wombo comp, that's cool, but they're also doing it with all meta champs. This is still a little
I
sweaty.
was gonna say, so far I haven't
That's the
seen
thing.
the big memes.
That's the thing. If you're TSM, you got to serious up because this team's not only playing a composition that they would literally play on an actual game day, so you're probably gonna be taking a step back on that one.
It's kind of funny that they're like, look at us troll these bans, guys. We're gonna have so much fun. And it's like, wait, you're both just drafting meta picks. I mean, like the weirdest thing right now is actually
the Rakan.
Yeah.
Which is not even that weird. So maybe it'll be mid and we'll see
Oh,
that.
OP.
Big poppy ban,
Aren't they
everybody.
just gonna do OP on either side? So like FTX, OP, TSM, OP, or
Urgot.
Orgot.
Wow, I don't know the alphabet.
FTX up.
FTX,
Oh.
They're thinking about it.
Shaco.
Us.
There
Okay.
we go.
Incredible.
Hey, fun fact. You guys remember the season hype animation video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got a couple of those champions showing up here with Sword Art on the Rakan.
That's true.
And we had Neo with the Callista as well for
Yeah.
Dignitas when it came to highlighting some of the stars of the league coming into the split. So, at the very least, cool to see them reach back to those champions, however meta they might be.
We're going full knockout comp.
Man,
Okay,
Yeah.
but
Afro.
Alistar, come on!
They're trying so hard.
Afro Alistar is actually such like a pocket pick. We
I was-
hardly ever see it.
I was promised a Moo-Moo's and Ramesses.
I respect TSM committing to it.
Ivern?
All right, if
A
they take
shield
Ivern, all is forgiven.
They're
All
definitely
is
not gonna
forgiven
pick
if
Ivern.
it,
They're trying to have fun.
Come on.
I mean, at least Cassio Ori is weird. I
That's
mean, I
true.
assume that's bot
Yeah.
and Cassio.
That bot lane Cassio for sure.
Bot Cassio, Camille top.
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah, NBA jungle. Easy peasy. Okay.
right there.
All right, Dignitas. Hit us,
multiple
hit us with something spicy here.
If
at the
you
end.
play your roles,
Yeah! Okay. I've been waiting for this pick, actually. Like, I don't think that this is that outside the box. Considering that
it's-
people are playing, tankier champions. Well, typically, we're not getting that right now, but
Swain is actually usually played support, so this might be
Yeah.
where some of this Dignitas weirdness comes from. It might be Gragas in the lane, and then you have the Swain support with the
No,
Kalista.
I mean they have an Alistar.
I mean, Alistar.
They have
I mean,
an
Alistar. I didn't
Yeah.
mean Alistar.
Alistar
plays.
Say,
top.
Yeah.
it's got to be Gragas jungle.
Either way, my question is who's going to be playing these actual roles. So right
Right.
now, Fake God is holding on to the Alistar, so maybe it's
Yeah,
an
are we
Alistar
just
support.
swapping
There's-
up?
The only
I think
real way of
Uni
figuring.
jungling.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah, no, it looks like he is. Okay, so
Or
this is where
is
the
Pika
spice is
just
coming.
playing
The
Camille
spice is
jungle?
coming in then with the lane swaps, but we
Yes.
actually have a Yasuo jungle.
Wait, didn't we see
That's
the
awful.
mid Rakan on Mastermind?
That is objectively awful.
we saw the mid Rakan
Well,
on
I don't think he's
Masterminds,
going
right?
mid, because there's also there's the champion that you pick. There's
Yeah,
also a
and
lane
then they're just
assignment.
gonna swap around.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But like the summoner spells and things were locked in there. So like the Yasuo with Smite is 100% happening.
All right. Let's
Well, it's
go.
100% not gonna happen. Well,
Okay, well, we're in the game, and I don't think you want to hear anything else from us. We just want to see the players play these champions. We're heading out to the arena for the call. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very last day of the LCS regular season here in 2021. My name is Captain Flowers. I am joined by Azael, and it is our distinct and pleasurable honor to bring you Bronze Stream 2.0 as the teams square off in mid lane and dance.
Oh, wow. Those are some mechanics. I
Oh,
want to see
yeah.
if anyone's going to actually break the peace treaty. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Because at that point, you deserve to get flamed.
The bullet heard around the world, but in League of Legends, which one?
Really like Yasui's item choice here of nothing.
Ah,
You know?
yes, very, very effective itemization, because one thing that people forget, Isaac, is that if you don't buy an item at level 1, then you can buy a
Power
fancier
spike.
item. Yeah, you can buy a pickaxe when the other guy has to buy a longsword. Now, he looks like an idiot. if you have a
It's
pickaxe.
actually the bronze stream.
Yeah.
It's a long con. People talk about the one item power spike, but they're not ready for the 5 items at the same time power spike. Just save your gold, folks.
Just save
Invest.
it up. Hit that $6 grand. Go back, come that lane with your mythic item and another item and a shoe.
You just gotta look long term. You know, maybe times will be a little bit tough when you got no items 15 minutes in, but just think.
Think of the possibilities. Think of the investments that you're paying to yourself here. I mean, so much could happen in a game like this. Mr. Azale. We got Swain and Alistar in the bottom lane, so that's going to get nice and wacky here a little bit.
Yep.
Sword Art on the Cassiopeia with Power of Evil supporting him as Rakan. Look, I want to see some violence here, level 1. I don't know what we're waiting for.
Well, we're probably waiting for them to have more abilities.
Well,
because Alistar's
they don't need
level
those.
1
They have
is
auto attacks.
Pretty garbage.
Think of it this way, Isaac. At level 1, your auto attack is the strongest in comparison to your abilities.
Ooh.
So at level 1, your auto attack might as well be an ability because it does
That's
55 damage and your ability does 60. So, or if you're Skarner, it does 17.
You make a compelling argument. So I've really got nothing left to fight against that.
You can tell that is what kind of a game we're in. I'm the one making the compelling argument.
Looking forward to seeing some of these Yasuo mechanics here from Acadian, seeing how he's going to pull this off. And let me tell you, as a top laner who plays a lot of jungle and myself, I play a lot of Phil. Anytime I play jungle, I camp top lane. And where's Huni heading?
Where's Huni? He's ready for top lane. He says, all right, top is jungle diff. It's time to get diffed. But here comes Acadian. Oh, and we got another teleport ready to show up now, too. Yasuo's backing away. Neo's ready to join the fight. The big man has arrived. And it's first blood to Yasui's top lane, Kalista.
Well, Huni's proven the top is jungle diff, just the wrong way around. Huni going up there. He goes down. The Kalista gets the first blood off the Huni gank as Neo the one showing off some mechanics on the Gragas. The nice body slam flash.
So, if playing against Kalista in a solo lane is wanting to tear your hair out, playing against double buff Kalista with first blood bonus could be worse, but nope! He sticks around too long and Spica gives him the scissor legs. Now we got bottom side turning into even more. Power of Evil gets stunned up. The boy is in trouble. Power of Alistar just mollywops him and Fake God gets paid.
Oh, the Alistar plus Swain here. You got some they're going in.
They're ready. Oh, they missed the Swain CC, and Fake God gets exhausted with Huni nearby, and that spooky smoke thrown out. He's ready to go in. Huni flashes for probably the worst play that I've seen so far this game, and it's not going to turn out into a whole lot of anything.
The jungle Huni looking like it could use a little bit more polish there.
This is making me feel way better about my own gameplay. Okay, Spica jumping in again, really trying to just take the fight to Yasui up here, not willing to be turned into a pin cushion over and over again. But Yasui's got his buddy here. He's just waiting, saying, all right, Spica, look at how easily hookshotable I am. Doesn't this look great? You're a Camille. I'm an AD carry. Come on, bro. There he goes. And here comes Neo. Can he get in there, though? Remember, there's no flash available here on a Gragas anymore. There you go. The buffs stay alive. I want to see if we can keep these buffs in the whole game.
It's hot potato.
Yeah.
Don't hold on to these buffs too long. Get rid of them.
Keep the blue buff and the red buff active for the whole game. That's the goal. Just keep passing them back and forth between these top laners.
Well, Spica has a kill, but he does only have 18 CS, so, some pros and some cons.
Yeah, well, hey, we got 10 pros in this game, so they know what they're doing. Mr. Azale, now let's see. Another kill coming in here as Huni is in some trouble. Going after a no-mana Swain, but he's still got those auto attacks, baby. There's your kill. Goodbye to Huni for the second time.
Huni, 0-2-0. He's scaling, though. He's playing for late here, He's learning the role
Exactly.
as he's playing here.
There's some nuances to jungle that you've got to get used to that wouldn't normally occur there in the top lane. Acadian dashing and slashing and trying to get himself away here as Power of Evil has returned to his natural habitat of mid lane. He's going after the Yasuo, but with Neo right there nearby and considering Power of Evil's level 3, I don't think they want this 2v2 anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Acadian, nice job escaping there. Some fancy footwork there, sliding back and forth through the minions, using Power of Evil to escape. Afro, though, he's out of mana, and Sword Art's on a mission.
Oh, man, Sword Art's ready to go here. Can Fake God get there in time? He misses the pulverize. You hate to see it, but now he's going to trample that snake. Don't tread on me, says Sword Art, but the headbutt comes in, and tread upon he is.
Oh, my God. Yasui's almost dead as well on the top side. Spica went down again. Everywhere Huni goes just results in a death or TSM.
Well, Neo has been ulted by Yasui, so they're making the first play, and now here comes Huni yet again. You know, man, I love seeing what Huni's bringing to the table in this game. He's making sure that nobody goes hungry. It's Sunday. It's the last day of the regular season. People are tired. They're worn out, and Huni's just going door to door. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, hello. It's your Grubhub delivery. I've got some food for you.
You know what the real tragedy is? I have 3 TSM members on my fantasy team.
Your fantasy team is screwed.
I'm doomed. I'm going to lose off this.
You don't think the 0-3-0 no farm still has the knife in inventory jungle Huni?
Negative points here, Flowers. It's a disaster.
Oh, no, dude. They just threw him in the bounce house, the jump box, whatever I'm supposed to call it. Power of Evil's getting hit now, too. There you go, Huni. Grabbing a shutdown on the Alistar. I was hoping he was gonna go in again. I was hoping he was feeling it, man. He ain't feeling it.
Yeah, Spica had enough of dying top lane, so he's seeing what dying mid lane feels like. You know, moving around the map.
It is a new experience.
It is.
Right.
It is.
In my experience, when you die mid lane, more often your teammates are looking at that part of the map because we are in the North American region where mid lane is the only lane that we know how to play. So more often your teammates will be looking there, so you will farm more question mark pains.
That's true. I wonder if he'll now go bot lane and see how it feels to die there. You know, really kind of just make it a world tour here on the Camille.
And don't forget that after that, you also need to find yourself dead in the enemy jungle somewhere on some sort of a botched invade. Remember, if you at home are looking to botch your invades, make sure not to ward the different paths as you go into the enemy jungle. Sword Art with a nice ulti there, trying to get away from some trouble, but no, sir. Afro Moo, there is not a snake in his boot. He squished that thing all over the ground.
Man, the Swain passive always feels so nice when you have a lot of CC on your team. It's so easy to get the setup. They combo, you yank them in.
Yoink!
Yep, exactly. You have more displacement with Neo on the Gragas as well, so there's going to be some potential to, like, full screen, yank these people across, just yeet them over there with the Alistar headbutt, pull them into the Swain, ult them with the Gragas.
All right, Isaac, how long is it going to take for Huni to get rid of this stupid knife? Because we're 9 minutes into the game and he still has 1 charge left on the knife.
Saving that for later.
What are you even going to do with the knife? Okay, well, there they go. Yasui's going to die, so he ends up plunging that knife into Yasui's chest. But not much else. Okay, now he'll use the Stolen Callista to farm the Krugs. Okay, there we go. He used the Smite. But wait, did that get rid of his knife? No, it didn't. He used the Smite while he was Callista. It doesn't take it out of the inventory. He still has a stupid knife. The knife is still in his items because he smote it wrong.
This is going to be a record-setting game here. You know, slowest Smite transport.
Stupid knife.
That is not an interaction I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's something that you, I feel like you're almost never going to get a chance to see in pro play. But hey, there you go. Acadian, oh, is that a see you later? No, not quite. Acadian stays alive.
Oh,
nicely
Neo.
done, boys. Nicely done, Acadian with the Chad Yasuo. That's the enemy team Yasuo.
Yeah, I've got to say, Neo looking like a Phil player here himself.
Yeah.
Looking like he spent some time in the jungle. The Gragas mechanics have been pretty nice so far.
Yeah, this game's looking like a Diffie in the Jiffy.
He's my early leader here for player of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no deaths. He's got highest KP in the match.
He hasn't looked like an idiot yet.
He looks even better when you compare him to his opponent, who has made some very questionable choices. Okay, Huni got rid of the knife. Huni got rid of the knife. At some point, around the 10-minute mark, the knife is gone. He's only got daggers and longsword and potion now. Yes, the knife is gone. Huni is now unleashed. He jumps in. He's ready to go with the ulti. Yasui is dead to rights, and Spica takes the kill. Huni gets the possession. Doesn't have to worry about the knife anymore. Okay, there we go. He immediately throws away that Callista body. He's like, you know what? Last time, this screwed me up. We don't want this stupid thing anymore.
All right, they're going to get top tower off this as well. We'll see if they can turn this into a top diff whatsoever.
Okay, TSM. Hey, they're pulling back a little bit, Azael, because they were having some problems here. Uh-oh, Sword Art. He's getting jumped on, but a nice turnaround. Sword Art gets the kill, and Acadian gets punished. Just feeling it a little bit too much there in the mid lane.
First death there, though, for Acadian. He's been having a pretty good game. Down on the bottom side, Dignitas just shoving it in, farming up those tower plates. I think Afro here actually is going to have a pretty good pick, you know, when it comes to the 5v5 later on. I think this game is going to be pretty fun to watch.
Let's see here. For anyone saying the game does not matter, Spica and Closer are tied with 9 player of the games this split. Well, I can tell you one thing. The TSM jungler in this match is not getting player of the game. So let's see if Spica can get it instead with the top lane Camille.
Let's see if he can scale. What if Huni gets like 3 pentakills later?
Huni is actually 17 head. Huni is making sure that Spica will be able to get Huni is screwing up the knife and all the engages and the ganks in literally every play because he's like, look, I'm not going to deny my boy player of the game at the 11th hour. Huni is actually just an ultimate bro, and people will blame him and say, oh, Huni's inting in the jungle, but no. Huni's actually making the ultimate sacrifice. Huni's just the boss from Metal Gear Solid 3, but man, this brings a tear to your eye right here, the sacrifices he's willing to make for his teammate.
The power of teamwork and friendship. It's a beautiful thing.
It's incredible, but now it might not be as incredible anymore. Huni, oh, no, never mind. He's able to get
instantly killed him with about 2 auto attacks.
You love to see it.
And people tell me Viego has been nerfed.
Apparently he has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I see that, and I'm like, well, you're 1-3. You know, you're down a level. Just poke him real quick.
Oh, Acadian. All right, let's see him hit it. All right, come on. Let's see something crazy, Acadian. Flash over. Oh, no. Oh. I was hoping we were going to get something wild. We didn't.
No, we didn't.
See, if you were still allowed to build Brawler's gloves, he would have been able to win there.
True.
Anyway, Spica's about to die here. Huni's plan is foiled as Dignitas continue to target Spica instead of him. Huni is standing directly on top of a ward.
But he is in the shroud. He's very sneaky.
Okay, now he sees that there is a ward here.
Whatsoever.
He flashes a teddy bear emote. I don't think I've ever even seen that one before. I don't even know what that is.
It's the challenger one, isn't it? It's
well,
like
that would be why I've
holding
never
his
seen it. Lord knows I can't get challenged. Okay.
Challenger caster.
Fake God and Yusui. Oh no, Huni's just going on the Toward the Rift. Oh no! Fake God's underneath the turret. Huni's got a bunch of those pin missiles in him. He tries to get away, but Neo makes him take a swig as Yusui and Fake God try to survive, and Spica's back with a vengeance. Fake God's got 150 HP. Spica's got a double kill. Afro Moose sprouted some wings, but where you gonna fly to, baby? Spica gets away. Power of Evil saying, I don't want nothing to do with this. Spica takes a little bit more damage right at the front of the turret here, and Afro Moo gets the kill.
Neo sets him up with the ulti. Afro slams it home. Sordar now on this bottom side, pushing it in here. Looking to take it to Acadian, just non-stop brawling across the map.
So, Azael, I have a scientific mathematical definition for a fiesta.
Yeah.
And a fiesta, both teams have to average 1 kill per minute. Dignitas is at the fiesta threshold. TSM...
Oh, both teams have to.
They both,
it's not a combination.
No. They both have to be at it because otherwise it can become too one-sided to be a true fiesta.
So what is this?
So this right now
this is not a normal game of League of Legends.
This is a
regular
fiesta.
A regular Summoner's Rift experience?
It's growing towards a fiesta. But TSM
so just like a couple of your boys have showed up.
Yeah. This is the pregame. This is a pregame party right here. All right,
having some drinks. You'll listen to some music.
Everybody's vibing. We're having a good time, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, you're waiting to see if the rest of the squad's going to show up.
TSM needs to show up to the party and just be ready to party hardy. That's what we
swap
need.
In, you know.
Yes, right now. TSM, somebody's just sub Bjergsen in. I know that it's competitive integrity and all that, but I'm sure that we can find some excuse to just get Bjergsen in there.
There's a Bjergsen clause, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Legacy player swap memorandum exception.
We'll write it in.
Yeah, it's perfect. Part 3, subsection A says Bjergsen's allowed to play in a game like this. Anyway, there's a Drake. I forgot to mention the first time that we killed one of those back earlier on in this game. Yeah, apparently we're still playing for those. So Dignitas is gonna. Please don't be a Cloud Rift in a game like this. If you're, okay, good. I was about to tilt. If that stupid Cloud Dragon showed up in a game like this, it's not for me, man. It's not for me.
Rest in peace, Sordar.
Oh, no. Ooh, nicely done there. Some pretty quick feet, but not quick enough to get away from 3 people.
Damn, the double back turn on the Cassio wall was pretty clean from Dignitas, not gonna lie.
So I saw a clip last night of a guy, he was an MMA fighter, and he got in the ring against 3 opponents because he thought he could 1v3. Okay. And it went about like how that did, where even though he started off with like 1 fancy move, the 3 guys just dogpiled him, beat the snot out of him, and it was FF within like 10 seconds. So
sounds like every Yasuo player I've ever had on my team.
Don't 1v3.
Don't worry, I'm just gonna dash to advantage and dodge everything.
Don't worry, guys. I saw this in a Yasuo YouTube montage one time. Oh no. Okay. Oh, remember what we were talking about? You have to try to get yourself some blood in the invade. Fake God. He's nice and tanky. Power of Evil. Oh, yep. He'll be the blood in the invade. That's for sure. Okay. Here's Huni. Fake God. Two-man pulverize. Afroma with some CC over the wall. More damage coming down. Huni's got the reset. The shockwave comes through. Yasui's in a bad spot, and Afroma's still looking to fight. He goes into the Zonias to buy some time. Neo has arrived, and they get the killing spree. Enemy AD carry mid laner, whatever he's going to be. He's down with Acadian grabbing the kill on Huni. And Dignitas takes down 3, loses 3. Everybody's dying.
Everybody is dying except for Neo, who's tryhard and he wants to win this game.
Yeah, Neo's absolutely smurfing when you look at his...
Yes, his Gragas is actually sick.
He's 3-0-10. He's got more kill participation than TSM has kills as a team.
Everyone thinks this game doesn't matter, but really, Neo's setting up for his jungle contract for next year.
Yeah, exactly. Neo is planning ahead. Remember that even though the regular season is almost done...
This is his tryout for TSM.
Next year, there's always another season. That's how sports and competition works. Neo is simply setting down the infrastructure.
He's looking good. This is just, accepting your death. As Power Evil just realizes, well, there are 34 spears in me. I guess it's over. Just kind of stands still, takes a little sip of water.
See you later. Okay, Acadian, he's alive a little bit. One of his arms is practically fallen off. He's got a couple bullet holes in him, but he's okay.
Is that how it works? What is the physical manifestation of being low health? Are you just really tired and you're sore, or are you losing limbs and stuff?
No, you're talking about this like it's me, you, and Kobe going on a hike, and we're tired by the end of it. These people are literally getting hit with spears and bullets and swords and everything.
So then when I poke people with my lifesteal sword, my arm is slowly growing back.
I mean, I guess. Because it's
when
a
you
life
start to really
steal,
think about
right?
it,
It's magic, so it steals
so I'm
their life.
taking your arm and just attaching it back on mine.
No, you're taking my arm and you're ripping part of it off and you're putting it, but that kind of makes you like a Frankenstein.
Yeah.
So if you're a Mundo, that would make sense. I'd be down with that for Mundo.
Okay.
But maybe not for, because it's kind of weird if you have a champion, like Yasuo, right? If you have this edgy weeb champion and he's just doing this Frankenstein BS, ripping people's arms off, that doesn't exactly fit the lore as well.
You're fighting against a Zyra, you just have a plant on your arm.
Well, no, actually though, because plants like aloe is a healing thing, right? See, I thought up until 2 years ago, I thought aloe was magic healing salve that was made in factories. And then somebody told me, no, look, here's a plant.
Wow.
I was like, what?
Did you know water comes out of the sky?
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy,
Look,
isn't it?
dude, how was I supposed to know that a healing salve is actually a plant? I thought it came from
real-life
factories.
health potion.
I thought the pasta only came from factories, too. It turns out you make that out of, flour and dough or something.
Wow. Today I learned. This is really the last place I thought we were going to end up when I was coming in today. It's become the lore cast. And this is the first time I've actually been interested in what is the canon for how these people healed themselves,
Yeah, I'm not... What is in a health potion, do you think?
Red juice.
Oh, man, I love red juice.
Just any various red liquid.
Are you telling me that I can go break my leg and then go to the store and just buy one of those gallon things of cranberry juice, chug a lug, and now my leg is better?
It has to be in a glass bottle.
I could live so much more of a fun and exciting life if I could chug red juice and heal broken bones.
Maybe you can. You never really know.
I feel like I'm going to go home and be sad that this isn't reality for an hour now. I'm just going to have to go home and sit in the dark and listen to REM's Everybody Hurts for a few hours just to comprehend the fact that this isn't real life.
You can always log on League of Legends.
Dig tries to make a play. It don't work out. Huni's on the run. He's unstoppable, but he's rooted up. He flashes over the wall. He stays alive. Power of Evil goes in for the ulti, but Acadian's the first one killed with a Hex Tech ultimatum. There comes your shockwave. Fake God's just about dead. Roots going through. TSM popping off. Dig going home. Yasui, run, buddy. Run away. Yasui gets the kill, and Sword Art goes down.
Neo, though, still alive. Here comes the Neo Dragon Steel. I'm here for it.
Where's the hero play? Come on, Neo. You can do this, bro. This is what you were born for. This.
You only get
this
one
is your
shot.
moment.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. No, so he didn't go. What? Well, he didn't go in, dude. That's.
I could hear the Eminem music playing in the background, you know?
Yeah.
It was just Mom's spaghetti.
There was Mom's spaghetti all over the
all
river.
over the keyboard.
Yeah. The whole river isn't even water anymore. It's just bolognese sauce. However you say it. I don't know how to say it. Okay, here we go. Yasui, he's down. Huni grabs the kill, but now... See you later, Huni. That was great. That's what I want to see. That's why I love League of Legends.
Yeah.
Because you have all these wacky characters interacting in a way that you wouldn't see anywhere else. You have an anime demon-haunted swordsman jump in and kill someone, then turn into a specter and steal their power, as a cow tramples over them and just smashes them into the ground and beats them into paste. That's the League of Legends experience.
You really love to see it.
I really do.
Yeah.
Now, all right,
game
Isaac.
at this level is just truly an art form.
Unfortunately, we've fallen behind the Fiesta threshold. We're 22 minutes in, and the score is only 17-20.
Not even Dignitas is keeping up.
Yeah,
the
Dignitas
homies are leaving. You know, the party is definitely not bumping.
The party is dying by 11 p.m.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Ooh, you hate to hear it.
Yeah, that looks really bad for the person who planned that party, because now you're just sort of suspect every time you see another invite to that.
Like, yeah, this has been nice. I'm gonna head out. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's 7:30. You've been here for 15 minutes.
You know how it is. You know, lots of obligations. Got some work stuff in the morning. Okay, I'll see ya. They even invited Grump to the party, but then they just kicked him out. Poor little guy. Okay, win wall from Acadian. Oh. I was expecting a Yasuo ulti, but no,
I
Neo
was expecting that to be closer.
Yeah, Neo just came over the wall and
just got exploded.
Bop. Okay, Power of Evil finds a knock-up, but I don't know if that's exactly what they want to follow up on here. Dignitas is saying, all right, screw it, we're going for the Baron.
Why not?
Yeah, YOLO. Okay, TSM's here. Spica's not. The rest of the squad is. Okay, they're going in. They found the kill. Good night to Lost. All right, Huni. He's in the smoke. He's ready to go. Fake God's at about 200 health. Here comes Huni.
Right, Huni,
He jumped in after the Alistar, but it's only a bait. Huni's already down. The ruined king becomes the ruined court jester as he dies for the 7th time this game. August, are you out there watching this game? Did you pay Huni to make this champion look balanced? What is going on?
Dignitas, they get the Baron. They're up on gold. Oh, Spica, okay.
Okay, Acadian. He's stuck in the Hextech ultimatum. He's trying to fight. He's trying to stand and make a difference. He flashes away. He stays alive, but Spica's ready to go. Nice interrupt there. Acadian didn't have the ulti. Otherwise, you take those. Every time you take those.
Yeah, that would have been a good one. But Dig now in control here. They do have the only player who's not really trolling, you know?
That is a big advantage in a troll game.
It is a big advantage.
Yeah. When you're playing an absolute troll game of League of Legends and you have one guy who's not trolling and is legitimately trying to win.
Everyone's just laughing, you know, having a good time, and Neo's like, focus up, red buff respawn, 15 seconds, play for objectives. Neo's in there. He's looking for the dub. He wants the 100% career win rate in jungle.
Everybody else is negative gaming, but Neo is here to provide a truly
Positive
extreme
Summer's
Rift experience. Yasui kills off Huni. Now Spica is, okay, he's behind enemy lines.
I mean, Huni's providing a positive experience for the other team.
Yeah, he's giving him a positive KDA. I wonder, I'm kind of surprised we haven't had a stoppage for a monitor issue. How often Huni's seeing black and white.
Is there some new patch? I seem to be... It's not looking as vibrant as I'm used to. I'm
not really sure what's going on here. Maybe there's something wrong with the saturation of the colors.
True.
Yeah.
This is really, Neo is making a compelling argument for MVP.
Yeah, let's get Neo in there,
Team
man.
jungle, you know, MVP.
Okay, Dignitas is, they're going for the dub here. All right. They got no minions. Oh, wait, no, never mind, they got this one. Okay. Wait, look at this stupid minion, he got distracted. He's trying to shoot the other turret that he can't even aggro. Oh, that minion, what a troll. Okay, Acadian's trying to just 1v2 while everybody else goofs off trying to kill Cassiopeia. Sword Art gets jumped on, okay, he's about to die. Huni and Power of Evil together can't beat Acadian because Huni just died instantly. Power of Evil's back in the fountain. Dignitas is on the Nexus. 30 kills in 26 minutes. That gets the Captain Flower stamp of approval. Dignitas gets the win.
It was a game of League of Legends.
Yes. I most certainly watched the video game League of Legends today.
2 teams entered.
1 team won.
1 team killed a Nexus.
1 team lost less than the other team.
1 team had Neo.
And you know, normally at the end of the game like this, we tally up our player of the game votes.
Yeah.
We share them with each other behind the scenes, and then we come to a conclusion on player of the game. I'm just going to tell you guys right now, my player of the game is Neo.
Spoilers.
He was, yep, we're just doing spoilers. It's the last week anyway. It's kind of like, you know, I'm not going to call it Season 8 of Game of Thrones.
You know what?
Because I actually like
disagree.
the LCS.
I think Huni should be player of the game.
He was Dignitas's most valuable man.
He contributed the most to Dignitas's win. I really think you can make that argument.
I like your M. Night Shyamalan level twist here at the end, because Huni was trying to make
the end of the movie. This is time for the twist.
Yeah, he's trying to not one-up Spica, but he went so far in the reverse direction that he went through a wormhole and came out as MVP. It's a tough call.
It is a tough call.
Between Huni and Neo.
I want to know what you guys think. Who was the most
who
valuable
was
player?
the hardest carrying jungler
Was
for
it Huni?
Dignitas
Or was it
Because
Neo?
Dignitas played the game with 2 junglers.
It was very back and forth between the two. You know, Neo was making some compelling arguments. Huni was sprinting it down as fast as he could.
Yeah, Huni was giving kills top. He was getting kills bottom.
I think who had more KP for Dignitas, Huni or Neo?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Because
we need the stats.
Because the game
Where are
was
the
super
stats?
wild. So even though Neo was playing really good, he didn't have like super high KP because everybody was dying everywhere.
Yeah. Tough.
The world may never know.
The world may never know.
What you think. At LOL Esports on Twitter, let them know your thoughts on this game. At Captain Flowers on Twitter, let me know your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Do
you have thoughts?
What is your at now?
Esports. Oh, Azale official.
See, you didn't even know what your at was.
Yeah.
Figure out what Azale's at is, because neither of us
I'm
know
so
what it
used
is.
to it being Riot Azale.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't remember what it was. I didn't want to sound like a jerk and be like, dude, you're one of my buddies, but I don't even know your name. But then I didn't have an out, so I figured, hey, it's better to just, you know, look
It's
like a
okay.
goon once or twice and
It's
ask a
okay.
question.
We'll get through this together.
Well, yeah, we'll somehow manage
just
to
like we got through that game together.
figure out how to navigate these troubled waters.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, you know, we'll sync up after this. You know, I'll figure out what mine is. This is like when people ask you your phone number and you just got a new phone. You know, but you know you're already gonna sound like an idiot.
yeah, I never know what it
You
is.
got to come up with the excuses, and you're like, bro, sorry, I just got it. Can I like look in here?
That was my
phone number.
That was my entire first year of being out here after
Yeah.
joining the LCS. People would ask me for my phone number. I had no idea. If I didn't have my phone on me, I'd be like,
why don't you just give me yours?
I'm not trying to dodge you, bro, but I literally have no idea what my phone number is. Hey, by the way, a reminder. We've still got a few tickets left for Saturday, August 28th, which is our semi-final matchup. And friends, those of you who remember the olden times of the 3rd and 4th place matchup just being for an imaginary bronze medal, it ain't that. This matchup determines who's going to be the 2nd team playing in the final the day after. It means a lot. It's going to be badass. You don't want to miss none of it. So if you want to go to Jersey, if you want to be a part of the first LCS event back live in person with fans since all this Rona took over the world,
I am so excited.
get
for
your
this.
tickets. Bro, I am pumped.
It cannot come soon enough.
I am pumped. It's going to be badass. Anyway, on the other side of the break that we're going to right now, Dash will be talking with Fake God in the Verizon post-game interview. We will see you all there. It all comes down to this. One last dragon fight to call the whole game. Boom, look at the damage on the Wombo combo. All 5 enemy players down. GG.
from day one. Big head sauce, no A1. They say it's no way I'm gonna make one. Where you gonna be when the day come? Me, I'm riding off in the sunset. I'm just getting started, I ain't done yet. Long days, long nights, got no rest. Now it's top peeled off down Sunset Fruit. I paid my dues and I kept my receipts. Remember the days that I barely could eat. All of them nights that I slept on the street. Drove myself crazy trying to make ends meet. I made a way like I'm par in the seat. No server my wave, ain't no bars for me. Just where I started, no promise for me. School of hard knocks and I got my degree. Cause I've been there and I've done that. And I came
I am joined by Fake God after the greatest match in LCS regular season history against TSM, coming away with the victory there. Fake God, I'm just kind of curious, when did you guys realize, how did you come to the conclusion that between you and TSM, you guys would come in and have a little fun today?
I mean, it was just because for both of us, we were locked in either first or sixth. So we knew the match had no standings, or it didn't matter for anything like that. So we just both decided to kind of have fun with it.
Well, you ended up in the support position as Alistar. Did the team, did you guys draw straws? Did you throw darts at a wall? How did you decide who was going to go where?
We were like, oh, let's just choose different roles, and then I chose support for myself because I like support. It's just kind of fun because you just run around and just keep fighting. I feel like it was kind of fun.
Yeah. Hey, some of the best supports in the world. That's exactly what they do. Neo, though, popped off on Gragas in the jungle. Did you have any inclination that he was going to play that well? People are already talking about whether he might be the jungle MVP of the split.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little surprising because Neo's interesting, but I'm happy that he played well on the jungle Gragas. That's good.
Okay, all right. Let's talk on a more serious note real quick. Dignitas, yourself, the split, how it's gone so far. I mean, as you mentioned, you were locked into sixth place and the upper bracket when it comes to the postseason. But I'm just curious how you reflect on the 9 weeks of the summer split and what it took to get here, considering the ups and downs that the team had throughout the middle portion.
It's been pretty wild. And there's been a lot of ups and downs, I think, for the team in general. But I think we've been really progressing well these past weeks, and I'm really happy with how the team is right now and how everything feels.
Well, what specifically feels better? Do you feel like it's communication? Is it general individual mechanics and decision making? Is it general read on the meta? What aspects of the team's play do you feel like have improved most recently?
I feel like it's just a lot of things in general, just a lot of things. I feel like just communications or team play and just individuals. Just everything you just mentioned, basically. And the environment as well, because our coach Mabry came down from somewhere, and he wasn't here in person in spring, and he's in person now, and I feel like that also makes a huge difference to our team atmosphere.
Well, I'm glad that it's all coming together, man. That's exactly what everybody wants to see when it comes to the postseason, right? Is all of our teams playing in top form. And so from there, I just want to know how you feel about the postseason picture. We don't know who you're going to be playing just yet, as the third seed has not been decided. But when you take a look at the teams above you, the competition that you have waiting for you in the playoffs, what are your thoughts? What are Dignitas' chances?
I think we're just prepared to go against whoever we have to in third place, and we'll just play and see what happens. That's all. Just prepare the best we can and play.
Well, now every team's got to be worried about Fake God, Alistar, Neo, Gragas, and Afro Swain. I just, hey, at the end of the day, I want to congratulate you on the victory today. Thank you for giving us some fun and entertainment here to kick off the final day of the regular split.
Yeah, no problem.
All righty, from here, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's the State Farm Analyst Desk teeing up Game 2 of the day. We'll catch you here.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It is now or never for Ablalev and the boys on Golden Guardians. Not only do they need FlyQuest to lose a little later on today, they have got to win here against Immortals to have a shot at the final spot in playoffs. And hey, Immortals have been putting up some strong numbers all split long. I mean, if we go ahead and pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 from Summer, you can see that Xerxes, Raze, and Destiny all find themselves at the top of our rankings and could be taking home a Samsung SSD of their very own, as long as they maintain these top spots by the end of the day.
Yeah, so I do want to call out Xerxes as someone who, I mean, regardless of whether he's been like speeding to level 6, I think he's been really the center of this team, right? Like he's been performing very like under the radar incredibly well. Like I'm not even kidding. He has been jungling really, really well. And when we've seen Immortal struggle, it's been, to Mark's point the other day, about whether they can find comfortable picks with their bot lane and keep pressure off of them so they can show up for team fights.
And it's just the small things, the tic-tac plays for the first 10 minutes, you know. In the case that you mentioned, the bot lane, right? Like, that's one part. It happens in a few times top lane as well. Like, lane stability for the first 10 minutes are ultra important for this team. Because later on in the game, like, I'm happy with it. But for sure, this is the case.
But in the end, it's Golden Guardians that have the most to worry about in this game with the playoff implications that come from it. Raz, what do you think is going to be their source of power here to try and get the W?
Well, you mentioned the Blaze Olive. I agree with that. For me, it is about how they play in team fights. Their team fights have been really close. This one in particular, when they went up against FlyQuest, was like a really close play. But they were confident in it because they knew that they had, you know, bot lane rotating up about like a 3-second difference from the enemy bot lane. And it's those kind of plays that they're remaining confident and having, you know, that they can win this fight and that they're executing. And the player, like I mentioned, be it, of course, a Blaze Olive, who's been consistent throughout the entire split, but also Stixxay, who's doing well on these mage picks. So they need to be on the ball when it comes to what they're drafting and also when they're actually executing in the team fights.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the thing that has impressed me the most about Golden Guardians is that even though you can point to a lot of mistakes they make in the mid game with their general macro, I really love their early game focus, actually. It's kind of the opposite of what I see from Immortals, where I'm more impressed with how Xerxes can kind of control some of the decisions they make mid game to bring them back into games.
Yeah.
Golden Guardians really focus, and I know I've brought this up a ton, but like the triple TP, the point where they can all collapse on these turrets to take turrets early, that's been kind of a focal point of this team. And I've really liked how they have tried to make an impact so early in the game and really use that coordination. It's visibly something that they've improved from the beginning of this split to now.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that around the way they use teleport advantage, and then also around some of the picks that they use, and their drafting has been really smart with the players they have. That's how they're able to get leads, and then it's just about whether they can close out or not.
100%. I think that when you see them from Spring Split to Summer Split, or even at the beginning of Summer Split to now, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think they're very, very intentional with stacking waves. When a lane is doing well, like if Stixxay gets a good trade, and they are slowly stacking waves, mid and jungle are moving in that direction, and they're very intentional with that. So, like, that's something that has made their early game that much better. So this is going to be a close one. It kind of hurts my heart knowing that Golden Guardians are the one that is struggling, because they have 10 of their 13 wins in Summer Split, but of course it's the cumulative wins overall that matters. So for them, they have to be able to be the clutch team today.
Yeah, in this specific case, it's like, this is the team of, I've already said this before, of the kind of bottom three when we were looking at all three of these teams coming into this week. I think Golden Guardians are the best team of the three, so I really hope they can show up today and clinch that playoff spot.
And they do have to show up, as we mentioned before. I'm excited to see if they bring some of that same flexibility to the draft that they have in times past. Razzie already called it out. I'm gonna let you go ahead and break down this champion select with Mark Z over at the Telestrator. Let's see who's coming out to play today.
You've been standing there the whole time?
Yeah. Sorry, we gotta get. I'm still like in like that TSM dig mindset a little bit. I gotta like bring it back. Like, this is a serious match because, you know, like they were saying, Golden Guardians, if they can't win here, are outright eliminated, and even if they do win, it's just for a shot to stay in.
So interestingly enough, I mean, Olaf is still available, so that you'd expect Immortals to still go in that direction if they want to find something that can combat the Viego that's likely going into the jungle. Because, you know, Diana's banned, Xin Zhao's banned. I think that's something to look forward to if you're IMT.
Yeah, I like the Thresh bans and the Draven ban there.
Yeah.
I actually don't love the Ziggs ban. I'm glad they didn't fall for it, because while that is a staple pick for Immortals, as we see, whoa, that is surprisingly early for a non-meta jungle currently that you don't see too many people playing. I mean, it was one of Xerxes' best picks in spring. I mean, he hard spammed this champion.
Yeah.
We'll have to see it, and there's a chance it's still a lane one. But generally, I expect that to be a jungle Hecarim picked really early.
It's interesting. I mean, he's probably expecting that to be a jungle Viego, but it can, and Licorice has played him multiple times in the top lane, so that's something to look forward to. It does showcase that Immortals want to play for a team fight, so Orianna now is a pick that comes to my mind. If you're seeing picks, or Lulu, I suppose, but Orianna is probably is for sure the better of the two, to make their team fight that much stronger.
Yeah, you're talking about supportive mages that can help increase the movement speed and give you know, defensive capabilities to a Hecarim, because when Hecarim's in, he's in, and so you want to have these tools to help him find those kills and get in there.
That probably makes sense why Syndra is banned, because just to make the lane matchup a little easier. Now they can pick it here in 3 if they want to, and then ban for it mids. So, like, those are things that they could do. Let's see what we got here. Cassiopeia.
Oh, just Cassia. All right. Well, so we're talking about Cassio coming back into the meta a lot more this weekend. Happens again here. And with the changes that she got, a lot stronger in the laning phase, I think, especially like the early levels, we saw that throw a wrench in some people's plans. It doesn't combo super well intuitively to me with Hecarim in like they, you know, one wants to go flying in. Cassio notoriously hard to follow up on engages because she has no mobility, and all you can do is kind of flash ult in, and it's not super easy to do.
That's the biggest problem that I see currently with Immortals composition, is that both Varus and Cassio is going to be difficult to follow up on what Hecarim's trying to do. So I'm looking towards a top lane what Revenge is going to play, so if they do end up in a team fighting composition, which is very apparent right here, then something to be able to follow up on it. So yeah, going towards Cassiopeia, it makes a lot of sense that you're banning Orianna that does have a range advantage there, and also does help out the composition that Golden Guardians are running themselves.
Yeah, Golden Guardians comp, it's one of these ones that I think suits them very well. It's very aggressive.
Yep.
You know, Kalista, Viego, Renekton, all of them kind of want to be going forward, going in, trying to find kills onto what is currently a very immobile backline for Immortals with the Cassio and the Varus. We'll have to see if Immortals wants to draft any sort of peel. You know, I think that could actually work well also with the Hecarim. If you find something like a support Lulu, I mean, it sounds a little crazy right now, but you know, it could be something that you do, because otherwise, you're gonna have a lot of hard time keeping Varus alive in these situations.
Interesting, I like the support bans here. I mean, Tahm Kench can go in either direction, but the Leona ban is a solid one because you can just go 4-pick Leo here, just to pair with a Varus. But now you can still go, let's see, Nautilus is available, so you can still kind of hold on to that one for a stronger bot lane for Immortals. You know what I mean? You've been talking about how Immortals' bot lane's been rough for a while now, as they're just cycling picks. Ornn, straight team fight.
Yeah, this is team fight, scaling, Golden Guardians. If your comp doesn't beat us at 25 minutes, we're gonna outscale you and win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, Ornn is a great detractor to dive. But if a team is diving into you, you already have Miasma there from the Cassiopeia.
Yep.
The Ornn Horn comes through. Like, this is going to be really difficult for Viego, you know, and Kalista to really get going in if the items come through for some of these champions.
One of the things I like about too is it means that Revenge doesn't need much help in the top side, you know, assuming he doesn't get slammed in the Renekton matchup, which we have seen happen a couple times.
Yeah.
But it allows Xerxes to focus more on the bot side, which we've talked about being a little volatile. Recently, you know, we talked about rolling 2s or 8s.
Yeah.
This weekend it's been 2s, and they really need to stabilize a little bit.
Oh, interesting here, response to the Ornn. So if this gets locked in, of course, Braum Door always will be able to be the answer to an Ornn ultimate coming through, so you can block that knockup from coming. But also Sylas, also just being able to steal Ornn ultimate is going to help you out quite a bit in finding ways to engage. Because right now it seems like Kalista is going to be one way, but also what's the follow-up going to look like if Miasma is down? So I think they're adding Sylas stolen ultimate for Ornn is a good response.
Yeah, I mean, also the Varus ult's pretty nice for Sylas. Cassio ult's not terrible. I mean, it's a little awkward sometimes to find the setup, but if you can grab it early in a fight and you have like vision control and they have to face check you, you're just as much of a threat for flash ulting someone as a Cassio is.
One thing I want to point out here for Golden Guardians, it is a much more mid-game, early-game focus. Like, that's just how they're going to, you know, ultimately win out in their composition. Watch out for mid lane. My goal would be for Iconic and Ablaze Olive. They have a stronger 2v2 power. They need to kind of target Insanity, get his flash out, get his teleport out, really make it uncomfortable for him. When Cassio is shoving out, threaten her, because if she's getting out of this lane free, then you already have a problem.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like Golden Guardians comp a little bit more on a cohesion level, and in the current meta being aggressive and stacking dragons, these kinds of things are gonna be able to do. But if they're not clean, I mean, this draft is gonna outscale in almost every single position.
That's my problem. Last time we saw Golden Guardians, they went up against a fly cross composition that scaled quite well, and they really struggled to really find ways to end the game without multiple Barons and all these things. So, Immortals, I'm pretty confident they'll be able to scale with this comp versus Golden Guardians. So for them, they would have to have made a strong lesson from the previous game to take this one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Immortals, they're locked in already at that 7th position. So for them, they're just trying to keep Golden Guardians out of the playoffs.
Alrighty, everybody. It's time for our second game of the day here on our very last day of regular season competition in LCS 2021. I'm still Captain Flowers. That's still Azael. And as you just heard our friends on the desk say, there is some stuff still on the line here in this second game. We got to start everything off with a little bit of fun there with TSM and Dignitas just sort of having a good time,
They were giving it their all.
Something
they really
that was
went out there
adjacent to League of Legends there in the first game, but now we're back to what we would expect here in game number 2.
See, it's just red juice.
Yeah, I got some blue juice next to it with the old forgotten mana potions of days long gone by, but just letting everybody know, remember that for this game, Golden Guardians must win if they want to be able to make it into playoffs. A loss here gives that final spot to FlyQuest and removes Golden Guardians from competition. Immortals, win or lose, they're 7th. It's not important for them, but Golden Guardians are sweating in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're Immortals and you think that Golden Guardians is maybe the stronger team, as a lot of people have been talking about that, you know, Golden Guardians overall has been more impressive since their roster swaps than potentially FlyQuest. So if that's the way you feel about it, you would want to lock them out of playoffs here.
Right.
Want
Remove
to
the stronger
eliminate them.
opponent.
Exactly. You know, try to get a potentially weaker opponent in FlyQuest, who has kind of just reverted some of their roster swaps and are mixing things up. But we are into the game, and it should be a pretty interesting one. You know, we're getting some new picks. Cassio has been pushed back into the meta with some of these changes.
Those buffs did good.
The bonus damage at rank 1 on your E is doubled. It is just the bonus damage, though. It is not actually like the base damage, so it's not fully doubled. It's just, you know, the bonus itself, which is still pretty powerful and does make those early all-ins potentially a lot scarier. You know, generally you're actually gated not by damage but by mana, and that's why I think this is one of those champions that actually takes a lot of practice, because you really have to understand exactly how much damage you can output. If you try to really go aggressive early on and you don't have the damage to get that kill, you can often end up just like fully mana gated and having to take awkward bases and kind of getting yourself into a bit of trouble in lane.
It's a high-powered gun with a really low magazine.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to understand the ammo economy and make proper use of those windows and those timings. Down here in the bottom lane, Varus and Rakan versus Kalista Braum. Not really a whole lot of surprises down here compared to what you would normally be seeing or expecting. Kalista, of course, being able to use that ulti there with Braum to give him more offensive capabilities later on in team fights.
Yep. The one kind of pivot I would say is generally you expect a more aggressive support alongside Kalista, but Braum was so good here because of the Ornn. You know, the ability to actually block the Ornn ulti is really, really big. The ability to actually stop some of the poke coming through here from Raze as well, potentially later on, is really big. So they're forgoing some lane power, some aggressive engage power, really just kind of for the utility that's going to show up in that team fight later on.
And a reminder to everybody out there, The Dive is available at youtube.com/LCS every Tuesday at 5 a.m. Pacific time. That's not when you have to watch it. Who the hell is awake at 5 a.m.? Not me, but it will be available there for the rest of the day and all time moving forward. My good buddy Azael's on that show. Watch that show.
That's true. I am on that show. And sometimes, you know, maybe if you're on the real DJ hours, you're still up from Monday.
Oh, true. Yeah. So if you're doing the real late night grind, you know, you're just trying to go to bed on a win, but they ain't happening.
All of a sudden the sun's up. You're like, oh God. Hey, the dive might be out.
Yeah, then you can end your night with the dive instead of
there.
losing 28 more LP from 2 more bad games. It's great. It's great. Down here in bottom side, let's see if Immortals can make this dive happen. Shime and Stixay are the target here. Stixay eating a lot of damage. Destiny has to flash to get away from the last turret shot, but they will get what they came for. Licorice teleporting down into the bottom lane now, but he's too late to punish anything, so this ends up helping top lane for Immortals too.
Absolutely. That is a huge win for Immortals, and standing out. Gonna have to kite back. He might go down.
Oh, a Blaze Olive nearly getting the solo
poison!
kill. The poison. Not enough. Not enough, but damn, was that close.
That was really close. Well executed dive down on the bottom side. Stixay really need to flash the knockup, and I just don't think he realized how much danger he was actually in. Will be interesting to see if we get a replay there. But him going down so quickly also meant that the TP was really for nothing from Licorice, so kind of losing out on both sides. And Immortals has insane scaling, so if you are losing early as this early mid-game comp, it's not going to be a good look later on when Ornn is getting online, when Cassio is getting online. You know, Hecarim scales incredibly well. So we can watch this one more time. To me, it's just really all about, you have to track Destiny. He's going to look for the knockup. You got to flash it, right? You know, he is in the hop animation, and I think his read was, I can jump to the side here and actually avoid this against the wall. But when you miscalculate there and you get CC'd up, you are then going to have guaranteed damage following through from the Varus. Everything is going to hit. You know, the skill shots are guaranteed. So just a mistake there from Stixay, but a really nice aggressive dive from Immortals.
Let's see if Stixay and Chime can find anything here as they're pushing out this bottom lane. Doesn't really look like it. You can see on your screen right now, FlyQuest really wants Immortals to win, of course, because Golden Guardians taking that loss here does guarantee FlyQuest that 8th and final spot in the playoffs.
Oh, you're in trouble.
And now we got Immortals going in after a Blaze Olive, but a good flash.
All the minions!
Means the devastating charge will not be able to kill him off. Iconic losing most of his health here in the mid lane now, too. Stixay gets away from the knock up there. That's what he wanted to do last time underneath the turret that did not work. This time around, it goes through.
Yep, exactly. He thought he had enough distance there with the hop to avoid it the previous time. This time he does get it. Blaze Olive narrowly able to survive with the flash. You can see those little range minion auto attacks kind of flying out towards them.
It's always, that's such a nail biter normally.
Yeah.
Is it enough damage? Because so often their damage just feels completely ignorable because of champion-based health regen. But when you're down to about 10 health, man, those things
You are
sweating scary. Xerxes here in the Drake pit now. 6 minutes into the game, a nice early Drake here for the side of Immortals, as long as nobody comes to contest this. And honestly, it doesn't look like anyone on Golden Guardians has any such plans.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that will happen. They had not a kill mid lane, but they got tempo off that. It allows Xerxes to spend this time to take the early dragon. Cassio gets a reset because the wave was already shoved out. They have bot lane prio here, so Xerxes knows he was safe to do it, and they're actually looking to set up another potential dive. At the very least, they want to zone him off. Iconic is running out. If they spot Iconic, they're not going to go for this. They are just going to back it up. But it's still a nice attempt, because if you don't see him there, definitely should have gone for the play.
They go for the knockup onto Chime. A little bit more damage coming through, but a nice stun down onto Raze. Iconic with level 6 guarantees that's going to be a kill. One thing I need to point out here, look at the EXP of Hecarim in the bottom left part of your screen. They needed 1, maybe 2 minions to get him to level 6. Iconic already having the level 6 meant that was a better fight for Golden Guardian.
And that's kind of the difference of actually, taking the additional camps instead of spending the time on Dragon, right? Right there. It takes a wild solo then on that Dragon. Destiny will have to back it up. He's just trying to delay here, trying to hold this wave as long as he can for Raze. Raze did go down, didn't spend the flash, but it was nice counter gank from Iconic, and they get something back here from it. He wants to secure this advantage.
Nice two-man knockup coming out there from Destiny as he turns the grand entrance into a grand exit, but still gets the CC from it at the same time. Up here in the top lane, Revenge versus Licorice. Revenge, honestly, feeling pretty happy about the current state of things. Yes, he's down a little bit in terms of farm. He will make up for a good chunk of that right here by farming up these. He's already got Bramble Vest. That Licorice TP bottom early on in the game just gave him a lot of breathing room to get through this early lane.
Exactly. I mean, when I'm playing a tank top, when I'm playing like a just survive type lane, as this is, and my opponent TP's away from lane, like that's the hardest part of the game, because that gives me a free base, a free walk back to lane. So even if he gets pushed out again here, he's going to have the TP still available to return. And at that point, generally, once you're on Bramble Tabbies and it's physical jungle, physical top, you are chilling hard. You don't really have to worry about it. So it's just getting through these early stages without getting blown out. And the TP bot for Licorice got him nothing and gave Revenge a largely free lane.
And you can see there, making use of that passive, buying his Balmy Cinder, so now has a little bit of extra wave control, a little bit of extra pressure back against that Renekton, who will be trying to shove him in. Immortals now also going for the Rift Herald. They have that first neutral objective of the game in the Drake. Now they'll have the second in this one. They will also have the full 4 minutes of that duration to use this and get guaranteed plate money, since they took it so early here, not even 9 minutes into the game. And with having all these buddies nearby, Xerxes feels safe stepping up here, move into the enemy jungle, steal the blue.
Yep, absolutely. You can see this is kind of this trade on bot side jungle. They're invading. They took away the blue. There's less camps for Iconic to actually grab here. Xerxes doesn't have the smite, but Licorice probably doesn't know it, so you are just going to back it up, and they're trying to actually pressure tower on the bottom side themselves. You can see that 6A is actually working away on that bot lane turret, but with the Rift Herald here, with the additional camps to farm, you do still expect Immortals will come out more positively on the play, but they can't wait too long. You really want to make sure you're not losing first tower.
Right, that's the big thing. Even though their opponents have the head start in terms of the damage onto the turret, because of the way plate resistances work, stacking up more and more defensive properties as you take those plates away, it's very difficult to race against the Herald itself. As now, we got some PvP in the enemy jungle. Licorice going for the kill onto Xerxes. They take him down. That's the guy with the Herald. Now you don't have to worry about losing the race. You can't summon it when you're dead. Raze has to flash over the wall now to an Immortals. They get too aggressive.
They got way overconfident there. That was like Sheen only, I think, maybe for Xerxes. Like, he was pretty squishy at that point, and he's just playing in the face of Licorice, and Licorice showing he cannot be disrespected like that. A Blaze Olive comes over, you kill them off. Now, even with the Herald, they won't necessarily actually get even first tower. Right. On the bottom side, 6A got 4 plates, solo gold, all of them.
You can see it on the left side of the screen right now.
Yeah.
He's 400, I suppose, gold up over the next closest person, which was that AD carry rotated towards the top side to try to farm those plates.
Yep.
Now here in mid lane, Insanity with a nice petrifying gaze. The last second save from Chime to guarantee it. He sticks underneath the turret long enough to get the kill, and he will not die. The Golden Guardian support at the 11th hour saves a Blaze Olive.
Chime jumping in there with the Guardian and the W heal from the Kingslayer. A Blaze Olive staying alive. They take down Insanity. 6A also with the experience advantage here. You know, it's not a full level, but it's about half a level, 2/3 of a level up on Raze, and going to be clearing out some vision, looking to actually take down this tower that still just has the 1 turret plate remaining on it. Immortal's pretty slow to actually move down, so we'll see if 6A can finish this off and where the Herald itself is going to be dropped. Back to mid lane. We can see how this fight did play out. Insanity scrapping here with the Blaze Olive. Hit the poison with the Q. Wanted to go aggressive on him. Does land the stun, has the miasma, and that looks like a very heavily winning fight. But the Twin Fangs blocked by the shield. The poison absorbed by the Guardian. The Kingslayer comes through, and Chime saving his mid laner there, turning that around. That was big.
So clutch from him. Golden Guardians now grabbing themselves their first Drake of the game, so those will be tied up in count now. Ocean Soul on the table, very, very important. Very strong for either one of these squads, but of course still quite a ways away. Our game is only 400 gold apart here, 12 minutes in. The Rift Herald still finds itself sitting in Xerxes' inventory with under a minute remaining to summon.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to have to drop it bot, so I think they're going to try to look for some sort of an aggressive play down there. They do spot Iconic, and that may be the target.
Okay, he's in the enemy jungle. He's got some help coming in terms of a Blaze Olive, so he will be able to make his escape. Ooh. That Rift Herald is running
It's getting dicey.
very low on time. Xerxes must summon this somewhere. Looks like it's just going to be a mid lane call. Yeah, just drop it mid, grab 2 plates. There's nothing else to do.
Yep. We'll see, though. Can Golden Guardians move enough members over here that you can actually prevent the charge? Because it's not in range right now. It has to deal with the minions first. So if you bring the extra members, you just push forward and kill it. And yeah, it's not even going to get a charge off. So really punishing, dying on the top side, then kind of greeting out too long. You know, that snowballed so much. That Herald should have been that turret dead on the top side, first tower, but they overextended. Right. Migration of Blaze Olive punished them. Then they wait too long. They get caught up chasing Iconic. They drop it late. It's not far enough up. And Immortals really fumbling the whole Rift Herald play on the lane swap.
Yeah, we called it a bad play when they were sticking around too long in the enemy jungle, daring Licorice to fight them when they weren't strong enough. But now with this information that we have a couple minutes later, it's an even worse play. Knowing that this is the alternative, you don't even get the quote-unquote guaranteed 2 plates. Immortals really taking a hit on that one. When you look at the value of the money that they would have got just from the charge, and even more so if you include the first turret bonus, if they executed properly in the top side, the game would be dead even. Whereas right now, it's 700-800 gold apart in favor of the Golden Guardians.
Yep, absolutely. And Golden Guardians really do need that advantage. That being said, Immortals still in a pretty good game state here with incredible scaling on their side. We'll see how they can push forward. One of the things I'm a little bit concerned about is how Cassio is going to kind of follow up on some of the dive. You know, Varus can reach backline with long-range poke. Cassio cannot. You know, Cassio is generally one of these champions that wants the kite back, whereas everyone else on his team kind of really wants to go forward. So I'm going to be interested to see how Insanity fits in, if he's going to be kind of left on an island off by himself and get picked off, or if he's going to be able to find a way to really contribute and follow up on the engages that you know his team's going to be looking for.
Yep, worth pointing out too, Raze is on that long-range artillery, poke Varus style, Prowler's Claw first item. Remember that while back in the day when Prowler's Claw was usable on minions, this did sort of offer a little bit of utility, allowing Varus to dash to those, but not really the case so much anymore. Destiny goes in with an ice ulti. Follow-up is there from Xerxes, and they're looking for the play on Stixxay. They find him. Chime's now stuck in a 1v4. He will not be going anywhere either. A double kill for Immortals.
Really nicely done there from Immortals. Double TP down to bot side. Immediate flash engage there from Destiny. They get those 2 kills, and now they can actually push here for that bottom lane tower. The question is, can they get to mid lane to actually defend this? Because they didn't decide to leave everyone bot to push, so instead they are going to back it off. And a Blaze Olive and Licorice moving immediately to mid lane means they will take this tower here. So, you know, maybe it would have been better to just accept that you're going to lose this turret and commit the extra members to try to race for the tower on that bottom side.
Yes, Golden Guardians making the best out of a bad situation there, being hit by that big multi-man play from Immortals in the bottom lane. But hey, taking the mid lane turret feels good. They will still maintain this very slight gold lead, and it is Golden Guardians now with control over the top side river yet again. Iconic moving up here. He will find Revenge, face checking the brush here in the river. Divine Sunderer completed means Iconic can do a lot of damage to this Ornn very swiftly. Revenge gets away, but he loses half his health.
Yeah, just getting ran down there. No ability to really turn around scrap whatsoever as the Ornn, especially not with the bottom lane around there. So they're going to use the damage they got down on Revenge to try to look for the Rift Herald. Xerxes is in the area, as is Raze. There's no TP on Insanity, though. I don't think this is one you actually look to contest, especially when you add in the fact that Kalista is there for the Ren Smite.
Yup. Golden Guardians have total control over this. Look at, you've got Insanity all the way in bottom lane. You've got Revenge who wants to back right now, only half HP. It just doesn't make any sense to try to contest those, right?
Yep, absolutely. So now Golden Guardians going to have to look to track what they can get done down on this. Right now, Licorice is just playing very defensive on this bot side. You can kind of see him just sitting around here. He's not sure where the Golden Guardians members are, and that's because of this line of vision, right? He doesn't know, where the Immortals members are, and he's playing very defensive, but now they're looking for a kill.
Oh, you don't got to be defensive when you know you got back up to a Blaze Olive, the one who takes the kill credit there, as Iconic finds Xerxes here in the jungle. Xerxes recognizing he's not getting away from the Ruin King like that, has to ult out defensively. And with their mid laner dead and jungler without his team fighting ulti, that means that Drake is a no-go for Immortals, and Golden Guardians will get their second.
And that's just a great TP from a Blaze Olive. Licorice had been playing very defensively back there, biding his time because he wasn't sure if they were going to look for any sort of a dive. He stands back from the tower, gives up a few minions, but once he has the TP coming in from a Blaze Olive, you can immediately go forward and really punish this Cassio, who can be picked on in the side lane. Cassio, especially Cassio with Conqueror and not Phase Rush, is very, very vulnerable to just being ran down by this kind of melee squad that Golden Guardians has on the top side.
Yeah, Phase Rush was so meta-warping for so long just because it gave champions like Cassiopeia and Ryze these immobile machine guns.
Yep.
Their supposed weakness is they don't have an escape. Well, Phase Rush just let them have the escape. Now that it's been nerfed a few different times, now that it's not just that evergreen end-all be-all, you better take this rune or you're bad, that makes it much more easy to punish them. That opens up those opportunities that you're talking about. And I love to see Golden Guardians, not just a Blaze Olive playing it well by teleporting down at the right moment, but Licorice, who we've praised a lot after joining Golden Guardians, seems like a breath of new life has been breathed into him, knowing to play it back, knowing to play it safe. Who cares? Lose out on some of the farm, capitalize later.
Exactly. I mean, you have to play around vision, right? And the fact that it was this Immortals line of vision all across that bottom side means you don't really get to have fun when you're playing on that side of the map by yourself. You've got to wait for reinforcements. You've got to wait for wards to come down to try to protect you. And it is Golden Guardians now playing with a bit of a slight advantage. And Ocean Soul on the table, that can kind of throw a wrench in the gears of some of the scaling plans here from Immortals. If all of a sudden you have these kind of 3 bruisers plus a lifesteal tanker in the Kalista with the Ocean Soul on top, then some of the damage can be shrugged off and some of the scaling advantage can be ignored that Immortals does have. So I'm going to be interested to see if they actually challenge at this next dragon, or if Golden Guardians gets it themselves.
So you've spoken a lot this game about Immortals' powerful scaling, with champions like the Cassiopeia, like the Hecarim, like the Ornn, and how Golden Guardians do have to be very respectful and cognizant of that. What does this lead need to look like? We're about 19 minutes into the game. So let's fast forward to 25 minutes, 6 minutes from now. What does the Golden Guardians lead need to look like to be able to deal with a Cassiopeia that's scaling up and an Ornn that'll be gifting his team upgrades by that point?
So I think you're not going to have just been straight out scaled by 25 minutes. I think it's more about the later stages. So as long as they get this next dragon, I'm not really concerned for them because you still have that ability to get Ocean Soul as a win condition. And Ocean Soul is just worth so much gold that it really does negate a lot of the advantages that Immortals do have. But if this ends up being, an Immortals getting a dragon, it's still staying around this kind of even mark, I do think it goes pretty heavily in their favor because, if you're not going to get Soul, you probably want to be a good 5K ahead, coming up on 20, 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah. They're only just about 1,500 up on their opponents right now, so a lot of pressure on that next Drake fight here. Just over 2 minutes. We'll see how it shakes out. Bottom left part of your screen, you can see Mr. Nashor slithering into Summoner's Rift. Of course, Cassiopeia is an excellent champion for doing Baron. This is one of those things that when Cassiopeia has been out of the meta for a while, it can be easy to forget about, but she is very, very effective at burning that down very, very quickly.
And another thing that we haven't really touched on, we touched on Miasma a little bit, but some of the specific interactions are incredibly effective against champions that Golden Guardians have. And that's one of the reasons that I think Cassio is so effective, in the later stages of the game against this type of comp. Like, you put Miasma on top of Kalista, she can no longer hop. Like, you actually just get...
That's her entire character.
Yeah, like, you have to stop attacking and waddle out of the Miasma before you can actually play. Otherwise, if you're attacking, you're just literally standing still in it. So it's like some of those things are really rough. And all other 4 members have a dash, right? Braum has his jump. There's Slice and Dice for Renekton. There's all these abilities that you're actually denying, and it can make it incredibly disruptive when you're funneling into these types of choke points, right? If they're fighting in this area, you kind of have this surface area that Miasma can cover entirely. And, you're trying to funnel up through these chokes into that, and it's incredibly difficult for a 4 melee team like Golden Guardians has to fight through the CC of an Ornn and pass the Cassio.
Well, the Golden Guardians are moving aggressively now into the enemy jungle, trying to find any sort of a pick, sitting down some vision, making sure they're ready to punish if Immortals has a greedy rotation, if they're not respecting what's going on. Yeah, the fog of war. The fog is dense today, my friends. Immortals just have no knowledge of what is going on in this topside jungle. They know that Golden Guardians are in there somewhere, but that's a lot of brushes to be face-checking.
And that's why we're seeing some of these blue trinkets coming through. We can see that Varus has one. It looks like there's one on Cassio there in the mid lane as well. So trying to retain the ability to actually check from long distance. They're moving into their own jungle now. Really a heavy focus on this topside jungle for Immortals. Like, look how many wards they just put down in this whole section. Like, that is a lot. Because they want to make sure that at the very least, if you can't control the river, you can control the area that gives you access to the Baron Pit. You can walk up safely and ward over the wall and make sure that Kalista isn't there on it. Immortals are not going to elect to actually challenge for this 3rd dragon, so it is going to be a stand at the 4th dragon. This does buy Golden Guardians a bit of an out as far as the scaling is concerned, but if they're not extending the advantage and Immortals execute well on a team fight, come 27 minutes, well, hey, maybe they take that dragon, they take the Baron, and all of a sudden Soul is off the table.
Right. That's one thing that we will all be waiting for until that next 5 minutes passes. Immortals still keeping the gold exactly where it has been for quite a while now. So it's not like Golden Guardians are building up anything super incredible. It's not like they are snowballing this game forward at a pace that is scary for the Immortals squad. You can see the Ornn items starting to come online. Revenge already has his upgraded. For those of you that don't remember, since Ornn hasn't exactly been super popular since the item rework, remember that Ornn only upgrades mythic items now, and since every champion, including himself, can only have one, that means he's only getting that single upgrade, right? Gone are the days of the Sunfire Abyssal Mask duo that gave him 3,500 gold of free stats or whatever. Ornn doesn't get that insane power spike for himself anymore, but it's still a lot to have to respect and worry about. You can see he has given his first team upgrade over to Raze there, upgrading the Prowler's Claw, and with that Mana Mune currently stacking up to the Muramana, he'll still have about 100 more mana to stack there before that upgrades.
Yep, and Raze is closing in on that 3rd item as well. Cerilda's Grudge going to be the purchase here as Iconic sees them and he wants to fight, but that's a 1v3.
Yeah, they're going in. Iconic in a bit of a bad spot here. He's stuck in the chain CC and he's already dead. Destiny with the flash over the walls, able to stay alive, but now Revenge is going to be stuck in the middle of everybody here on the side of the Golden Guardians. Here with the Ornn Horn coming down. Finds a single knock-up. Revenge wants to get away, and they're turning the fight right back around. Stixxay with the ulti to save his support. Golden Guardians, they pick the fight, and they lose 1-0.
Yeah, Iconic went in just too early there, straight up. The rest of the team wasn't in position to immediately follow up. And maybe not realizing quite how many members were there, he did force Insanity back. And Chime had a great block on the ulti coming through from Revenge, but as Immortals kite back, it was that situation I'm talking about with Miasma. They wanted to re-engage, but you can't actually fight through this tight corridor once the Miasma is dropped. That's pretty much the end of it. Raze is sitting back, poking you up, and you just cannot move through that. It does so much damage, plus the slow is really brutal to deal with, and now they're looking for a Blaze Olive here on the top side.
Blaze Olive is on the run. Miasma's already been applied, and he is caught out. He pops his Hourglass just to buy an extra moment, but that extra moment's all he gets. Insanity picks up the kill, his first of the game.
That is a really costly death for them because they're going to lose full topside control now. All of this effort has been put into getting this vision and kind of this whole section here for Golden Guardians, and that's all going to be gone. They will forfeit all of it over to Immortals, who now kind of retains that bastion of safety, knowing there's no chance of that Baron sneak.
Oh, Golden Guardians, it's starting to fall apart here a little bit. They've got to make sure that these errors stop. 2 minutes before that Ocean Soul spawns. They really want this more than anything else in the game. I feel like this will be the most critical moment for Golden Guardians for the rest of this game.
I agree. I mean, it does feel like, barring some sort of a crazy thing happening, they really need this, right? You know, there is, of course, the possibility of an Elder or a Baron steal or just some sort of a big play that can change the game. But, you know, given the way that this game feels like it's going, I do think it is heading more and more into the Immortals' favor. But it's going to be about the setup here for this next Dragon. Golden Guardians doing a good job moving forward and getting this early vision. And you can see now that it is Immortals trying to make their own kind of venture here into the jungle, try to clear out all of these wards, walking through with sweepers on both Xerxes and Destiny. They're going to use one after the other, clear out as much vision as possible, and try to be prepared for this Dragon that's coming in a little over a minute.
And I love how early they're doing it. You don't want to be rotating to Dragon as Dragon spawns. That means you are late to the party. Instead, Immortals, with over 60 seconds still here, they're already sweeping, they're already warding, they've already shopped, right? We saw Thornmail come online, we saw Steraks come online, we saw Serelda's Grudge come online. Seraph's Embrace fully evolved for Insanity, has been there for a while, getting very close to having the Muramana evolution on Raze. This team is ready. They have the control they need. They have the positioning they need. Control wards and inventory here as well. Their opponents have now shopped up now too. You've got the Steraks on Viego, so Iconic will not have the same interaction that happened last time in the enemy jungle, getting bursted down as quickly. Immortals trying to force down this tier 1 turret. They will get it. Revenge taking some damage here on the front line, but he's not really having too much of an issue with that. He is the tank for Immortals, so not very scary there. Licorice takes a big ol' arrow into the back, and with Renekton ulti down, this is a very bad sign for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, they did get Verisol out, but it's just not as big of a deal. Renekton has so much trouble actually fighting these circumstances, and Golden Guardians are trying to threaten the Baron here. I feel like Immortals should just send one member to soul out the Dragon, use the other 4, poke away with the Varus, and try to stop this Baron take, but it looks like Golden Guardians are hard committing to it. And Immortals basically have to defend. They have to take the fight now because no one is down towards that Dragon.
Golden Guardians throw the gauntlet. They're saying, all right, this is where it's going to be. Hornhorn sum it up. Bench fires that one out. Okay. The stolen Ornn ulti doesn't find a whole lot. A Blaze Olive will not get huge dividends from that one. They still have the real Ornn ulti on the side of Immortals too.
And someone from Immortals has got to get over there and take the Dragon because it's not super valuable for them, but if you leave it up on the map, if you make a mistake, Golden Guardians will get this Ocean Soul. So
Insanity can do it in like 10 seconds.
Yep.
Okay.
This is the play. He has TP available. I like sending him over there. Revenge getting poked out a little bit, but now Cassio is on the Dragon. They will be able to grab this, and it is Golden Guardians just feeling forced to start this. They know that they are under pressure here. Revenge bases, he will be able to TP back, and Destiny goes in because he's out of wards. He had to actually W in to check on the Baron health to see if they needed to rush it. They saw it's still a 10k. They know they've got time. Ornn is TPing in, and Insanity's not even concerned. He's not even heading up here, but he may have to TP.
The Baron's down to 4,000. The Drake has been claimed by the side of Immortals, but now they've already killed off Iconic. He's dead. Iconic dies without ever even using his ulti. He's out of the picture, but the Golden Guardians are looking to turn the fight back onto Immortals now. Xerxes going to be taken low, but Steraks Gage keeps him alive. He gets away with 100 HP. His Revenge will be the target now. Golden Guardians looking to kill the enemy top laner, make this a 1-for-1 trade. They'll get it.
Yeah,
Raze dead as well, makes it 2-for-1.
Exactly, they took down Raze immediately, and Insanity wasn't there. He didn't TP over, he just decided to walk up the river. Took him a long time to get there. He was actually waffling on if he wanted to come or not. He was heading towards this bot side wave, and he ends up taking so much time that with Raze getting burst down, that is your damage.
Now, there is no jungler on the side of the Golden Guardians, but they do have Kalista. This is so incredibly important because it does mean
Xerxes, though,
that they will still be able to secure. Xerxes coming in. He's ready to try to smite fight the Kalista. Smite versus Stacks. Can they do it? The damage goes through and Insanity's already down. Licorice and Stixay versus Xerxes and Destiny. And it's Licorice and Stixay taking the win and the triple kill for the AD carry.
And Iconic response, they're not going to start it up again. I wonder, could you not have just committed with this 3-man squad? Iconic coming out of base. They're worried about Raze poking over the wall, it seems like.
The poke.
Not willing to commit to it. They feel like they got enough. but they're still just barely ahead, and this was such a scrappy fight. And the biggest issue to me is really just Insanity, not wanting to commit the TP. He wanted to hold that, but he ends up waiting so long. He's still walking instead of actually spending the TP, so Varus is already dead. Now you're fighting with a squad that has no damage. Like, the 4-man squad that was remaining is just nothing, right? Your main consistent DPS is Insanity, and by the time he arrives, his AD is dead, Revenge is pushed out of the fight, so you don't have this front line. You don't have this kind of front-to-back 5v5 that you really want to set up where Cassio can shine. But at the very least, they are able to stave off the Baron take here. Nice turn, though, by a Blaze Olive. Does CC up Insanity, allowing Stixxay enough time here to fight through, stacking up the spears, has the shield bow to keep him safe, and they get the triple kill onto Stixxay. So he is kind of their win condition now. And it's Golden Guardians just right back to the Baron. They know they have got to get stuff done.
Viego does so much damage to Baron with his passive, with having if he has a Blade of the Ruined King in inventory. Now let's see. Immortals are coming to stop it. Revenge here on the front line, a lot of damage being done to Licorice here immediately, going into the stopwatch, hoping to just buy a moment, getting right back out with the slice. Doesn't have the dice, but he's got the kill on Insanity, and it feels so nice. Look at what they're able to do here. Immortals have to try to retreat now. They want to turn it back around, but they won't be able to do it, and Golden Guardians will slam them in this team fight. 3-0. That is your Baron.
That is huge for Golden Guardians. They've been forcing in this area for so long, and finally they will claim their just reward. Taking down multiple members here, getting onto the Baron. Immortals unable to set up these team fights where they could come out on top. Golden Guardians are just hard forcing them, not allowing them to really orchestrate the kind of team fight that they want to go for.
If you play League of Legends in 2021 and you're in a close game, 25, 30 minutes in, you've got to check for stopwatches. They change the landscape of the fight. Watch Licorice here in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, it allows Licorice to buy so much time. This time, Insanity does TP in, and you're thinking, this is a pretty split fight for Golden Guardians. With them over onto Licorice, he could have been focused down immediately, but the stopwatch buys time. Insanity moves too far forward. Chime and Licorice get on top of him. They burst the Cassio down. And in all these fights, the battle lines are not set up here for Immortals. You've got to fight with these kind of team comps front to back. The Orin must be ahead of the Varus, ahead of the Cassio, peeling these guys off him. They get in onto Insanity, they take him down, and that is so big for Golden Guardians because now they have the Baron buff, they have 6,000 gold lead, and they're on the precipice of taking the Ocean Soul.
Yes. Damage in the last team fight. There you go. It is the Licorice and Stixxay show. They are the two that won that skirmish by Baron before. They were the two that did all the damage now in the team fight. Xerxes takes a bit of hurting here on the front line, but should be able to heal back some of that. Iconic in the smoke. Chime thrown up into the air, but immediately tosses up the shield, making sure that they can't follow up.
And the purchases are so big now for Golden Guardians. You're looking at the inventory. GA there for Licorice. Deathcap in the mid lane. 4 items done for Stixxay. They are well and truly online. Your Golden Guardians. Blaze Olive going to steal away that Hecarim ult, so they have the ability to hard engage. They're just focusing this down. Xerxes can't get there.
They're already going. They got the Ocean Soul, and they're ready to go. A Blaze Olive in the stasis. Staying alive here on the front line. Likely to die. Will be the first kill here in the team fight now as Revenge going to be focused down to about 1/3 HP. The man's already dead. Goodbye, good night. Xerxes will be your next target. Immortals are in full retreat, but they still have Insanity and the machine gun spells to keep them safe. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but the Golden Guardians claim the soul.
The machine gun looking more like a water pistol at this point. Ocean Soul is going to allow him to shrug off so much of this damage. There's no healing debuffs here besides that Thornmail. They don't have a Morello in. They don't have the Executioners here. You need those healing debuffs so much, especially when there's double lifesteal already on Stixxay. There's a Gore Drinker plus the Q heals on this Renekton. And now they've got the Ocean Soul. They're going to be so durable in these extended fights. It's really just a race to get healing debuffs here, as you see the Bramble Vest picks up by Xerxes, the Executioners picked up by Ray, but you kind of need the upgraded ones. You need the 60% healing debuff to even have a chance of dealing with this.
40 versus 60%, a very, very noticeable difference in how much healing they're going to have when there's already this much there. Spirit Visage for Licorice, too. Just doubling down. More healing, more healing, more healing. Golden Guardians are in a great spot, Azael, to be able to win this game and stay alive in playoffs.
And what a game Licorice has been having. You know, he has been playing very well. The lane was not as much in his favor as he would have liked off the early TP towards bot side, but in the team fights, he's been creating so much space, walking this line between pushing back the carries, absorbing as much damage as possible without ever actually overextending and going down himself. Him and Chime have just been making so much space for the carries, and it's looking really good here for Golden Guardians, who now have a really significant advantage, who are sitting in a great spot at this point.
So what do you want to see from him here? Is it a wait for Baron angle? Is it a shove out side lanes and play around Licorice type of angle? What are we going for?
I think, you know, their skirmishing power is pretty high. You try to take over vision in the enemy jungle. You try to keep extending the gold lead by taking away these enemy jungle camps, and you look for the double super buffs here. Baron, Elder, that is your key to ending the game. The Ocean Soul hopefully gets you to that place where you can secure them safely, but there's still great wave clear on the Immortals side, and diving the base is going to be very difficult. They don't have incredible hard engage. It's more about flanks with their team, attacking from multiple angles. So they do require having Baron, having Elder, these types of buffs to close it out.
One thing I do want to point out as well, because the overlap of super buffs in a game like this is very important. If Golden Guardians take the Baron as soon as it spawns, by the time they go for Elder, even if they can do the same there, the Baron buff will be almost expired. So they have to be mindful about not just how they're going to take these buffs, but when they're going to take these buffs if they're looking for that one final super push.
And it's kind of step one right here. They're closing off vision, cutting out this top section of the map, trying to take away camps from Immortals, take away vision from Immortals with this three-man squad. And they're pushing on sides with both Licorice and a Blaze Olive having iconic Stixxay and Chime be this roaming three-man squad, moving back and forth, taking away camps, clearing out wards as much as they possibly can here. We do see the Kempung Chainsword is in there for Raze, so upgraded healing debuff for him. Another Thornmail came through as well on Xerxes. So they are getting a significant amount of heal cut at this point.
And they are still leaving Insanity to not worry about it. They're saying, no, you don't need Morello. We're going to have healing debuffs on everybody else. We have to have that main DPS in Cassiopeia be focusing on damage above all.
And I wonder what he's going to go for next, because you can look towards Death Gap if you're wanting for pure damage, as Varus all going to miss there. Licorice threatening on the flank. But Rylai's is also so effective against 4 melee comps. The slows can be incredibly disruptive, and I wonder if that just has more value than the raw damage output of a Death Cap in this situation.
We'll keep our eyes on that 5th inventory slot of Insanity here as things are getting closer and closer to end game in this one. 38 minutes in. Baron has now respawned. Under 2 minutes until the Elder Drake rears its head for the first time. Golden Guardians still with that Ocean Soul. Revenge stepping forward, but Destiny's going in. They're ready to go. A Blaze Olive has the stolen Hecarim ulti. They've already found their way onto Insanity with damage pouring in and the enemy support already down. Xerxes is going to be your next target. Insanity is dead. Immortals will just be splattered all over the bottom side river. Raze is caught alone. He will die to Stixxay. Revenge tries to hobbles away, but a Blaze Olive will be having none of that here today. Xerxes escapes back into his own base, but the Ruined King is on the hunt, and Iconic takes him down. The flawless ace for the Golden Guardians, and that should be game over.
They've done it, Flowers, flanking from multiple angles. A beautiful engage there from a Blaze Olive. Golden Guardians run over Immortals and keep their playoff hopes alive.
It was a must-win game. They have not locked themselves into the playoffs, but they have done what they needed to do on this final day to still have a chance at a postseason. 39 minutes in, 18-9, the Golden Guardians take down Immortals.
Such a big game from them, and what a performance from Licorice. He was incredible in this one. Golden Guardians, just every single fight, was able to find the angles coming from multiple sides here with the Viego, with the Renekton, with the Sylas. Really playing it out well, and with the Ocean Soul, those extended fights are always going to go heavily in your favor.
Yeah.
These compositions, where it is really just kind of two threats late game. You know, Xerxes on the Hecarim, he's not going to kill you by himself at that point. Braum's not going to do it. Ornn and Rakan are not going to do it. So if you are able to get these multi-prong attacks, kill off the Cassio or the Varus right off the bat, there's just no shot that the other guy has enough damage to actually kill off your team through Ocean Soul.
and you pointed it out really well, Immortals never had proper battle formation against the Golden Guardians threat. You never looked at Insanity and saw an artillery cannon properly protected. You saw a trebuchet on the front line for some reason, and the enemy knights.
The horses with torches.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, it's time for another break here. Once we return, State Farm Analyst Desk is going to be breaking down playoff stakes for Golden Guardians and diving right into their win right after this.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I would never let you go. I love you, girl. Don't should I trust you? Put no one above you. So you're I miss you to tell me wrong.
Gasper, what the hell you doing?
I would never let you go. I love you, girl. Don't should I trust you? Put no one above you. So you're I miss you to tell me how I felt to you. You love me, baby girl, you're stupid. All that I had nothing to lose, now I'm losing. I'm falling through the crowd, you are my best friend. I get pretty bitter, could you bitter this on crack? Halloween, girl, like I'm falling. I just wanna talk to you, but you said.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. We are on the other side of GG and IMT. Golden Guardians, they pulled out the victory, though their faith is not entirely in their hands when it comes to that playoff spot that they are oh so hungry for. Let's get into the game itself, though. It was an interesting one. I know the two of you had pointed out the fact that GG was going to make those plays happen early.
Yeah, so they basically capitalize on the fact that Xerxes goes in here, kind of overextends, and Licorice turns because he knows he's going to have some help coming in from the mid lane. And I think this was really important because until this point, both teams were a bit even, if not IMT being slightly ahead, which was really bad given the scaling of their compositions that we've already covered. At the end of an entire run of play that follows after this, Stixxay gets a ton of pressure and gold on bot side after getting like several turret plates. And then they also end up getting the mid turret kind of immediately after that. So it kind of set in motion what GG absolutely needed to do, which was get ahead early.
They got ahead early. I think they could be a little bit more aggressive about closing out the game.
For sure.
Because there was a play in the top side, and this is the kind of thing where, I forget who was in the interview talking about confidence and league being a momentum game. Here, they can win this fight so hard if they just actually commit to it. You know, they probably think there's 2 people in the brush. That's what baits Iconics to go in. And here, Chime is just dancing back and forth, unsure if he should actually go in. If you just W on there, drop your shield, get some extra damage protection for that Viego, you can kill 2 of those members. That's 2 people leaving at like 300 health. You could have hard stomped this fight and gotten Baron way earlier. That would have avoided that kind of dance that went on for a long period of time. And, you know, with them potentially qualifying for playoffs, these are the kind of improvements that a young squad needs to focus on. Like, hey, just go in, have confidence that you can actually win that 3-man fight that was breaking out there.
Yeah, and then it moves on towards like basically a Baron stance, because going into the setup, like, Golden Guardians wanted to be on the position first. They get into position here. Cassiopeia, instead of TPing towards the play, ends up making the full journey, and before she even gets there, Varus is dead. Ornn is put in a really vulnerable position. So Golden Guardians, when they were in a setup disadvantage, is actually really, you know, blessing the Lord up above the fact that that fight was given to them.
Yeah, I think, you know, at least they understood their win conditions that, hey, we're going to get outscaled. And so instead of, like, going to lanes and waiting for proper Baron time, they're like, we're just going to hard force Baron over and over and over again because we need to kill you before you keep getting more items.
And that's kind of what we were talking about with Golden Guardians going into this match, right? Is like the more they're put in these positions, hopefully the more that they'll learn.
Yes.
So I do think that you can see, at the very least, they had a very good understanding of how they needed to win with this composition, even if the execution was not all that great.
Yeah, and ultimately, I mean, they had, you know, Soul Point that they were forcing Soul, and then in this position, of course, when they finally had positioning and vision control advantage against Immortals, Immortals had to do anything they could to stop this team from getting Baron. And it's a great position to be in if you're Golden Guardians. Now you're looking at the standing, and you're just looking down below. CLG win! CLG take it down!
We saw all the Twitter call-outs for CLG to beat FlyQuest from the Golden Guardians member.
Yeah, that last match is ever so important for Golden Guardians' fate right now. They do need CLG to pull off the victory against FlyQuest, and we've seen CLG do things like that in the past and play upset.
Yeah, and I mean, it just goes to show like how the spring split really bit them, because if you just look at the summer standings alone, there are 11 wins, and you know, FlyQuest hasn't even hit 10 yet. They're in 8. So like the fact that you are getting really close, and you're just praying that the rejuvenated FlyQuest with Jose Diodo and Palafox does not take this win at the end of the day, like it all rides on that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're feeling rejuvenated. GG were light on their feet. We got some ballroom dancing, some merengue, as long as they were hanging around that Baron. But we will find out what their fate is looking like later in the day with that last matchup. We're kicking into a break right now, but after the break, we've got our Supercharged Spring Finals rematch. And as we go, Freak is going to take an intrepid dive into the waters of Tom Kench as this installment of Rocket Rate My Play. Check it out.
Hello and welcome one and all to Rate My Play, presented by Rocket and judged by yours truly. Today, we're looking at some TK, some Tom Kench action. Let's dive in, because it's a tower dive, get it? So, all right, first of all, where were your wards? Why are you in a 1v4? How did this happen to you? Second of all, they should probably just, you know, aggro appropriately. Like the Yasuo's like off the screen when Xin Zhao engages. Lug should probably pull aggro first and just drop it afterwards as the range champion. So, I mean, you were there, you know, which you shouldn't be because it's a 1v4. You should have left your turret, but at least they could int the kills into you. So I'll give you credit that you've mind controlled your opponent to do a bad dive. Dueling a Lux while up 3 levels is not impressive, especially when you miss the W skill shot, but hey, you got the kills. So good job on the quadra kill, which means I guess you just get a 4 out of some very, very large number, maybe 1,000. You got a 4 out of 1,000. Congrats on your 0.4%. Thank you once again, Default K. Rocket is going to send you some peripherals so that you and maybe your opponents can do better next time.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it is a rematch of the spring finals here as Team Liquid look to topple Cloud9. And though both teams here have had ups and downs throughout the entire split, their full roster seem to be coming into and hitting their stride here at the perfect moment, right as we approach playoffs.
Yeah, I think especially for Team Liquid, when you look at just raw number of games that each roster iteration has played, this is actually basically the fewest one, and this is the spring dominant one. You see, when it was Alphari Santorin, they're 2-1. They have the Alpharo Mayo, which is 4-4, Jenkins Santorin. But just in terms of raw number of games, it's actually their starting lineup that has the least, and that was the one that was in the spring finals. And so that's why, for me, a lot of this split is almost even like a wash, where it's like this isn't the team that we expect them to be.
Even in that spring finals, the fact that they had Armeo for that one is like,
Yeah.
we just need the attended roster.
Yeah.
We need the Avengers together for the final run. And I think that's what I'm sure the players are thinking, getting things sorted. And you know what? When they had their last two games, it felt like even though you had in Santorin, the story for me was just their bot lane.
Yeah.
Their bot lane performed insanely well, had 2v2 kills consistently. The Caitlyn game, beautiful, right? It felt like tactical came into form, and a lot of it was, tactical throughout the entire game. Also, Core JJ on his Thresh, on his Leona, amazing. And it kind of reminds me of what this team was in Spring Split and what they can still be in this last run.
Yeah, and I think this is where Santorin coming in does help a bit. We've talked about, I know you guys talked about this on the dive too, about the pressure that you could kind of tell that Core had to make plays all around the map in addition, because Armeo might not have been providing that same amount of pressure. One thing I really did love that we've seen from TL this week is we saw like a very standard, like stock standard TL draft yesterday. And then the draft that Mark and I did the day before, we saw them do something completely different, which was really, really cool. Like first of all, I love this draft, but for TL, it was a big departure off of what they typically do, especially because of topside, because you have that Malphite top. And so I actually really loved it because it showed that they're also thinking about, okay, we can play like our very stock standard lane dominant way, or, we can run this like fast push turret buff Olaf like wombo combo team fight thing, and it also worked out really well. Like, I actually loved that draft.
Yeah, and they can set up plays, and what was interesting for this one is around side lane still, which is hilarious, right? There's a flashless Jace in the top lane. I'm Malphite, I can set you up. Like,
please come here, sir.
Yeah.
Please come. Easy kill.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm worried for any team when you take a look at TL having success with Alphari on a pick like Malphite, right? Because you're like, you don't want to have to try and remove that as an option from them and force him back onto a carry where he's going to build a 50 CS lead in 15 minutes and stomp on you anyway. Like, what is the approach here for a Cloud9 that looks at a reformed Team Liquid?
I think, they had a lot of success targeting Alphari. Every time that they played against him, it was the Fudge Blabber 2v2 gank top. And so while Alphari coming back has looked good, that was the blueprint they used time and time again. Run it again. See if it works.
Run it back.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, that was the worst look from Team Liquid in their end of spring split, because that's when they had Armeo, and I always felt like, if that finals, you run that back, Santorin in your lineup.
He's covering those ganks.
He's covering those ganks, right? So like, that's where I look at this team and say the best is yet to come. And I look at Cloud9, and my thing is just get on the same page. Because when they had that huge lead at that game that we were looking at, and of course they threw it in the play down bot side, and I think on top of that, we have talented players across the board for Cloud9. If they're at their top level, you can see that finals level, spring finals level competition again. And so I love where the LCS is going, where there are just that many teams that are vying for the championship.
And this is where I know we've harped on this on the desk a lot, but this is where I think Blabber, and especially Blabber and Fudge's communication is going to come in really, really well. We've heard Blabber talk about what an instrumental part Fudge has become of their comms. Every time I hear a Fudge interview, I feel like he's always talking about minion wave management, which I really, really love. And it shows that his communication with Blabber, if it's on point, that is where they can attack TL where they're vulnerable. They can make Alphari vulnerable. They can make those top lane matchups volatile enough that then they can snowball it through that if Blabber and Fudge are communicating really well, and if Blabber has room in the jungle to play something he's confident and comfortable on, that they can snowball.
Talks about two things: minion wave management and MVP voters being idiots. Those are the two things
That's
that
it.
Fudge talks about.
Don't care what they have to say. They're idiots. They're not intelligent, rather.
They're not.
I guess,
Excuse us.
is what it was. Quickest way to Emily's heart through minion wave management.
It
That's
is
what
true.
I have learned.
I thought it was jungle pathing.
What happened?
It's
Jungle pathing. You're right.
both.
Okay,
You need
yeah.
both.
If I've learned anything over this last year, next to Emily as an analyst, is that she cares a lot about minion wave management. But we're diving into champion select between Cloud9 and Team Liquid. First slate of bans already out there on the table. No Thresh for Core JJ, so definitely taking a look at the bot lane. The Olaf also hits the ban table while Xin Zhao is left up for Blabber.
Might see the Viego come up pretty clutch. I think also, Jensen's willing to play it. Alphari's willing to play it. It is a far more flexible pick to Team Liquid. So you definitely need that now that all these junglers are on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Viego gets through quite a bit. He's kind of in that tier where you're an A tier, top of A tier, but you're not quite in the OP broken category. Xin, for a lot of people, has been in that. He's been banned quite a bit. So to see that trade given up for Team Liquid, I assume they have something pretty specific that they want to take 1-2, because usually when you leave something really strong up, it's because you want to make sure they don't take the thing that you really want.
I have zero statistical support for this statement, but I do feel like of all the teams to get Xin Zhao, most recently, Cloud9's gotten it the most. Why are people leaving this champion up for
All right, stats
Blabber?
team, tell him if he's right before this segment ends.
I do want to know if I'm actually right.
I think you are.
But I kind of feel like, I mean, it's probably he's gotten it 2 or 3 times. It's
Compared
not like
to
an
zero.
astronaut, but compared to most players getting it either 0 or 1.
Yeah.
It just, again, when I think about the way to attack teams, when we think Cloud9, most of the time when they struggle, it's when Blabber's not looking good. And Xin Zhao just feels like too perfect a champion for him to pilot.
Yeah, it gives him the power to call for his own plays and to really be the decider around the scuttle crab fights or early drags, something like that. For Team Liquid, they went for the Leona. I want them to go towards a Tristana pick at some point. I think they could either go Trist and then try and flex it here, or try and go for a Syndra pick, knowing that they have a potential Viego jungle. That could work for their 2v2. But I do think that Tristana has done them a lot of good for a very long time in the first phase.
It's an interesting little support wrinkle that's gone in. Because with the Thresh ban, that's one of the most annoying matchups for Leona. And, Core JJ is a great Leona, so you take it right away. But then that allows a support counter pick in the first phase of the draft that you normally don't see, which is Braum, which is also just annoying for Leona because she goes in and you just can't get much done. And that also pairs decently well with Aphelios just being really annoying to get on top of.
Yeah, and I think, I was thinking that something a little bit spicier or more dramatic was going to come out of TL when they were setting up and trading the Xin Zhao, but then this looks like a very stock standard TL look right now, right? Like, we know Viego's going jungle 99%, and then they have their bot lane locked in, which is like...
Are you ready to see Core JJ roam 17 times?
Yeah,
I mean, especially with Ezra. He'll
That's
leave.
a lot of agency for Core.
I'll do it.
Yeah, like, this is a very TL look already.
I mean, Core JJ is looking for any reason to get away from tactical. Right. He's like, hey, how do you feel about Ezreal this game?
Yeah, exactly. Interesting thing here with the Irelia being banned, I think these could just be threats to a GP pick for Alphari. Like, the composition right now from Team Liquid has like a good bit of range from Ezreal already. You can try and amplify that. And also one of the risks of having an Aphelios without a Thresh is the fact that anything that rains down upon him in terms of like long range, he just has to sit and take it. So that is one option. GP immediately banned though.
Yeah, there's also just right now, because the bot lanes and jungles are probably the match positions, you're banning things out of their pool that you don't play.
Yeah.
GP is one of Alphari's best champions, and Fudge does not have a huge proclivity towards it.
I think it's interesting that they banned the Syndra on TL's side, because that would be a pick that I would expect them to take.
Now, as we make our way through the second phase of bans here, 2 points. One, I'm going to cop to my incorrectness in the statement around Blabber getting Xin Zhao the most. He is tied for second most games. Xin Zhao behind Svenskeren.
This is why
Svenskeren of EG.
This is why I don't trust you.
I know. Well, this is why you shouldn't trust me, and it's why They mostly have me be quiet while you guys say
That's
smart
why I got to
things.
speak from your gut and block out the stats and.
It's about how you feel, Don't let the stats get in the way of the narrative, right?
Feel?
Never let the stats get in the way of the narrative. Second thing, though, is about the stakes of this game. As we do see the Jace picked up here, I just want to remind folks at home that while we do have a three-way tie for third currently between Cloud9, TL, and Evil Geniuses, the stakes of this game is that if Team Liquid wins, they lock third place right here, right now. If Cloud9 wins, there are no locks. We have to wait for the future games of the day. But one thing is guaranteed, of course, that Cloud9 will finish higher in the standings than Team Liquid at that point. So just a little bit of context for what is at stake in this game. But the Jace comes in for Team Liquid, following it up with the TF in the Camille. So some side lane focus.
Ooh, going into control mage here. So you either can go two directions. You can follow the Twisted Fate with a Silas pick that was still on the board. Or the issue is, of course, then you would probably get outscaled. Or you can go towards longer range. Azir is an option. They do go in that direction.
Resident sleeper, dude.
Yeah.
Azir, Ezreal, Jace.
Most TL draft.
Oh,
We're
God.
scaling.
We get zone control. We poke you out when you try and come through objectives.
Yep.
C9 want to split that up. They don't want to have to deal with all this poke.
Right. Number of minutes Cloud9 has to win by. I don't
No, I mean, I still think they have some late game protection with the Aphelios.
Okay.
Like, I
Even
actually
Camille.
think they're not bad. It's just going to be like, how are they going to set up these picks, and are they going to be able to set up their side lanes well and cross map trade, which is something that we've kind of pointed out C9 has made some mistakes on in the past.
Yeah, so I fully expect Cloud9 later on in the game to just make use of the top lane win con of Camille. That's what I want to see when the game gets to that point.
TF go top.
Make use of Twisted Fate.
Okay, so it all comes full circle then. A lot of what we talked about in terms of Cloud9's traditional way of attacking Team Liquid by going to the top side sounds like it might be what we see here. And then it becomes about whether or not Team Liquid and Alphari can weather that storm long enough to get themselves into a comfortable position in the middle of the fight or in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different win cons, but both are going to be able to scale throughout the entire game.
All right, well, from here, as the teams load into the Rift, it's time for us to head out to the arena for the call.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our third game of the day here. C9 going up against TL. And for those of y'all that might have missed the conversation on the desk beforehand, Mr. Azael, would you please tell everyone what's on the line here in this game?
Yes, sir. So TL win, they will be third. EG will end fourth. Cloud9 would end fifth. If C9 win, they will end above TL, but whether or not they get third will depend on the EG game.
Okay, so TL with a win here can guarantee a lock
They are
for third.
C9 is fifth if TL win.
Okay, so C9 want to be able to prevent that, obviously trying to end higher in the standings and longtime rivals here in TL. Let's see if they can make it happen. Here at level 1, doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot of action, although all 10 players, well, 9 out of 10 players are around the same area. Of course, Sven is having nothing to do with this. He is just posted up in bot lane ready to farm.
As all Aphelios will do.
Indeed. And a reminder to everybody as we're waiting for the action to start, if you can't get enough of Dash and Kobe, you can always get a little bit more in your life. Tune into this or that on youtube.com/LCS every Thursday at 9 a.m. Pacific time is when those release, and then you can watch them at any given time that you so happen to choose. Now, Perks in the mid lane, just starting off here with some nice early aggressive trading against Jensen on the Azir. The desk lamented the Team Liquid composition here a little bit with the long range, stay safe, just poke them of both solo lanes and their bottom lane carry there. So we'll see if they can keep that range and sort of just choke C9 out of the game, or if C9 will have that aggro to go for the jugular themselves.
I mean, even the comment on Azir, so it's more that poke style from Jensen as well. You've got Azir, Jace, as well as the Ezreal. You're looking to poke him down. You're looking to whittle him down. On the other side, it's going to be about 1-3-1. I do think that Cloud9 could potentially win 5v5 later on because Aphelios Braum is just nuts.
Yeah, Aphelios is crazy late game.
Yeah, like you can really make things happen. And That is always going to be a win condition for them as well, especially if you can draw people out to the side lanes with globals and then overload a team fight in a 5v4 or these types of plays. A lot of it is going to be about the play towards top lane, though. And this is really scary when you are playing as Alphari, because in this type of matchup, to get ahead, you have to push, you have to poke, and guess what that does? It exposes you to ganks from the Xin Zhao, it exposes you to roams from the TF, and that is what you've always got to be worried about. But if you get too worried about that, and you're just playing max range, only playing for farm against the Camille, well, guess what? You're just going to die anyway, because Camille from even or ahead is going to slam you later on. So it's really one of those matchups that you have to play with a ton of confidence on, and Alphari is the guy to do it.
And Camille is very strong in the current state of the game right now, too. Right?
Yeah.
This champion poses a lot of threat to any target that she can close the distance on and just be that sticky threat.
They want to die. He's
now,
skipping
let's
Scuttle.
See. Okay, Blabber's ready to go. The TP's already coming in. Sven with the flash forward. Tactical has abandoned Core JJ underneath the turret, and the damage goes through. First blood over to Cloud9. Jensen with a teleport into the bottom lane, but it's not enough to do anything. Cloud9 get what they came for.
I love that aggressive move there from Cloud9, skipping the Scuttle, going straight for the dive, pulling Jensen out of this 1v1, forcing him to match your TP. As Perkz as well, and they are going to be able to get that first blood right onto Perkz, so he gets the benefit of making that play happen.
Oh yeah.
On the other side of the map, of course, Alphari sees that going on, and he says, all right, nothing to worry about. Play aggressive, get in their face, TP down on TF. Blabber is on the bottom side of the map. So he's chilling, and he can push this out very, very safely. And we'll see if he wants to look for an early base here, but instead just going to replace the Trinket Ward, exact same spot on the corpse of the previous one. A warning to his other wards.
Let him know. Oh, speaking of letting them know, Vulcan waited in the brush. Tactical and Core JJ now got to be ready for this. Stun comes down on the Ezreal. He's got no way out. They should be able to finish this one off here. A little bit more damage will get it done. They don't have enough. A nice sidestep to avoid Sven's Q.
I think Vulcan's Q did not connect at the start of that. We'd have to watch it one more time, but I think it maybe hit a minion or perhaps even Core JJ as he actually flashed in to start that up. That one was incredibly close, though, and Perkz now.
Perkz having to flash away. Santorin flashes after him, but the flash follow is a mistake, and Santorin cannot get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Santorin going in there, he didn't have his abilities up. It's fine to make that flash happen if your W or Q are up because you have the damage to actually finish, but you know, Perkz had a good 200, 150 health. Let's see this one more time. Did he actually connect with the Q? I think he didn't, because I didn't actually see the debuff on him immediately. I think it came from an auto. Yep,
hit the
that's what I thought. It's the clip. It's because what it is the hitbox is wider than the projectile. It's one of those situations where the side of the door as you're queuing out there, it does connect. So to actually land that, you would have had to basically put it further to the right than where the character model is.
You trust the lollipop at the end of the projectile to do the connect on the hit.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's counterintuitive because you're not aiming at the character, but you got to bend it around. And that, I think, was actually the difference. He was low enough that I think had the Braum Q hit, I think he dies. So a little bit of an error there, but still putting the pressure on. And when Ezreal is down, you know, 2+ waves this early, you are feeling really happy about the investment towards that bot side. Yeah, Blabber's down a camp or two. Who cares? He's got an assist. It's really not relevant at this point.
Right. They don't really care too much about losing that one camp's worth of gold if you're going to be able to get your carries ahead, if you're going to accelerate the rate at which Perkz will be able to affect the entire map on a champion like Twisted Fate. So Cloud9 feeling good about things. Blabber again here in the bottom lane. The amount of focus Cloud9 is having around this part of the map, you know what the game plan is.
Yep, it looks like they want to go towards Dragon. You know, with everyone moving, I think it is just going to be the Dragon start here. They grab Scuttle for the potential turn. They look to set up for this Dragon. Fudge having to kite back. Alphari waiting out that passive shield and does get a nice little trade down, but Fudge still has his TP available, has been keeping very close as far as the farm goes, so he's feeling pretty good about it. Blabber can likely start this one up and will do so now. The question is, okay, so Fudge actually had to TP.
That's what I was watching too. That's what I was watching too. I was curious if they were going to wait, have him sit in Fountain, and then bring it down here for the Dragon fight.
Because if Alphari backs off, and TL want to contest, you could get a 5v4, but it doesn't look like they're willing to make the move for it. They're kind of spotting it out now, but it is going to be too little too late, so not a big deal. But it will mean you've got to track TP. If Alphari is not on top of Fudge, if Fudge is not there to interrupt him, Blabber cannot just be going wild on the bottom side. If you play overly aggressive, if you chase and they have a flank ward, that Jace will punish you.
Well, that's what TL will be looking for, and that's what Cloud9 have to be oh so aware of. Blabber hitting level 6 now. And this is really important, too, because remember, one thing that we pointed out is the cost of that early play, that first blood dive for Cloud9 is, yes, Blabber was slightly behind in terms of farm or whatever. That's not the case now. Santorin is still level 5 on the Viego. Blabber level 6 on the Xin Zhao, feeling great about the current state of the game.
Absolutely. You know, he's been putting a lot of pressure on. They made the early dive happen. The return gank barely did not get the kill. No fault of Blabber there. But it did still continue to put that pressure on. And anytime Perkz is moving out of lane, Alfari's got to be sweating a little bit.
Ooh, speaking of sweating, Alfari just bringing the pain on Fudge here. But Perkz with the TP, with the ulti underneath that top lane tier 1 turret. They're finding a little bit more damage here. Perkz is tanking up the turret as long as he can. He uses the Summoner Spellbook heal to stay alive. Fudge will do the same. They get away, but Jensen's coming in now to clean one up. Make it a 1-for-1 here in the top lane.
Honestly, not bad at all for TL. That is the ulti down from Perkz. It is a trade of flashes between the top laners. The ulti used by Camille. Jensen gets there and makes it that 1-for-1 trade, and it was close margins. You know, it almost didn't work out. Perkz was only able to tank that additional tower shot because he had that spellbook heal.
Yes.
So good calculation by him. You do get the kill on the Camille, though, which means it's more in the favor of Fudge in that 1v1. This is just a nice stuff from Alfari. When Jensen moves top, he's going to push this out. So it's the job of Alfari to actually go towards mid and push that.
Ooh, Jensen. He uses the Emperor's Divide, but Blabber with good mindfulness. Jensen, that flash sucked. Santorin's coming in now trying to find some sort of a retaliatory kill. Blabber can dash to safety audaciously towards those minions. He stays alive, holding the E there, waiting for Jensen to fully face check the brush. That was the difference maker.
Yep, that was perfect. He's on top of melee range. Don't just spam out the E. He waits till the Emperor's Divide is used, then uses the gap closer afterwards. Jensen with the flash you never want to see from one side of the character to the other, but still in range, and now it is a redive on the bottom side.
C9 setting it up again. Tactical takes the damage, and he's dead through the heal, but they will get a return kill with Jensen showing up here with a TP, killing off Sven. Vulcan tries to get away, take Core JJ with him, but it will not happen. Jensen gets revenge, and he makes it happen nicely for a double kill.
Man, Jensen is plugging holes left and right here for TL. Man on a mission trying to stop these plays on the side lanes because Cloud9 has been relentless. Every kill that TL has is just Jensen roaming to top side, picking up a kill. TPing bot side, picking up a kill there. He has been great on the Azir. The fact that he's kept up his farm and just been huffing it across the map over and over.
He's putting in the work. He's going around the map as much as Twisted Fate is. Very impressive stuff coming out of him. So Jensen, with all 3 of Team Liquid's kills, let's take another look at how Cloud9 tried to repeat their first blood dive success.
Yep, they take off the initial plate. And you have to kind of track Perkz here. It looked like Core JJ did a really good job actually locking him down because I don't think the gold card ever even got used. It is the Q, the E to follow it up to root him out, so he couldn't actually get that down, but we are back to live, 4-man play top.
C9 just doesn't stop. They're going for the dive yet again, this time onto Alfari. This time it doesn't work. Blabber is denied. Jensen is here with the swoop. Alfari's still going to be your target, but it still will not matter. Cloud9 do nothing but give it over to TL on a silver platter.
And Jensen is huge. Flowers 5-1 on the Azir, 11 minutes in. Cloud9 went for the play here, but they didn't have enough damage to finish off Alfari. He played it very well, the knockback on the hookshot from Fudge, and then because Fudge was actually taking up the tower, he stayed on the outer ring of the aggro and wasn't really dealing any damage to the Jace himself, so they were missing out on that Camille damage. The peels end up coming through as Core JJ arrives, Jensen arrives, TL had the read on the dive that Cloud9 wanted to get done there. And for the first time, you know, it's been kind of just trying to withstand these dives. They actually destroyed this one. They had the early warning, the TP comes through. And this is where I think Fudge should actually just go in and be dealing more damage, then use the ulti to reset the tower aggro. Instead, he did not. Blabber gets locked down by Core JJ. Jensen arrives. Perkz and Vulcan were trying to escape, and Jensen just scoops him right back into the tower. They get the shutdown onto Perkz. Jensen has 5 kills and just got shutdown gold. He is going to be massive
Jensen with his Leandries with a stopwatch in inventory. He is in a great spot to dictate this game moving forward. 12 minutes into the game, Cloud9 have the only Drake so far. They also have that Rift Herald Eye in Blabber's inventory, still have about 2 minutes left to use that one, both on the timer and for plates. Perkz looking to
He's gonna turn on the
find
kill
any
card's
sort of
gonna expire.
damage here. Yep, there it is. Throws out the Soldier, but the Everfrost, TF plus Everfrost is such a disgusting combo.
Yeah, it's definitely an
oh.
Okay.
Jensen with the stasis to make sure he doesn't die there, and now for the counterattack. Goodbye, Perkz. Santorin gets his first of the game.
Yeah, Perkz going for the play there, but forgot to check the pocket wear over on Jensen. The stopwatch gets popped. They do take tower down on bottom side. Jensen low.
Oh, nicely done. Blabber with the flash in for the stab. Beautiful there. Cloud9's jungler gets one back.
This game is a banger. We're having so many kills back and forth here. And Blabber, big shutdown gold onto him. He's 20 CS up on Santorin as well. They're going to look for the next dragon here with Jensen down with no TP available. There's not really any ability for TL to contest this, so the dragon stack will continue at a pretty quick pace. Not incredible, but fairly speedy. It is going to be Cloud, as it always is here, but the ultimate cooldown is actually really nice for the C9 comp, so we can watch this one more time. Perkz barely gets in range. Jensen was trying to actually kite it out so the gold card would expire, then turn, but he barely gets in range for that hit, then tries to pop the gold card here, and flashes in for that. If it lands with stack deck and the Q follow-up, Jensen is dead. Instead, the stopwatch was there in time. Jensen purchased that off of the shutdown he got from Perkz. So thank you, Perkz. I'll take the stopwatch I got from killing you.
Perkz, for letting me kill Perkz.
Exactly. The rich get richer, Flowers.
Blabber shows up just to eat the rich a little bit there, stab him through the heart, take some of that money back.
Taking down the 1%.
Gore Drinker done for the Xin Zhao too, so a little bit of extra survivability in those fights. And honestly, Mr. Azale, we are seeing mythic items come online for 8 out of our 10 players in this game so far. Do want to point out, Tactical with a Trinity Force instead of Divine Sunderer here in this game. Not something you see super frequently, but when you look at the opponents, he's probably looking at this and saying, okay, the extra tank killing power of a Divine Sunderer isn't going to go that far against targets like a Twisted Fate, like an Aphelios. Camille builds more bruisers, Xin Zhao builds more bruisers. They have a lot of health, they don't have a lot of resistances, so the Mythic passive won't get that much mileage. I'm not quite sure if this is correct. I'm not an expert on Ezreal itemization. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the main advantage is you get 30% attack speed, like on the actual item itself, you know, compared to the Divine Sunderer, which is not going to have any attack speed whatsoever. So if you're talking about pure DPS, it will be higher. Fudge may get chased down here. If Alfaro can get behind him, he can knock him back.
Flash from Fudge, nice and early, being respectful of exactly that. Wants to make sure that TL can't follow up and complete the kill here. Cloud9, despite being down a couple of kills, still up 1,500 gold thanks to the turret that they've taken, thanks to the plates that they were able to acquire for themselves. And of course, with that 2 Drake lead, they're also applying pressure to TL in that way. Now pushing up this mid lane. True Shot Barrage fired out from Tactical to clear out a little bit of the wave here, and C9 will not push any further.
Just going to play it safe, backing it up there. Perkz did use the ulti on the bottom side, but I think it was just a scouting ultimate. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't getting collapsed on down before he pushed out that bottom lane. But there is a cost to that, and yeah, we'll have to see how Tactical actually, how this works out for him. You know, the actual Mythic passive is not really like, I wouldn't say it's more damage than Divine Sunderer. Of course, there's going to be math and based on the opposing team's itemization.
Right.
But it's like, it's 3 ability haste, I believe, 3% attack speed, and 3 move speed. Or sorry, 3 attack damage, 3 ability haste, and 3 move speed.
Okay.
But it's mostly just about the 30% attack speed that is actually on the item itself. So the attacks will be coming out more frequently. If you feel that you can make use of those auto attacks and you're not just going to be like a long-range Q spammer, then you are going to put out higher DPS.
All right, well, the Rift Herald has been started up now for the 2nd time this game. It will be targeted by Team Liquid instead of Cloud9. Ooh. Leona ulti comes down. Core JJ was looking for a pick there, but won't be able to find it. Now Blabber with a re-engage, dropping the ulti immediately to immune some of the damage, some of the counter-attack from Team Liquid. Fudge has made his way into the fight. Core JJ with a nice stasis, keeping himself alive, but he will not stay alive much longer. A little bit more damage from Sven, seals the deal. The kill onto Alfari makes it a 2 for nothing. Cloud9 take that fight.
Yeah, that's a big one. They get the stopwatch off of CoreJJ. They kill him off. They get the flash off of Alfari, but he was locked down in the ultimatum. They'll kill him too. Nice reaction there by Vulcan. Didn't have a lot of time to actually block that true shot barrage, but if he had gotten hit by it, likely would have been pushed out, and now they're trying to force here on the Rift Herald. Fudge is behind them. TL could all die.
Blabber's over the wall, and he's ready to go. Jensen tries to buy himself enough time to get away. He will do so.
He's going.
Perks is ready to go. He wants to cut off their escape route, but nobody else from TL will die here. C9 will manage to claim themselves this Rift Herald yet again. And one big thing that I noticed in that fight, Santorin did level up at the back end of the fight, so he is level 10 now. Going into that, Blabber was level 11 versus level 9. That is a massive difference in jungle EXP.
I mean, he's just straight up out jungling very hard at this point. He's been more active on the map. He has farmed more camps. He has taken the dragons. Yes, the lanes do have to do with it as well. But Blabber has been playing a great game, and I have to give him credit. You know, over the last couple weeks, I think he has really been getting back in form in time for playoffs. Blabber has been impressing me. He had not looked like himself, you know, since MSI for a lot of the summer split. And I do think over these last couple weeks, Blabber has looked good. And when Blabber is looking good, Cloud9 is a threat to any team in the league.
And so much of it to me is champions too. Like, I love seeing Blabber on a champion like an Olaf or a Xin Zhao. I hate seeing Blabber on Rumble. I don't want any more Blabber Rumble. I don't think anybody that is a Cloud9
He's just not a Yordle kind of guy.
Yeah, he's not a Yordle player. We need to see him on Vikings. We need to see him on Arena Fighters. We need to see him on this type of stuff because it just seems like so much more his element, right? And Blabber doing a great job here this game. 2-1-3, going after this third Drake of the game for Cloud9. This will bring them to Soul Point for that Cloud Soul. You already mentioned how, yes, even though Cloud Soul itself gets memed on, the ultimate cooldown reduction is huge for things like Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate, Camille, and also when you want to play 1-3-1, 10% flat move speed is very valuable. It gets so dangerous for Alfari to actually be playing in that side lane, not to mention TF ults in with the move speed boost there from that Cloud Soul. That becomes extremely difficult to escape from. A lot of critical ultis here. Xin really cannot team fight without the ulti. You become paper. So I do think it's actually quite powerful, this game. And the fact that they are on pace for such an early one here, you know, we could be looking at 24 minutes in. Cloud9 get Cloud Soul. TL has yet to show up 4-1. They are down in gold. It's 3 dragons to 0. And Cloud9 are looking fully in control, and TL, you know, kind of continuing their struggles in the summer split against top teams. They have, I believe, 2 wins against EG, and that is it against the top 4 teams. And, you know, that is a total of like 12 games. So if they lose this one here, they are, I believe, 2-10 against the top 4 in playoffs, and that is not a pretty picture to paint going into best of 5s.
Not a great look, especially when you consider the overall landscape going into playoffs. It feels less certain than ever here in Summer Split 2021 who the favorites are to win everything, right? Most of the times you head into playoffs and you're looking at 1 or 2 teams, you're saying, okay, that's our finalists, or at least that'll be the quote-unquote real finals. It'll happen at some point, and you expect one of them to be the winner. TSM, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid. Half the league, I think, is a viable option for winning the whole damn thing right now.
I mean, I think TSM is playing probably the best League of Legends right now. You know, they have been consistent on stage. They are showing well, but C9 breaking out into a fight here by Baron.
C9 going after him yet again. CoreJJ is your target. He's already gone. Fudge swooping in from the side, and Jensen with a beautiful 4-man ulti, but it is not enough just yet. Vulcan will be the first Cloud9 casualty. Tactical's coming in here, ready to unleash the damage, but he's going to have to do so much. Jensen's popping off. He's got the kill on Sven. Blabber's about to die now, too. Team Liquid turns it right back around.
Team Jensen, baby. The Azir is taking over. That looks like a Cloud9 win in that fight, and Jensen mops him up, knocking down everyone on the Cloud9 side. They're taking a stance by the Baron. That was a fight they absolutely had to win, and Jensen made damn sure they did.
Okay, Tactical going in for the kill onto Perks now. Oh! Wait, how did he get it?
Ranged minion.
Ranged minion. We were talking about this earlier, man. Those ranged minions, they'll get ya. They'll get you good, and Tactical gets his second kill of the game there. Nicely done. Let's take a look at our Honda performance play, how TL and Jensen turn this around.
Yep, they're going in immediately, but it's Core JJ soaking up so much of this damage. Jensen kited back very effectively, avoided really all the damage coming through, creates space with the Azir ulti, and then as they try to funnel around this wall, you know, we had the Azir wall like right here, everyone's trying to funnel around behind it, and they all line up for the soldiers. Jensen demolishes them. That was so well done by him, negating most of the exhaust, positioning well, funneling Cloud9 through that choke. And as the gold card expires here, Tactical sees his opportunity to go in, and I think it was
Caster Minion.
Caster
There
Minion
was
just
one
hit them
auto.
with that last auto.
One auto in the air gets it done. Tactical. Guaranteed.
Oh my
Holy
God.
cow.
Look at this. Look at this. What is that?
Wowee. Okay, Jensen's got the damage. He is the man with the plan, but Tactical is down. That is disaster for Team Liquid in this fight. Sven's got a double kill, and Cloud9 is on the hunt. Jensen will try to stand and fight now with his allies going in to hold the line in front of him, but nobody on Cloud9 is dying anytime soon. They'll kill off the enemy jungler now, too. That smells like Baron to me.
Yeah, Baron's on the menu. Tastes like chicken. They're going to grab it here. Taking it down. Jensen, the lone man to survive. You can see the frustration on Core's face. He knows that could very well be the game. Losing Baron against the 1-3-1 team 30 seconds before Soul is available. That is a crippling blow. Perkz did get caught out a little bit there by Jensen. Jensen's ulti was forced. Oh my God. I think that was a Time Warp Tonic proc. I think he actually popped his Corrupting Potion before that landed.
I clinched a little bit on that one. I'm not even playing the game.
Because I saw like plus 100 or something right as the Ezreal ulti hit him, and he was very low. I would actually love to see
if we could get a replay of that, that would be sick.
Because maybe it was closer than I'm imagining, but that looked really close and would be fun to see a replay. Cloud9, though, are going to be moving out onto the map. It will be about the Soul. TL have control in this area. They may just run
TL's just
down.
burning it. Yep, they're trying to burn it. They're throwing the TP down here. They're saying we can stop this, and Cloud9 will let them. They do not want to throw away this Baron, trying to go to a Drake that they're not in position for. That's fine.
Exactly, and because they're going to get a lot. There's both the towers are still up topside, so they're going to get the tier 2 mid here very likely. We'll see if they do have to actually retreat. And meanwhile, Fudge is pushing top, so they're pressuring 2 lanes here with the Baron. 2 towers already down here. TL had to commit to going to that because they couldn't give Soul over. But Cloud9 say, all right, sure. You can have a little bit of ulti CDR. Who cares? We'll take 4,000 gold.
And that's what you buy yourself with early Drake control. That's what a 3-0 Drake lead buys you, is so many repetitions of this low-risk, high-reward Dragon scenario. If they get it, so what? It's a tier 1 Dragon. You can get one of those at 6 minutes. Most of the time, the other team won't even stop you. But that's the cost. That's what you bought. And that's what C9 have. Now with a 6,000 gold lead at 25 minutes.
Yep. And at this point, it's a man with a hat and a dream for Team Liquid.
A chicken with a hat is all that stands between TL and Doom. Okay,
let's see this.
Let's
so
see.
he sees the ulti coming in. Did he? Oh no, he popped it after. So the heal just comes through afterwards. So never mind. Wasn't even Time Warp Tonic. That was incredibly close. Wasn't what I thought it was. So massively less exciting. I'll take the L on that one.
I mean, hey, dude, that's not an L. You tried to give a real analytical breakdown of how it happened, and I looked at it and went, ha ha, he almost died. So you still had a better take than I
should have gone with that. That was the more accurate analytical point in that situation.
Scorpion Brain prevails. All right, Cloud9, they're going for the dive on Alfari now. He's stuck up, stunned up underneath the turret. Buys himself time here with a nice use of the stopwatch. Underneath the turret, though, is still a death sentence for the enemy support. Core JJ is down, and Cloud9 has a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds. Tier 2.
Keep pushing, man. They have the wave here, and it's going to be tough to hold on. Jensen has got to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yep, they've got a 4v5. This is their reality on the side of Team Liquid. Blabber is going deep, looking for more threat onto the enemy carries. Team Liquid falling back. Alfari has returned. Accelerated Shock Blast is going to make Perkz a little cautious about things here. And with Fudge and Perkz both below half HP, Cloud9 opts to back away.
Yeah, the poke a little bit too much. Perkz trying to zone back the Azir so they could take the tower. I think that is the right move. You know, walking forward with the rapid fire gold card, he stuns him up. Blabber then trying to push him back as well, but they took a lot of poke doing that, and it meant they actually could not commit to taking the inhibitor itself. So while they do extend the gold lead, they're still in a great position. They have not taken down an inhibitor. They have not gotten the soul or dealt really lethal damage. And they're still going to have to be careful about how they play out this game because you've got to play the side lanes well. If you take a bad team fight in a corridor, Jensen can 1v9 this game.
Yes, Jensen has the power. He is the only person who has the power. When you look at everybody else's scorelines, 1-3, 1-2, 2-2.
Yeah, a couple extra soldiers this game.
Yeah, he's got a few extra sand soldiers that happen to have some different fancy skins. It is the Jensen show. He must be the carry here. And for me personally, I don't think this has been a good split overall for Jensen. He has had way more underwhelming and unimpressive games than he has had good showings from what I have seen. And so this is an important chance for him. If he can somehow bring this back from the dead, that's a huge way to say, hey, I'm still here.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, we just have high expectations for a player of his caliber.
Yeah.
You know,
he's always been in that conversation for top of the league, best mid laner, right?
Exactly. And I think it's fair to say he hasn't been in conversation for the best mid laner in the league this split, right? And, you know, given that context, I absolutely agree. It has been a step back for him, you know, in his career where he's been so historically dominant. He's always been in that conversation, and they have been struggling against top teams despite, you know, building this roster that was really meant to dominate, bringing in Santorum, bringing out Alfari, and they have had their hiccups with roster swaps and health issues that have really, I think, waylaid some of their growth.
And I feel for him in that, right? Like when you look at a roster like TL, when you look at the names and just the star power on this squad, and then you realize how many issues there were with roster stuff in top lane, in jungle, that stopped it from being that well-oiled machine that a lot of Team Liquid fans were hoping to see, you're wondering, well, what? I feel like we still haven't seen what does that summit of power for Team Liquid look like?
Yep, the closest we got really was Spring. They've been trying to build back towards that. I think have looked better over the last couple games since Santorum did rejoin the team. But here they are with a tough challenge against Cloud9, and Cloud9 is the ones running the game right now. 20 seconds here until Cloud Soul. It's going to be about the setup. There's not much deep vision. There's no ability to actually look for flanking TPs or anything like that for TL. They're going to have to move forward as a squad, try to poke out Cloud9, try to establish control, and it looks like they don't feel that they can do that, so it's just going to be giving over the Soul.
Give it up. Perkz also wisely picking his shot here with his Summoner Spellbook 2. Opts for the Ignite, recognizing that that could be the difference between winning or losing a big team fight if it happens.
Fudge is actually pushing bot side very heavily. He is TP'd down there, so he's actually shoving up bot. They saw all the TL members come over towards top to actually check over by the Baron area, so Fudge was pinging that he was heading on. It will allow them time to actually push this in, and they are just going to go for the reset. I was thinking Fudge may want to commit more heavily to it, but he decides to back off, and it will just be the vision play here around Baron where Cloud9 are going to have to get some pinks, sweep out the pit. There's no pinks in inventory right now, so they do have sweepers, they do have some regular wards, but they've got to get back to base, fill up their inventory with those pink wards, and really prepare for the next step of the plan, which is going to be control vision around Baron, play the 1-3-1, try to draw TL out to these side lanes, and then either collapse for a pick or move towards the Baron.
Now, one thing that Team Liquid does have going for them for the next couple of minutes is they do have TP advantage. Alfari and Jensen, both of those teleports are ready to go. Fudge's teleport is still on cooldown for 2/3 of the overall time, and Perkz just used his ulti just to get some information. So that's not castable, and he still has Ignite instead of teleport from Summoner Spellbook. So Cloud9 don't have the rotation ability around the map that TL currently do. That is one way TL might be able to sneak a win somewhere from behind this 8,000 gold deficit.
Absolutely, and we'll see how well they're actually tracking this. You know, with level 16, with some CD reduction there on that TF ult, it's going to be up relatively soon. Once he has it, he can look to try to play towards those side lanes, but if Fudge shows bot, for example, TL could try to force on the other side of the map. It is instead going to be Alfari checking this, and Fudge is playing over the wall. I wonder if that will actually end up being a fight. Yeah, he's going to go.
He wants to go after Alfari, but as soon as he jumps over the wall and the hook shot's not a stun, he's like, all right, we're not starting this off that way, just backs back off.
I respect that, especially knowing that Jensen does have his TP. If it's not the perfect fight and you can't 100-0 this guy quick, then
it's bad.
Jensen is going to arrive and you're going to look like a fool. So I do think it is the correct choice there. Perks, though, will have his ulti here any second.
So,
Ghost and Ignite. That's threatening.
With this next fight about to start, it's also important to point out, again, because this item warps team fights. Stopwatch on Camille, stopwatch on Aphelios, stopwatch on the Viego. 3 of these super important champions, 2 high-powered divers, and the big hyper carry of the late game all have that aggro drop here in the next fight.
They just got QSS off Tactical as well, so that is actually really big. They could look for a hard commit onto him. If you can find another rapid-fire gold card on this guy, maybe you just full send the dive with your GAs in Zhao, with the stopwatch on the Camille, you pile in and you look for that kill.
I think rapid-fire TF is such an interesting conversation because on Masterminds earlier this week, Hai talked about how he doesn't like it for itemization. Yeah, Hai can't stand it. And to me, rapid-fire TF is one of the few examples in League of Legends of Dota-style itemization. Because in Dota, even if the stats aren't great, you build it from an active, right? And that's what rapid-fire TF is. TF, you're not going to care as much about the attack speed or the stupid crit. That doesn't matter.
Lichbane is much more damage.
It just enables you to play in a different way that synergizes with your kit. And I just find that conversation super interesting because it's not something that's present for most champion item combinations in this game.
Oh, so we can return that in a bit as C9 are starting up the Baron here. TL looking like they want to contest. Fudge trying to get a good angle for the flank. But remember, Tactical, no QSS. Does have sums available, though.
Okay, Perks' ulti has been used. Cloud9 looking for the opportunity to fight. Santorin is very low. Tactical jumps over the wall, but Fudge is ready to go. Tactical down, Sven on a rampage. Team Liquid just erased from Summoner's Rift.
Oh, can he get the penta?
With the quadra kill there. Is this the penta for Sven in their final game of the split? Jensen's very low. Sven's coming in. Flabber doesn't want to steal it. Here comes Sven. He's going after him. Come on, baby. Let's get it. Penta kill!
Through the minion, the Inferno Mono. Sven gets the penta. He deserves it. Cloud9 are gonna take this one.
Cloud9 deal the death blow to Team Liquid in style and will finish above them in regular season standings.
Man, what a finish there. The penta kill for Sven, wiping TL off the map. And what a good engage from Cloud9. It was all about the QSS forceage that I called out in mid lane. They saw QSS was down. Fudge hook shots in. They get in onto Sven, despite the fact that he has Flash, that he has his Arcane Shift. The Camille ulti is going to follow him. We saw that Perks is committing to it with the gold card. He has the rapid fire gold card that you were just talking about, gave him the extra range over the red wall there to actually land it. And that added utility was just so big. It's all about the commitment here to Tactical. So watch where Perks is actually going to come from. It's Fudge coming from here. Perks is going to ult in behind, and they're going to attack from multiple angles here. Fudge finds the opportunity, the stun there. Flash comes over, long range gold card over the top. No QSS, no shot. Sven running them down. And I just love the teamwork here. Full commitment to giving Sven the pentakill. You know you've won the game, so it's all about this. And Sven sees the opportunity here right through the minion. Pop. He gets the crit. He gets the penta. You love to see it.
That's teamwork right there.
That's teamwork right there.
That's the kind of one that really gets the whole team bonded together.
That's where you need more than one honor. You want to honor
the whole
squad.
team needs to be honored for that. Blabber showing the patience of a saint. 100 HP Azir right there. You got this big old spear. I can stab him. I can stab him. Oh, I want to stab him, but you can't quite stab him. That's it, though, for our third game of the day. We're headed to a break. But before you go, you already know what it is. Our continued work with the White House. That's right. The very White House that housed George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and both versions of Grover Cleveland now has set its sights on the LCS and League of Legends. We're spreading the good word of vaccinations. Get your butts back in them seats. I'm talking about a full house. I'm talking about a stacked deck and the kind of Twisted Fate throws for a pentakill. You know what I mean. Get yourself a vaccine. There's tons of resources. They're healthy. They're safe. It's free. Go for it. On the other side of the break, we will be back with our Verizon post-game interview with Cloud9's Pentakill King, Sven. We'll catch you there.
You would have stole that penta 100%.
Oh, I would have. I would have pulled him right back into the bowels of hell.
was a mess. I wiped up a mess.
Yeah, you
Where is the butt? Never mind, I found it.
When game day is a go, there's a Bud Light there.
Welcome back to the LCS, everyone. We're here for our Verizon post-game interview. We have Cloud9's Ven on the line. First thing, we are going to get into some of the specifics of what we just saw in that game, but from an audience perspective, there was a lot of hype around this matchup. The intended championship finals rosters of Spring facing off. How did this game hold up to your personal expectations for the matchup?
I mean, early game, we were diving every single stack wave we had, and we were really griefing some of the dives. I think there was this one bot dive where I took 4 tower shots and I died, and I was like, whoa, what happened? I took 4 tower shots, and the one top dive we had, it was a complete disaster as well. So we had one good dive bot for our first plot at 4 minutes. That was a good one. But besides that, our dives were disasters, and we had one bad team fight at Baron where Asir killed everyone. But I think it was a good game regardless, and I think we had a good draft, and we played, I'll say, decently well for the most part. So it's a good game.
It led to a lot of back and forth from the audience perspective, and in the end, you ended up killing everybody. You achieved a penta in the final moments. I'm also happy to tell you that this means that you hold the most pentas of anybody here in the LCS. Can you tell me what the team was saying when this was going on?
I mean, the fight started really well for us, and I think they can't really win the way the fight started on Ezreal. And then it was kind of obvious once I killed, was it Viego, the last guy I killed, who stopwatched, that I was gonna get a pentakill if you could chase down Asir. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, the fight was over in 1 second. It didn't have to, it wasn't even a fight, it was just like a cleanup, and it happened to be that I got all the kills for whatever reason, right? So at this point we're all just screaming, Penta, 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 chase him. I have stun, I have this, blah, blah. So, yeah. It's always cool to get the thickness.
Did you feel like the team was working together to make sure that you achieved this here?
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Blair was thinking about taking it in the game. He was kind of like considering it. Maybe I should just take it right now. I'm like, no, please. It's better he lives there than Blair takes the kill. So, yeah.
You want to make sure you had the happy moment there in the end. I'm excited to get your thoughts here ahead of playoffs because I know last time that I spoke to you on the broadcast, you're even joking around about, oh, we're not going to lose to GG because they only beat good teams. But it's been a lot of great play from Cloud9 in recent weeks. So what improvement do you feel has been made and how are you feeling in total ahead of the playoff season?
I mean, in recent memory, we only dropped games to EG and One Thieves, two of the top teams in the league right now. I'd say EG is top 2 probably with TSM, so I'm not too mad about that. I think both against TSM and against EG, we were in a position where the game it's won, right? We're in a winning position. And against TSM, we should have won 100%. So I think dropping those 2 games isn't too bad. It's a bit of coping, right? But it is true. We were in winning positions against both those teams, so I have a good feeling coming to playoffs, and I feel like some of the teams that were doing really well early in the season, EG and One of these, for example, are kind of slowing down right now, showing some weakness here and there. So I think C9 come playoffs will be really good.
If you think those 2 teams are slowing down, which other teams do you think are picking things back up to be a real threat to C9 there?
I think TSM has shown consistent form over the season. They don't drop too many random games besides their game today against Takentas, but they were trolling. And I think that TL with Santorin back seems to be better, even though Santorin wasn't even carrying their games this weekend. Everyone else is playing better. So besides today, but TL can't beat C9. That we all know. So yeah, I think TL and TSM are looking to ramp up a little bit. EG, I also think will be a good team in playoffs.
And we'll all be seeing all of that action soon enough. Last question to you. What do you think is C9's greatest strength going into playoffs?
I kind of want to say me, but I think that our greatest strength is that we don't have a big weakness in our team. I think a lot of teams in LCS have one player or one lane or some sort of problem in draft that makes them really easy to predict. And I think we have 3 lanes you can play around and a good jungler. So I don't think we have weakness, which might just be our strength.
If every player on the team is thinking the greatest strength is me, I'd say that's a great place to be. Sven, thank you so much for stopping by for this interview.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to kick it to a break right now, everybody. But on the other side, it is Evil Geniuses taking on 100 Thieves. Remember the roster swaps that they're bringing in for this final game of the regular season. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. All of my life, man, they counted me out. Not many people are doubting me now. Even some legends are shouting me out. I promise there's nobody stopping me now. My haters look angry, I'm popping. My name will never be forgotten. Running this game, I ain't jogging. Opponents know that I'm a problem. Ay, always considered the underdog. That is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one winning's the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning. I've seen my competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. These days I feel like the champion. My winning streak only just begun. Facing my fears, I don't ever run. Always been driven to get what I want. Guaranteed one day I'll be the GOAT. Never had much, but I always have.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. Final day of regular season play, and before we get into our conversation about the MVPs, if you couldn't tell that from what's on the screens behind me, I just wanted to call out Raz's shoes. Raz, please show the audience your
snap,
shoes,
I can do it!
because your shoes, these are some of the dopest shoes I've ever seen.
They
in my
are
life.
Okay, it's all
very
right.
I really like them with the Jordan socks. That's a good little combo
Yeah,
you
nice
got.
call out.
there,
Yeah, you know what?
Uh-oh.
Athleticism.
Yeah, be ready at any moment.
They play into it with the white
Inside.
icon on it all. Very few
Dude,
people
fair.
could pull off
Thank you.
shoes like that. You make me jealous.
Show your shoes.
I will not.
Hey guys, 100 Thieves
I will
changed their
not.
roster.
Screw you. Okay, let's talk about some stuff. Going in to 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses, we wanted to talk a little bit about Honda MVP because after today, we only have a few days to submit our votes for that conversation. It feels like this conversation has been the most difficult of any that we've had to date. So we had each of you do a little bit of homework, and we coalesced what would be maybe the average ballot in terms of considerations for MVP. I'm going to pick out a couple names. I'm going to make you make the defense for that person. Make the case. So Emily, we are going to start with you, and we'll start with the number one team.
The big,
and their
the big
junglers.
board.
We gave them the big spot
Nice.
because they're number one in the league.
All right.
So Emily, why should Spica be Honda MVP?
This is actually an incredibly easy defense for me. I have been considering Spica an MVP contender since about mid-split. I think he's been incredibly consistent, whether TSM has been running something that they're incredibly comfortable with, or whether they were doing their experimenting with, melee mids, where they didn't look as comfortable, where, theoretically, if you were playing that kind of matchup with mid-jungle, you'd have the mid roaming a lot more with the jungler. And I thought he did such a good job of mitigating when they didn't have pressure. He also has been in a position where they've put his lanes, let's just say, a little bit behind. It's very difficult to jungle from that position, but if you look at the way he plays around that and still comes out ahead in a lot of times and is still able to make plays, he's such an important part of whenever TSM is being proactive, it's always around Spica. He's very in tune with what his team wants to do, and I think he is the heart and the core of the reason why this team has been performing so well.
Exactly, and I think just the fact that they are performing so well, of course, is a boon to his resume. Raz, I'm going to give you a different test.
All right.
And that test name is Fudge for Cloud9. So make the case here, because this is not a first-place team, right? And yet he has been called out a number of times as the top performer for Cloud9 in both their ups and their downs.
Yeah, you shine a little brighter when, your team isn't performing that well, but you are the person. You're the cream of the crop. I think he's the best top laner right now in this league. And I think, in the beginning portions of this split, when he was on Lee Sin, he was so damn good on Lee Sin. Consistently. And whatever position they put him, either in a carry position or far more frequently in a facilitating position away from the jungler, I thought that he has just been the shining light of Cloud9. And so if it isn't going to be the best jungler in Spica, then I would look towards the best top laner in Fudge.
What a world we live in when you have a multi-time MVP Blabber on your team. You've got an LEC MVP and one of the most winningest players in history with Perks and Sven on the roster, and yet you, in one of your earlier splits in the LCS, get called out as a possible MVP in Fudge. Those are two players not taking to the Rift in our next game, and that's where I want to transition now, Mark, to the 100 Thieves squad and the EG squad that we're about to see play against each other. Let's start with Closer. There's been a big debate when it comes to 100 Thieves and how well that team as a whole has performed about how you isolate a single player and call them out. I'm gonna make you make the case for the jungler.
All right, so going with Closer, I think the thing that he has had his entire career in North America is a bit of a liability, you could say, in the mid lane in terms of raw laning potential. He's always been paired up with someone who, you know, was more supportive or just struggling a little bit. He finally has a stud in the mid lane, and that has allowed him to play the game however he wants to. And he has looked so much more proactive with that help. He doesn't need to cover lanes nearly as much. And the jump in performance from spring to summer is gigantic. He has been so good about exploding games open, whereas before it was a more passive play style. You can see that even when his team is doing some pretty troll things like that Olaf game where they all hop the wall and he's like, we're on Baron. He goes in 1v5s and kills 3 people, walks out of there and is like, this game's not over. And so like there have been a ton of these kinds of moments in this split throughout the entire split where Closer has had these insane pop-off plays.
And I want people to put the recency gun down, right? There's all that recency bias. Put it down. Full split.
What about the recency blow dart?
No, put that down too.
Okay.
It's the full split. And so that's why you look towards Closer and Abbedagge, and you must be easy to defend those players.
Yeah.
Because like I remember the Diana performances from Closer being so damn
14
strong.
kills or something. That
Well,
game.
and when you talk full split, that's what makes me more curious about a player like Abbedagge. And Emily, I'm coming back to you for the case on him because he was the biggest conversation piece for the first few weeks of the LCS in its entirety.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it all comes to mid lane control. And then additionally, when we were talking about 100 Thieves and when they were doing so well, what the big, I guess, difference was, and it was his flexibility in the mid lane, right? Like, we saw them play both versions of the mid-jungle matchup where he's playing for Closer and his control and his, like, buffing Closer up is getting Closer ahead and allowing him to make those plays. And then we saw the reverse. We saw Closer playing for him and then just him absolutely, like, obliterating people and taking over entire games. And I think if you're looking at, like, a difference maker in terms of if 100 Thieves are going to contend for a championship, what is the main difference coming onto this team? It's been Abbedagge, and it's been how well he can perform for this team in the mid lane. That's kind of what they were missing, was that stability last split, and they have it, and I actually still think they have a lot of draft flexibility with him as well that they didn't previously have.
Well, last piece of the MVP puzzle, or at least the puzzle that I created for you here today, is Jizuke in the mid lane. And Mark, I'm going back to you on that
Easy!
one. Really? Easy?
Yes, this is the most explosive man in the LCS. You just can't peel your eyes off of him. There's the Jizuke fan club on his pro view, you know, and as much as that's all meme stuff, he's actually been incredible. He has some of the best laning stats in the entire league. He also, while doing that, has some of the most proactive numbers in terms of kills and assists at 15, and so that has given him monstrous gold leads. He is the engine of which the entire EG system has warped to incorporate. And I think when we talk about most value provided, if you are changing your entire team to play around you and play like you, and then you bring that team to one of the best records in Summer Split, like, goddamn, you're valuable.
This man tries to win lane, and he does. And that's something that's been a consistent factor for him. And now that the team has gotten better, mid-game, late game, he's who you want to be, like, charging into the enemy team in a team fight.
All right, y'all may have just sold me on Jizuke, but we'll have to wait for those ballots to be submitted. For now, we're handing it over to Pastry Time and Crumbs for our 4th game of the day. Take it away, gents.
There we go.
Thank you, Dash, and hello, everyone. As 100 Thieves have decided to field their Academy roster for this match, which honestly, not all that surprising. It's going to be Tenacity in the top lane, Kenvi in the jungle, Ryoma in mid, Lugia in bot, and Poom on support. Now, a few of these names are familiar to LCS fans, but for others, it's their LCS debut, and what better way to join than facing off against evil geniuses and a familiar Academy face in Contract.
You're facing off against an EG that really wants to win. This is not an EG that's gonna take it easy because the implications for Evil Genius in this game are massive. A win here ensures 3rd place because they're winning the head-to-head against Cloud9, which means that their first playoff opponent would be Dignitas. However, a loss would put them in 5th place, meaning their first opponent, Team Liquid. A pretty big discrepancy in the difficulty that those opponents would make in playoffs. So EG will be giving it their all, which means this is a phenomenal matchup to debut an Academy team.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, 100 Thieves locked. Might as well rest your main players and let the Academy guys have a shot on stage. And these are no slouches. Yes, their opponent is pretty good in EG, right? That's a tough team to have your first LCS game against, but 100 Thieves have just churned out talent like there's no tomorrow. This is a very star-studded group of Academy players. I actually like that they're bringing Contracts in. If nothing else, like Kenby is one of the best junglers in Academy, and Contracts has the most experience of any LCS player who's played in the LCS so far this split against him. So this actually strategically feels like a very good thing, as he's going to get Zins out first off.
It's really interesting, too, that with Contracts here, 100 Thieves have respected him more than Jizuke, because Diana is now being banned. And lastly, we've seen Jizuke really be targeted with Rise bans in the first set of rotations. That has put him on less of his comfort-style champions like the Syndra and the Twisted Fate, and he hasn't been as active. So now it's going to go into the second rotation, as EG haven't selected that, and 100 Thieves can still ban away that champion. So EG clearly prioritizing the bottom lane and the jungle before giving Jizuke a matchup. And frankly, I think it's because they're counting on Jizuke's laning prowess to create an advantage against Ryoma.
And, you know, it feels like a pretty safe bet. Jizuke plays to basically win every lane he plays. Ryoma is certainly in his last appearance in the LCS had pretty mixed results. I mean, was never a player that was massively pressuring you 1v1. He was much better, you know, in team fights, helping the team out. Zoe obviously comes to mind, although that's not a pick that is particularly in the meta right now. But I think that's fine, right? Ryoma's kind of the veteran on this squad of very young players that's kind of gluing everything together. Definitely look for Kenby and Tenacity, especially together. Kenby loves to go top lane typically, although they are very flexible in how they want to play the game. And if you don't know who Luger is, you might after this game. Of the few Academy games I've gotten to cast this split, which unfortunately have not been very many, Luger is an absolute animal. Like, we talk about, you know, the Turkish League just kind of constantly churning out these talented young players. Luger is among the youngest and most talented I've ever seen come from that league. He is so good.
I think he would be one of the top ADs from Academy this year, and frankly would be surprised if this 100 Thieves team stays together for Academy, because I imagine that a lot of these players would be promoted, whether by 100 Thieves or other organizations looking to include them in next year's roster. So I think Luger with the Varus is going to be a really exciting one to watch, not only because of the laning prowess, but the arrow accuracy. We need to see where he stands on this pick, because thus far, though, against the likes of a Braum, it's not going to be that easy, and 100 Thieves is already doubling down on keeping that range. Two ways of dealing with the Aphelios. Either you commit to the hard dive, or you poke and keep a distance. Already with the Braum, pretty difficult to go for the dive, so they're going to double down on poke, and they're going to give Tenacity the option to have a Jace in the top lane. Just poke away, but now EG can answer with a Twisted Fate and can pick on the Jace. We just saw what Team Liquid had to deal with Perks and Fudge just camping Jace despite being able to defer some ganks. It's just so hard. He dies to a single gold card stun and the combo with a top laner.
Yeah, really interesting stuff here. EG kind of, you know, keeping it pretty simple. It is nice to see Braum floating his way back up in the meta, it feels like. It's going to be alongside Danny there. Ooh, Wukong locked in. So one of the dangers of picking Jace in the spot they did. And I see, like, of all the players to, like, throw down the gauntlet to, I feel like Impact is someone you should stay away from. He is deadly when you give him counter pick, and he doesn't get it that often.
That's why it's a test. That's why it's a big test for Tenacity, one of the most hyped top laners in Academy, and going up against Impact, having a Wukong and the Twisted Fate should be really interesting to watch, because he can run it down against the Twisted Fate, against the Xin, and 100 Thieves will just solidify their composition by just being poked. They're trying to disengage, they're trying to team fight, they want to avoid EG hard committing into them, and they have plenty of options on the side of EG. You can both engage with Twisted Fate once he has the stopwatch, Impact with the flanks, and even Contract getting into the mix, but they can also kite back. So if EG chooses to just keep a distance, I think 100 Thieves will have the advantage. So we're going to have a lot of back and forth dancing around these objectives, especially early, since both these teams have over 1,000 gold leagues in their respective leagues at 15 minutes.
Yeah, obviously, you know, a different league now for this 100 Thieves squad, but we'll see how they do up against EG. I'm pretty sure this is Impact's first Wukong game as well. Maybe in his career, but definitely this split, if my brain is remembering things correctly, which unfortunately is not particularly reliable. I also feel like 100 Thieves kind of lifting the TL homework after the last game, right? This comp is very similar to what TL does play, but definitely maybe a snapshot of the future.
I mean, if you copy the homework, you have to adjust some things, and you can keep some too. So keep the mid lane performance, that's a great, but everybody else has to pick up the scraps as well. We need to see a better bot lane, some more synergy with the jungler, as well as defending these dives. And on the side of EG, they could do the same thing as well that Cloud9 did. A lot of early dives, because they do have, in fact, the same top or rather mid to bot core with the Aphelios, with the Braum, the Xin, and what this combo allows you to do is that since everybody relies on auto attacks, the Braum gets so much value from getting so many auto attacks on a single target.
And this is the other place where Braum often gets value. Level 1 is EG going to send 4 people into the brush down here in the bottom lane, and they are all the way through to that top brush here.
Yeah, looking for some action. And look at how 100 Thieves is playing. They're so defensive level 1. You can see in the top side of their jungle, they're just chilling, right? The 3 were out here just lingering around, trying to see if they could spot an invade, but they will see it.
That ward is so good.
It was very nice.
That feels like, I mean, speaking of homework, that feels like almost perfect preparation, right? That ward is like just left of where the part they took and the sweeper they used. So they have full info. Luca completely safe from that invade, which is always good to see given that he's the Varus. Yes, he has Cleanse. Yes, he has Flash, but doesn't want to have to use those before the lane starts. So EG, I like the attempt, right? I think when you have Braum, you should have a level 1 plan.
And TF.
But unfortunately, it doesn't work. Yeah, especially TF as well.
Well, 100 Thieves do know that that ward went onto the blue buff because Luger spotted that out, so they will not start on that side of the map, and instead the rest will just linger around, trying to see, are they trying to go for an invade again? Do I have my sweeper up to clear it out? But despite him clearing the ward, the fact that it died at 138 just means that, well, Kenvi didn't start there, so EG still have the information that Kenvi is starting on the top side.
All right, and of course, don't forget that Lane by Lane will be continuing throughout playoffs. You can check out all the previous episodes at youtube.com/LCS. We can tune into the fresh Pipe and Hot installment this Saturday, Crumbs. LCS is everyone's favorite game show. Back at it again, still throughout the playoffs.
And Lane by Lane.
They're still at it, not back.
I tried to win a few times. That is a
How'd that
difficult
go?
game show to win. One time it was really just gifted by Kobe, so you really just have to get the favor of your contestants and the chat.
That's true. Can be tough to win them over, as bottom side has had a lot of back and forth of trading here. Looks like the race to level 2 is on, but it does seem like 100 Thieves will win it. Poom already too. Luga now going to move over in XP as well, and Ignar and Danny going to have to play with that respect.
Yeah, and so they can push this wave because of Kenvi's pathing. He's gone from red to bot.
Poom, excuse me?
Good joke.
That was such a good hook. Into the Ignite. Ignar very low. It does not die.
It's not a heal bot lane from EG, so that's going to really push Ignar back, waiting for his potions to heal back up. So this is some good advantages from 100 Thieves, and now is where the action will really begin because the junglers are both pathing to the top side, and they will be contesting for this scuttle. But you see that Ryoma does have priority here, so this could determine where this scuttle fight happens.
Well, I think now they know where Contracts is because he just hit the Scry's Bloom. Tenacity will get revealed. Kenvi actually suspecting this as well. Maybe going to meet him here for the Scuttle Crab. Oh, I love the patience. Kenvi now going to see him. There's the stun. Mister's out. That's going to instantly force that flash.
That's the priority that 100 Thieves has earned themselves from the matchups they have in lane. The Jace is winning topside against the Wukong.
Oh my god, that's filthy. Danny forced to cleanse.
That's already a lot of summoners. 100 Thieves is really crushing EG in this early game thus far. Every lane is winning. They have advantages and potions everywhere, and it's not what you would have expected from the Academy lineup to be actually winning in the lane. You would think that it would come down to teamwork or some sort of draft, a matchup in the...
Oh, Ignar's just dead. That looks like first blood. The Unbreakable is going to keep him alive, so we'll hold our breath for that first kill. But Luga getting aggressive there. Danny does have his flash, but Luga will just force him back. His Contracts now has to be here in the bottom side.
That was a really good flash from Ignar because Luger would have been able to flash and have the auto attack proc mid-air, so he had to get out of that, waiting for the regen. Bot lane still winning, and the second that they're starting to play aggressive, Kenvi is down here as well to back his team up.
Yeah, double crab. Forcing Contracts' flash on the top side, and the push that the top side got give him the first one on the north side of the map, and now Kenvi down here to take that one away. It's funny, Contract also has been 100 Thieves Academy in the last year.
He knows how they work on the inside, so having the inside man to give him the strats, but I think this lineup has evolved so much since the time that Contracts has been in here, and so that information probably won't be as relevant as just the fact that, well, Contracts has played in Academy this year, and so just knowing what Kenvi's tendencies might be should be what Contracts can bring to the table.
Yeah, unfortunately, stopping the squad that has built up synergy, that has only gotten stronger with, again, a lot of young North American talent for the most part. Super cool to see this team looking good in the early game. And to be fair, they picked for it, right? You have Jace, you have Varus.
Yeah.
Poom took Thresh very early, which is one of his signature picks.
Nice. That's a good stop. That's a really good stop. It's going to allow the wave to crash, so Ryoma could miss out on some CS, and TF is just really interested in getting advantages in shoving out the lane and resetting first, because now he can go back at level 5, then he'll have his full inventory with the Dark Seal and Potion for level 6, so he can now shove up with the Lucidity Boots and get reduced cooldown on his first ultimate. That is where EG is looking to play make off Jizuke's first ult. If every lane is getting shoved done, that means that every lane is also susceptible to being ganked by a TF.
Ryoma's first back also going to look pretty nice here. Does get some components though. Dark Seal Boots and the Amp Tome, so didn't have a full item. Also TP's back very quickly, so we'll get that shove out first. He's going to have a move if he wants to here, although nothing really to go to right now. This is going to hold the wave a little bit more and put a ward down and then continue shoving. But level 6 for the Azir, Jizuke is not going to be too far away, but it is going to take him a while to reverse these waves and, you know, be able to get out and roam to use that ultimate. And Ryoma's job, of course, whenever you're playing Twisted Fate, glue him to his turret for as long as you can.
Glue him to his turret and secure vision on the sides. Already they have a control ward on the right-hand side, which will be really useful for Ryoma to match roams. But you gotta get some wards a little bit deeper than that. This first shove in by Ryoma will allow Kenvi to get that first dragon because the bottom lane is also winning. But there seems to be some trouble on the top side, as there is a big farm discrepancy between Tenacity and Impact.
Well, Luger there on the Lantern is going to be safe. Does get gravity gunned, but going to be A-okay. It's just been a constant push. Oh my god, Luger is 25 CS ahead of Danny.
It's been rough.
What is going on?
Well, you were hyping him up at the start. You were saying
he's good.
How good Luger is. Well, Danny was the prime candidate for Rookie of the Split, and Luger comes in, and has he hurt that? Is now a Blaze Olive going to win that off of a single performance from Luger? Maybe.
Imagine. Well, we'll see about that. But yeah, I mean, again, they picked the aggressive 2v2 and they are playing aggressively, which is good. You do want to see them play to the conditions they've drafted for this early game. Jizuke getting low. Ryoma starting to really make that poke sing there in the mid lane. As Ignore again, going to look for something, but they're even down in XP as well. This is horrible for this early game. It's so hard to lane right now.
It's a big deal here because Luger winning out on this matchup means that the Varus is going to get ahead, and lethality is going to be so deadly. It's Tommy time. You got that right. And he's winning lane against Jizuke. Now, it's a matchup that you would expect to go this way, but he has consistently kept Jizuke at bay. And so far, we have not gotten a even possibility of a look from a Twisted Fate roam, which just feels so good when you're counting on your scaling and team fighting like 100 Thieves is.
Now, as a reminder, I know a lot of the players on this 100 Thieves lineup are, you know, pretty new, very young, and a lot of upcoming talent. The exception is Ryoma, right? He actually has, like many of the Oceanic players, a long career in OS, and with some international appearances as well before that. This is definitely not his first time on Azir, I can tell you that much. He'll be very happy to have this champion back in the meta.
Now, this is a champion that, after seeing how PoE has been playing it, how Jensen has been playing it,
Lantern positioning so good. Oh, are they going to get greedy though? Contracts, we're going to make them pay. Boom's going to be the target. Ulti out there from Contracts. The playback is nice, but First Blood finally arrives, and it's for EG as Luger will make it back under the tower safely.
Ooh, that's a good look out of EG, but I felt like Boom could have gotten out of that. He had flash, so he could have flashed right after Contracts hit the charge, and he wouldn't have been knocked up.
Impact's looking for the solo kill. But who is going to get solo killed first? Everyone's going to walk away with not too much HP, with Impact feeling a bit sturdier. And here comes Jizuke. Tenacity knows he's dead. Doesn't even give the assist over. That's actually a good play.
That is a good play because now they get a Rift Herald. So you get the Twisted Fate ultimate, and he doesn't get anything in return for it while you get a Rift Herald. So it is a decent answer from 100 Thieves, who now get to crash this wave topside. But instead, wait a minute, they're waiting to see if EG is going to greed out for some...
Oh my god! Ryoma with the wraparound on Jizuke, the TP coming through. They're trying to make the biggest play of all time as Impact will get the counter kill, but can Tenacity get something back? He will take out Impact. What a bold play by Ryoma.
They thought that Impact had base, so they figured it's going to be only Jizuke, and by the time he commits, since Impact had stopped his recall, they get surprised. If they were right in asserting that Impact had base, that would not have looked so silly, but because Impact stayed, he gets the outplay and gets another kill.
I mean, definitely not the trade they were looking for, but very creative kill by 100 Thieves. I like it. Let's watch it again, actually, as Kenvi and Ryoma with a very unorthodox combination to wrap around the enemy mid laner in top lane as the... Let's watch it again.
Yeah, so they suspect that there's just no vision here, but, you know, the reason why I think this still is probably not going to work is because Jizuke still has flash. Right, so knowing that Jizuka still has summoners and it's so far removed from immediate follow-up from Kenvi means that if Jizuka's paying attention, not at shop, tabbed out, he's probably going to react to this.
In some ways, almost good they were able to get Impact, because they might have got nothing.
Yeah.
If Jizuka could just flash away to safety. But the overextension does cause a trade. EG will take it. They're up in gold still, even though the early game has looked good here. For 100 Thieves, they couldn't convert into any kills and get that first blood gold, but still fighting here, only 1,500 gold down, as Ryoma starting to feel the pain of the blue buff Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and that pain is now turning around. All the lanes that were winning for 100 Thieves are going to slowly be pushed in now, because now Twisted Fate is going to be able to shove up against Ryoma. He's got the blue buff. He has an assist while Ryoma has died, so he's going to be slowly falling behind here. And the kill in the bottom lane went over to Danny. So the advantage that Luger has is somewhat undone, and top lane is already won by Impact. So now the tides have turned in the laning matchup, and this is where Jizuka's ultimate will really come in clutch, because now you can set up dives anywhere you go.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem here. Is Ignar level 6? Jizuka at it again. Lantern's good, though. Dodges the ulti, still gets stunned by the gold card, I believe, but there it's 4v4 right now on the bottom side of the map. As Kenvi's rotating down alongside Ryoma. Danny is busy smashing minion waves there with his turret.
You can see that minion wave and know exactly why it was 100 Thieves didn't fall for that. The wave was so pushed up, and they knew that Jizuka had just shoved in the mid lane with ultimate available, with the CDR boost, but a fight still happening.
Another big play, but it's Poom that's going to be caught up. Now Contract's getting a little low. Kenvi trying to find the fight. Ulti's on to Contracts, really wants it, but he's not going to get it. Impact instead's going to get the kill. He'll grab the second as well as Contracts finishes it off. And 100 Thieves again. They combine for a play, but EG punished them.
EG with the TP advantage in the top side of the map get a huge turn there. Killing the mid 2v2 is really going to hurt. It's where EG want to be playing around. And because Impact is on the way back to top and he's so fed, Tenacity isn't even able to get a significant advantage from plates down there. It's going to be a dragon as well for EG, and all of a sudden, the early game leads that 100 Thieves had built from the lane are all crumbling as EG is playmaking left, right, and center.
I mean, it's one thing to get a lead, it's another to convert upon it. So the Dragon Snowball is stopped by EG as Contract finishes that off. As I watch this one again, how did this even start?
So they're all under sight, and that's what 100 Thieves is thinking that they can play make. But you gotta remember, Ryoma gets immediately exhausted, so he doesn't have that much damage, and he's paired up with a Thresh. So there's not a lot of DPS here. The healing from the Xin is too high. I think Jizuka still had Summoner Spellbook and healed through that as well, and so there's just no way to actually take down Contracts on that. And that's just Ryoma not having enough damage to go for that play. If he had a completed item, maybe you could have made that happen, but a crucial exhaust from Ignar means that by himself, there's just no chance of taking anyone down.
And by the time it's off, Zinza, well, it's upon you. Impact is 2v1ing Tenacity with his clone here in the top lane. Tenacity getting low, but not dead yet. But Divine Thunder, a finish for Impact, feels pretty spooky for Tenacity's Jace.
He's got a recall there, or Impact will have an opportunity to just dash onto him. Gonna ward and be safe before going for it, but TF
here comes Jizuka. Tenacity though knocks him back. That's a good start, but the wildcards are enough, and Kenvi can't make it in time.
A little bit of a sidestep would have saved Tenacity since Impact already committed the dash, but Jizuka throws a nice card and stays alive.
Contracts is like gonna 1v1 Ryoma can't create enough distance. Contracts with a flash! What a play to extend the W, but Ryoma is gonna zip on out of there.
Really looks like EG was taking notes from Cloud9's game earlier with the flash, wind turns to lightning.
Some nice hands there. Poom with a good double flay, gets the hook with the damage. Just a little too much. A stopwatch maybe can turn it back around. Luger firing off here as EG will take some poke, but it's not enough to kill them. Shieldbow already done for Danny. Gonna make it a tough ass there to kill Aphelios.
Yeah, that's the key. Despite Luger having his Duskblade completed, Shieldbow is just too strong right now. It means that you don't have enough damage to burn through Danny. So they have to back off, and despite them winning that trade, it means that Danny can go back to the Gromps, to the doubles rather, and then return to the lane and shove out. So despite EG crashing that wave, they still have their AD carry pushing out, and they will be the ones denying some experience from Luger.
And again, you know, that one kill over on the 100 Thieves side as Jizuka finishes off the first turret of the game. It's mid-tower.
Oh, no.
Up against the Zero, which is a real bad time. His Contract is one level down, but it doesn't look like it here. Tenacity in trouble, but does not die.
It forces a recall. There's not enough potion and healing that Tenacity has in his inventory to stay alive. So now Impact's going to be able to shove out. And once again, they will keep the Jace down, and that is just not the position you want to be in this matchup. It's already been pretty difficult with how we've seen Impact trade against him. And you can look at the gold here. Everybody is winning on the gold side of EG. Even Ignar has more gold than Poom, so everybody's winning their matchup.
I mean, Jizuke is like basically 2,000 gold ahead of the richest person on 100 Thieves, so obviously Twisted Fate passive's kicking in a little bit there, but still a very impressive showing here for EG. Despite all the pressure 100 Thieves are throwing at them, which did look good, when you can't actually get the kills and truly snowball the game, EG just find their windows, and now all of a sudden, it's like the early game you played actually very well in didn't exist, because EG got all the kills you were trying to get.
EG has been just so good at playmaking and finding those opportunities. And I gotta go back to draft, and one thing that I thought 100 Thieves did as a little suspicious was the Echo ban in the second rotation instead of Twisted Fate. Not a lot of Echo has seen play around the world, whereas Twisted Fate I thought looked pretty good from Jizuke, and now letting this play go through when you wanted to play a carry top side makes it really difficult. It was played well against the lane, but it's gotten out of hand now. Jizuke has found so many avenues to play make, and I think that this is a pick that a lot of teams want to practice, specifically before playoffs happen, because this is something that if you succeed on the first game, it's going to have to be respect ban. And now, EG, if they can secure 2 wins on it, will ensure that this is in the lineup and is going to be in the thoughts of whoever they have to play against.
I think people underestimate like Jizuke's ability to play the map, right? Because he's so aggressive in the 1v1. But his roaming on lots of different champions, I mean, I think about his Rise, most people think of like, oh, he's like so good at like doing a bunch of damage and carrying, and which is true, he is. He's very good at all the Rise lane matchups, but his teleport usage, his ult usage on Rise, that's the thing I really look for. Just the way he translates his advantages around the map. And on Twisted Fate, that's literally all the champion does, as Danny's going to get hooked up here, but it looks like bait! Impact going in there, round the side, his contracts, Poom gets obliterated. And the TP in from Tenacity is maybe looking a little too late, as EG still hungry for more on the dive. 5v4 right now, Contracts gonna get stunned up, damage is there, no ulti, no hope, as Kenvi now gonna turn into Xin Zhao. 200 Thieves have more. Kenvi looking for an impact though, gonna dash away with the clone. Ryoma looking for the big play, just barely misses the scoop as Ignar flashes out. And the damage is there, but it's not enough. It's just 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
And in the meantime, Jizuke has shoved up the mid wave, but can path to the bot side. There's pings onto the mid wave though, so he's gonna commit to the tier 2 tower and let 100 Thieves get this one. EG is too low to try to turn, and I don't think Jizuke is actually going to get this tier 2. So he was absent from this fight. But remember, because he still has his ultimate, he can now answer when EG makes it back onto the map, since 100 Thieves will have to recall after this. So EG will now have the next play with a TF ult. So 100 Thieves, despite winning that out, have to be really careful, since EG now have tempo.
Yeah, makes sense. The actual 4v4, not the 5v4 I thought it was. Makes life a little easier for 100 Thieves, even though the initial dive was good from EG. It is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, and they'll trade off some towers. They'll get a second dragon, as they'll watch this one again.
They got kind of baited from a really nice hook against Danny, but it's so difficult to follow up on this because of Braum. There's an exhaust, and then there's a Wukong that was hiding in the brush that really caught them by surprise. I don't even think they knew that Contract was waiting on the wings. And then when EG commits overstepping, this is where the 100 Thieves composition shines. Contract stepped a bit too far, and they have to kite back, dealing enough damage from a distance before Kenvi can commit. Otherwise, he's just going to die. The rest of the team can't really follow up. I think this was a good look from Ryoma. If he really wanted to commit on this, he had to flash. But I think he's respecting that Danny also has his summoners and has proven to be a pretty good AD carry when it comes to flashing in response to people trying to dive.
Danny's got good hands. Don't test that, man. He'll flash it. Don't worry about it.
Good hands, Danny.
And of course, a bagel there for Jizuke in the team fight. Impact actually should get more credit. He was the extra man with the Wukong clone in that particular dive. And now he's down the bottom side with Jizuke this time. Tenacity in trouble, stunned up, and the tower is going to fall. An incoming 4v1 as Impact flashed in for the ulti. Tenacity will be melted, and Kenvi's going to have to run.
This was exactly the play that we foretold. EG would have tempo and an advantage with Jizuke that 100 Thieves needed to respect. They thought that the turret that they had previously defended was still safe, but it's just way too low. Impact does so much damage, he can take this out, and the TP doesn't even come through.
Kenvi won't chase. Doesn't know what anyone else is, and Contracts did cancel that recall just to make sure he could stay involved. TP up to the top side, Jizuke retaining the initiative EG have on the map. Happy to burn the TP to stop Ryoma from pushing in the lane. Ryoma understandably respects it and leaves. Doesn't want to have to probably 2v1 whoever else is coming up to the top side alongside Jizuke here, and he'll reverse this wave in top and get things pushing in the EG direction still.
Yeah, and that just means that because he wants this wave pushing, he needs backup from the rest of the team. Otherwise, he's going to overextend. Despite having flash, the stopwatch, it's a twisted fate that can be easily picked off. So he just shoves out the wave and then returns to group up with the squad. And you can see a kind of line that EG is making that connects every single member together. And if anybody oversteps on that line, it's usually a sure sign that somebody is out of position. As one member moves forward, the rest of the team feels confident in being able to advance, and now they've grouped up with the Xin Zhao to crash the wave that Impact is holding. And while the team is doing this, and they see that their 100 Thieves team is revealing in the mid lane, now Jizuke can find a position to either return to the top side or even look for an ultimate if he feels like there's an advantage to be gained.
It's always one of the things that's tough in a very open map, as Contracts with the flank alongside Ignat. Poom in trouble. Does get a nice play, but will fall there as Danny is going to collect that kill. Now Impact looking to wrap around again. Kenvy's going to find the stun. Ryoma, they're forced to ulti back. And Danny going to get the kill regardless. Impact lives through the dive he started. Now Jizuke gets the gold card onto Luga, who is going to have to cleanse out of there. And it's 2 clean ones for EG already.
100 Thieves was thinking that they could push forward and crash a wave to have some breathing room because of how much EG has been shoving both top and bottom. But the second that they overextend, Poom is too far up, and it's going to be really costly because now at 21 minutes, a Baron, the only hope they have is a steal.
Jizuke the target, but again, it's a consolation prize here as Kenvy not even going to get it. Jizuke flashes out. He wants the kill. He's chasing for it there, but again, now Ignar's looking to reinforce, and EG can go over the wall if they need to. Tenacity hunting, but the Baron could be the prize. Unfortunately, they don't have the vision for it. Now they're going to see Kenvy, though. Does he leap into the pit? He is not going to go for it. Does have the flash. Oh, actually, he is going to go for the steal. Almost finds it. The Lantern actually going to keep him safe. Love the attempt for 100 Thieves, but it is EG that grabbed the Baron.
It was a good try, and Jizuke doesn't mind burning summoners there because he just wants to keep 100 Thieves at bay. He wants to do as much damage as possible, deter the possibility of a steal to be executed well, and because they get this Baron 40 seconds before the Dragon, they're still going to be able to go and get that objective. It's not going to be a trade that 100 Thieves can make. So let's take a look at how Jizuke started this up, because he still has Flash, gets the double Everfrost, which is really clutch, and then he can just wait. He knows that there's a control ward, that 100 Thieves does not have vision, and his job is already done because 100 Thieves can't safely approach. Tenacity?
1v1, Jizuke looking to make it happen. Tenacity exhausted Jizuke. Making this 1v1 look very easy. Tenacity running the wrong way. Is he going to try and take a tower as the exit? He will! He gets it over, but Jizuke is going to kill him. And unfortunately for you, that is extra Magi stacks now for Jizuke. His mid lane, another player starting 4v3 actually. His Impact isn't even here yet. Luga ulti goes wide as Impact's not going to make it happen. No flash though, so he will reserve the initiation as EG continue pushing with the Red Bull Baron.
He was really hungry. It was such a good angle for the Wukong, but there is no Cyclone available just yet. And in fact, they could just wait. Now Jizuke is pushing the top side. They're going to guarantee themselves a tier 2, and someone has to respond to Jizuke now. And if you split the carries up, whether it's the Azir or the Varus defending, it means that EG will easily be able to take down one of these turrets.
All right, well, Kenvy is playing with fire here in a 1v4, trying to keep vision of his own jungle, but he does dodge out. Viego with a pretty strong amount of mobility. Unfortunately, there is no access to this dragon. So kind of the one thing that 100 Thieves maybe could have leaned on would be this possible Dragon Soul, and that will be denied for quite a bit longer here as the second dragon is claimed by EG. And this gold lead, about 9,000 ahead for EG. For a while there, it felt like maybe they could close the gap, but now it feels like a tough one to bounce back from.
Those are some very large crutches that you need to lean on. And at that point, I don't even know if you call that leaning on. I think that's just support for basic functions, because now 100 Thieves just does not have an avenue to come back into this game. This is the dangers of these kinds of compositions, that if you fall behind, who is going to start the plays? Who can actually flank and engage? It's going to have to be Ryoma looking for an angle with a Shurima. Does have the Hourglass to pull that off, but other than that, that's a pretty easy one for EG to not only telegraph, but stop.
All right, Kenvy again looking for a good attempt there by Poom, but the hook does not connect, and now the EG counter engage is going to happen. Contracts looking for the angle over the wall, does not connect the W though. And of course, 100 Thieves know it. They have to keep Jizuke in the back of their minds at all times. He's top lane right now. as Ryoma is trying to deflect impact here from the bottom half of the map.
It's so much pressure on the side of 100 Thieves because they know they have just a few seconds to look for a play on the remaining members. Not only before... Oh, wait a minute.
Jizuke, the one coming in, Ryoma trying to get out of there. Everfrost, though, tying him up forever. Pushes him back, goes golden, 100 Thieves. Maybe looking to come back around. Ryoma will live for now. Impact now the target. Does go down. Shot down for Kempy's going to turn him into Wukong. And now 100 Thieves diving through. Contracts, ultis them back out, but Kempy goes back through. Ulti up from Poom. Kempy diving in there with the second charge of the ulti that he got. Now the TP back through for Ryoma. Going to try and make a big play here, but he's got no ulti. EG flashing out of there. And Kempy looking for the stun, but does not connect. And 100 Thieves, I think, the chase is over. Tenacity, though, with a big snipe, finds a second kill.
That's a good response from 100 Thieves. Well played by Ryoma with the ultimate and the stopwatch to keep Jizuke at bay. When he stopwatched in, the rest of EG's feeling like they have to linger around him to keep him alive. But Ryoma, wait a minute, where's your dash? You're dead, buddy.
Contracts. Ooh. Not going to get the kill. He wants it. Doesn't have flash. Oh my god, the dash. It's so long, but now maybe he's gotten baited. Ryoma back over the top of Contracts, fighting everybody off here. It just doesn't matter. Jizuke going to reinforce, and is something crazy going to happen? It's Jizuke, you never know.
So close.
But not this time.
And ETP's back, right? He just wants to continue to pressure, and after all is said and done, EG continue to shove out these waves. 100 Thieves just can't catch a break. So, Jizuka TP's in from mid lane looking after Ryoma. I thought he would use stopwatch on the gold card, but instead waits until impact is already committed. And when Jizuka is low here, tries to put a gold card, has a red, but by this time impact is already extended, has a flash to get out. There was just no opportunity to do so. And this is where 100 Thieves just doesn't have enough damage to burst from afar. They have to respect Danny, and they can't really chase. The Shurima shuffle is already down, and EG's really good at kiting back between Grom, Aphelios turrets, and Twisted Fate. They can only get a single kill, as Ignar does a fine job in the retreat. The thing that happens often with the tank retreating is that because they end up being faster, they end up positioning themselves behind the carry. But as a tank, you always want to be closer to the enemy and create a buffer between the enemy team and your own carries.
You happy to give up kill there? I mean, not happy, but, you know, he'll give it up. Nothing else bad happened there, as 100 Thieves do get some gold back, but it is a long climb to get over the gold mountain EG have built for themselves. As 100 Thieves are still trying to defend. 30 seconds till Baron is back up. Minute 20 until Soul Point will be available for both teams. It does feel like the map belongs to EG right now, and the 5-2 turret score, and the fact that you have a level 16 Twist of Fate with 12 Magi stacks, 3 items, including a Lich Bane and an RFC, kind of adding to that holistic map pressure that EG currently exert on 100 Thieves.
And they're going to keep that up until the objective spawns, and this is where 100 Thieves has to look for an opportunity before EG can collapse multiple members. Since they will be fanned out in all 3 lanes, the opportunities for 100 Thieves are so slim because of how quickly they can collapse on each other. They've shoved out mid and bottom, Jizuka pushing bot, and this is the perfect opportunity to start the Baron because you're applying pressure on 2 points from 100 Thieves. You have vision, you have impact guarding this. This should be secured, no problem.
Oh, wow. I love that. He's just actually popping the ulti, getting into the flank position. Kempy, again, going to get kept out by Impact. They don't need to kill him. They just need to buy enough time to protect this Baron from being stolen. Impact maybe going to just ult Kempy. He's so far away there. It's Kempy going to make his way in. Oh. Kicked out by Contracts, though. Beautifully played by EG to secure the Baron. And now the chase is on, but Kempy's going to live. Ignite pretty low, but Impact popping the ulti through a little too far forward. Play out of Poom. Maybe going to make it happen, but Impact flashes in, and Jizuke finds the long-range card to get the kill as Luca does trade for Impact.
That was so sick from Contracts. I think this is the kind of thing that you really get used to in Academy, just seeing junglers consistently try to smite. Contracts,
a little too far forward, flashes out. This time he's going to be okay.
He's hypey. He's hypey.
Yeah.
He just made a really sick play. Kenby was so hungry for that steal, but with a clutch ultimate, kicks him out. It's kind of like the Lee Sin play where you kick somebody out of the pit and ensure that there's no chance of a steal. With the ultimate from Xin, he gets that same objective and ensures that there is no chance of that one, because that Baron, had it gone to 100 Thieves, would have really bought a lot of time from them to hold on and prevent any pressure from being applied on multiple lanes.
Yeah, Contracts basically just shutting the door on this game. They're more than 10,000 gold ahead. And for me, like, yes, the play is simple for Contracts, but it's the speed at which it happened, right? Contracts instantly knows to just hit R and kick him out of there. Because to Kempy's credit, he did a lot of work to even get in position to try and steal that Baron.
Flash and ultimate to get in the mix. So he was really committed for that, knew that that's the only kind of play you could go for. And I think that's one of the things I've really loved with the evolution of the game is that before you never played for steals. It was all about, oh, you have to ensure that there's never any chance. But now you really have to count on your jungler to know what to do in these situations, to have the fingers to outsmite, to use the abilities that he can to ensure that the chance of a steal is minimized, but it's always there, and that makes those Baron moments that much sweeter when they go well.
Even though this is obviously now a very one-sided game, as Kenvi, Flash, Lichbane, Everfrost, Kenvi gonna try and get out of that. I didn't even know he could do that.
And he's out. All right, he gets Twisted Fate's Flash, and EG is not able to push any side lanes with the Baron, so that just buys time as it's 50 seconds on the Baron power play, so it looks like EG probably won't get any objectives out of that.
As I was saying before, Kenvi had to clear a pretty massive gap with the Viego ulti to get out of there. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, it is still Baron pushing here. As EG continue to claim towers. It is actually a joy to watch these two junglers play against each other, because there are just like, the hands on these two players, real good. And even though obviously it's very contract favored, Luger gonna get blown to pieces, not yet. Not enough from Danny out of the Inferno multi, but Luger's gonna have to go back to base.
It's not going to hurt that much because there is no wave crashing just yet, but you have to send multiple members now to defend as
hey, look, it's
Twisted
Jizuke.
Fate is going for help on impact to take down the turret. That's the first one cracked.
He's actually the highest tempo gamer. He like constantly is applying pressure, TPing to place. I mean, you can see why his TF's so effective. He's just everywhere, constantly forcing you into situations like normally, you know, you force one or two times, as now the force comes through for EG. Impact getting the spin around, but 100 Thieves cutting it out decently still. Inhib will die there in mid. Jizuke with a death cap now finished will help blow up the second Inhib as Danny claims the last hit on it. And now 240 to the Baron. Nice hook there from Poom onto Ignar. Ulti out of Luger is not gonna wrap, almost connected onto 2. But 100 Thieves, they kick EG out of the base, but they lost 2 Inhibs as a result.
They punish after chunking Luger so hard. Normally, nothing would have come of that one because you had multiple members defending still. But high-tempo Jizuke taking advantage of the cooldown reduction that he already has no problem just spamming his globals and finding any avenues. And once you crack those turrets, 100 Thieves just can't defense against a dive. Jizuke does have heal for speed. I don't think 100 Thieves can really chase this.
Oh, now they're going back in. Who's chasing who? That's a solo kill. Jizuke didn't even need the TP, but Impact's there to join him instead. Ryoma with the early ulti. Impact not going to punish, but Jizuke just keeps on getting away with it. 20 stacks in the book now, Crumbs.
Who said that a Twisted Fate did not have enough damage? Because I just saw one shot against a Jace.
I mean, this is the thing, like Jizuke just, again, constantly forces you into making decisions. Good or bad. He is there, pressuring you, fighting you. And, you know, normally a champion does it 1 or 2 times, right? Oh, I have my ulti, I ult you. Okay, that didn't work, maybe I flash on you. Jizuke's like, I'm a flash you, I'm a gold card you, I'm a TP on you, I'm a Twisted Fate ulti onto you, I'm going to ult you again. You know, it's just like the amount of time Jizuke makes you answer difficult questions is the thing that makes him such a good mid laner.
He makes you think. Whether you're an opponent or watching him, you're just thinking when you're watching Jizuke.
And it's so nice that EG have kind of rallied around that style and now play at a similar pace to Jizuke. No one's ever going to be as fast as him, but they're going to try as Kenvi's diving through to try and make it happen. It's EG. We're going to try and put the nail in this coffin, but Contract's ulting up early as Kenvi. Maybe going to fancy a sniper. 100 Thieves know they've got plenty of targets, but the hook does not connect onto Contract's tenacity. Desperately trying to fend off Baron up minions as Contracts is kicked out by Ryoma's ulti. Good hook on Jizuke, but not enough follow-up there. And Jizuke is low, but he's not dead, and that is not what you want. As Danny on a rampage going to get one. Everyone's diving back to his impact into the fountain laser will get sniped. And the Nexus is open. There's no inhibitors left, there's no towers left, there's barely any game left to play, but 100 Thieves still fighting. Ulti out by Luger, hits onto one. Nice stasis there. Danny gonna get hooked up and killed. Shut down there as Kenvi possesses one more. A double kill out of Luger, maybe make it a triple as the Guardian Angel is gonna put Contracts back up, but only to die to Luger, who gets the triple. And 100 Thieves, the game's not over yet, but it's looking close.
Hey, I like that they keep on fighting. They found an avenue on this, right? That's a crucial ward that may not be spotted here. There is a control ward that is really obvious for 100 Thieves to take, but Jizuke has teleport. It's an open Nexus with a Twisted Fate available, and if multiple members commit for this Dragon, that is the avenue that Jizuka could take. With a Lich Bane, there is so much damage on this. Here he goes. He's going after the Dragon defense.
This is a great TP by 100 Thieves. Like, they need someone else to make sure Kenby doesn't die. Jizuka, though, I think correctly just lets it happen, right? It's not the Soul Dragon, it's just Soul Point. And now Jizuka can just harass them, right? Again, this is the thing he does. He's looking, he doesn't want to look too close, because if they're in the brush there, he's going to die. But he at least sticks around long enough to make sure no one is trying to stay out on the map longer than they should be.
It's really important that he doesn't commit for that, because the Baron is pretty much free. You know that 100 Thieves has to stay inside the base, and this is where they go full lockdown. You just cannot afford to leave. You need multiple members to defend against Twisted Fate, or else you're going to be backdoor. You remember, you can't just have Tenacity defend against him. He's getting one shot by Jizuka, so you need more than one in the defense. It means you can't leave, and that means that it's a free Baron for EG. And once they siege from multiple sides against this, it doesn't look likely that 100 Thieves will be able to stop that final push from EG.
And EG not even going to take the reset. No need to. There's very little to still get. Jizuka has 6 items. He's done. Cosmic Drive was the last one. Oh, he sold the Magi's. That's really disappointing.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
He could.
Wait a second.
He didn't need to, right? He had already
died.
done.
What's going on? There's no way whatever you bought is more efficient than that Magi.
It doesn't send the message. That's what it is. The Magi's really sends the message. Here comes the backdoor, though.
It's so upset.
Tenacity.
Alrighty. Ulti out from Ignite doesn't really connect, but Jizuka in Impact. Gonna delete Tenacity off the rifts. Nexus is exposed. Poon trying to find hope. There are so many minions in the way. Make it 2 as 100 Thieves will be routed back towards the fountain. Jizuka finally will be killed, but the Nexus is the cost they pay as EG will secure themselves third.
Third place and a matchup against Dignitas for the playoffs. This is looking like a really strong run from EG. They finish strong. They add more champions to Jizuka's pool, and now they're really gonna be answering the question of how good are they going to be in playoffs. Because what's really interesting about this pastry is that if they beat Dignitas, they actually face off against 100 Thieves in the upper bracket as well. So despite putting the Academy lineup here, it means that they will still have to face off against each other.
All right, well, that was a fun one. I think 100 Thieves, like, again, bringing that lineup in, I think a lot more competitive than plenty of people would have said. Definitely fun to see them play. Maybe an expected loss at the end of the day, but still a nice fight put up, despite how one-sided the game ended up being.
Yeah, I think that 100 Thieves' early laning phase was really the shining light for them in this performance. Everybody was winning. You had a lot of advantages from the bot side, but I think it started to go downhill off that first play into the top side when Impact stayed in the brush. Double kill down there. Jizuka started to make plays around the map, and when the Twisted Fate was unshackled from the mid lane, that's when they got rough.
You let Jizuka out of the cage, he unleashes upon your entire team. We are going to be stepping away, but when we return, it is Dash and Jizuka in the Verizon post-game interview. We'll meet you there.
Welcome back to the LCS and the Verizon post-game interview. I am joined by Jizuke of Evil Geniuses as third place and third seed into the postseason is locked up, my friend. Jizuke, that's what I want to know first is what's the energy like over there at the EG compound as you guys wrap up the season in quite a positive fashion?
I guess it's bittersweet. I think we always at the end of the season you think, what if I won this game? What if I won the other game? Maybe your seeding changes. You are first, you can be second, and yeah, we take the third. But I think after our big win streak, we expected much more.
Wow, interesting to hear, particularly when you take a look at the standings and you isolate Summer Split. EG, 100 Thieves, and TSM all have the same Summer Split record at 18-9, and maybe that's indicative of what you're talking about, where it does feel like EG is a top team. In fact, Sven, actually, in his interview earlier today, said that he felt EG was a top 2 team alongside TSM when looking at playoff threats. So I'm kind of curious, is that the same sentiment you have? You feel like EG is a better team than ultimately third place shows?
What should I say to this? Yes, we are the best team ever.
There it is. Let's go.
No. It was meme. I don't know. Like, it's weird to rate ourselves. I think. What can I say though is that we don't really have issues playing against anyone. Just us is our worst enemy, and if we keep improving, then we can get the wins. Yeah.
Okay, well, hey, I look forward to some more of those wins. Let's take a look at the postseason because I think that's where all sights are set at this point. With the third seed, we already know what your matchup is going to be. It'll be Dignitas in a best of 5. Yeah. So just right off the bat, what are your kind of first thoughts when you look ahead at that matchup?
Yeah, actually today was. I felt like the mood was pretty nervous because if we win, we go against Nitas, and if we lose, I think we're TL or Cloud9. So
exactly.
I mean, it's nice to get the worst team for sure. I think now it's TL versus Cloud9 as well.
Yeah,
but
that's a doozy.
Yeah,
that's a doozy right there in the first round.
I think against Nitas, other than the 0-2, the Lucian game, and some other, I think we have a pretty good record against them. I think last game we played against them, we demolished them in like 20 minutes. Yeah, it was the Impact 1v9 game, that one. Yeah. It's gonna be fun. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
What about general postseason prospects? Because as you talked about, you mentioned that you feel like EG is your own worst enemy when it comes to needing to find success. But I am curious, when you do look at those other squads, who you think is going to be your biggest competition on the trip towards an LCS title?
If you look at rosters, just Cloud9, just because of the players they have, and TL. I think
Cloud9, TL.
Yeah, just I have a lot of respect for Core JJ and Alfari for TL, and Cloud9 just Perks Sven. To me, they play really good and know how to fake pressure. So
okay.
Yeah.
You sleeping on TSM?
We have a pretty good record against TSM.
Yeah, that's true. Why do you think that is? Is that a style thing? You think you guys are uniquely positioned to beat TSM where other teams struggle a bit more?
I mean, TSM playstyle is 3 people. Jungle and support are leaving mid, so PoE can play, and basically just yeah, if I don't die to that, then I'm 26 ahead on my own, and my team is winning because enemy jungle and support is leaving mid and ignoring top and bot. So and my jungle has a 30 CS lead or like jungle camp, So that's what I always what happens against TSM.
Fair enough. Well, finally, Jizuke, I just want to get a sense from you as a player because I find it very interesting how critical a mind you seem to have when reflecting on the split, right? Again, in response to getting third, you said bittersweet, where I think a lot of people may have expected like more jubilation, to say the least. And so I'm just kind of curious for yourself, like how you balance that drive for perfection, that desire to be the best with where you're at now, and ultimately using that as motivation and fire to improve further throughout the playoffs and actually make sure you attain the goals that you set for yourself?
I think the most important thing about being a pro player is just not getting cocky. So like you wanna practice every day with the same goal, and you don't wanna get cocky, so you don't. Your opinions are not clouded, and you can play game by game like that. You know, even if we were 8-win streak, I cannot think it's so fucking easy. Let's go tomorrow, like GG. You know, I cannot think like that. It's like it's bittersweet because I know we had the potential to even do a 13-14 win streak, and it's nuts to think because we started from 6th place, and I remember we were 1 win ahead of Immortals. Like Immortal was 7 and we were 6th, and then we rushed to a top or something. So to me, yeah, that's just I take it. Win or lose, I have the same mindset. I just strive to improve. Yeah.
Fair enough. I love that fire. Can't wait to see what Evil Geniuses can bring to us in the best of 5s in the postseason. I do want to congratulate you on the 3rd place finish and for being, in my opinion, one of the most exciting teams to watch all split long. Thank you so much, Jizuke. And as Jizuke goes to celebrate with his squad, we are going to head to a commercial break. When we come back, it's the 5th and final game of the day, the last game of the regular season. It's CLG FlyQuest. We'll catch you here.
They've got to get the Mountain Drake here if they want to have any chance of being able to salvage this game. But no! It's stolen away at the last moment with a beautiful fight to end this game. GG, well played!
Oh, man.
Okay, I forgot that they were going to run back there, and I was like, what is happening? Oh, welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Desk, aka the biggest party room you have ever seen for the final game of the regular season. A win in this match would lock FlyQuest as our final playoff team. And there's
Dash is gonna be going back home, by the way, with a bruise because I whipped.
Yeah, that looked like it hurt.
Did he fall?
No, I mean, I just literally.
Damn, I thought he fell and I missed
I
it.
literally
Oh.
whipped that. I whipped his ass with it. I'm just gonna.
I
put
thought
that
he
out there.
tripped over in the corner.
Not nice of you. to do
I was
that
sitting.
serious.
It was-
I guess, like, oh no.
All right, let's talk about this matchup. It's FlyQuest versus CLG. Do y'all mind if I just use this to
direct us? Yeah.
Raz?
Give me those.
Yeah, what do you think? Are FlyQuest worthy of it? No.
I mean, like, for me, for both these teams, it comes down to FlyQuest looking really damn good with Palafox and Jose Diodo. I wasn't a believer at the very beginning. I was on the court of NXI, who's been coming in strongly. And then you see team fights like these, with the main carries literally being Palafox and Jose Diodo that were in the training camps of Academy.
I think that's where I land with FlyQuest is being like, I don't know 100% what to expect from you. And so for them trying to make it into playoffs, I'll give them an extra week with this roster, more practice, and maybe go into the best fives, a little bit unknown for a lot of teams.
And so it comes down to this. I mean, it comes down to the fact that FlyQuest are the ones in control of their destiny.
Yeah.
They're the ones that got that extra win. And so now, if they win this game over CLG, they're the ones that go to playoffs.
Because the head-to-head is in Golden Guardians'
Yeah.
favor, they need to win this game. So even if they lose, you see the records get tied, that would then put Golden Guardians in playoffs. So if you're a
Yes.
Golden Guardians fan, you love CLG. That's why it was funny where, DeMonte was saying that his former team that benched him after one split needs him to pick up a dub for them. So it's a pretty interesting situation.
And where did that bring you? Back to me.
Really desperate to come to me for help.
All of the Golden Guardians fans of old now have even more reason to cheer for CLG here. We are into the draft. CLG taking on FlyQuest. Bans underway and first lock.
I appreciate that FlyQuest ended up banning out the Twisted Fate against DeMonte because even with the loss they have with that, I thought he looked really good, and he is the type of player who does like to play for side lanes, so I appreciate that coming out.
In the last two games, you saw the power of TF when it works well.
Yeah.
Okay, you get a pressure on the top side, counter pick, if especially on your red side, that's when you have to worry about that 4-5 coming in the last phase of the draft.
Syndra is the typical, if you can flex Syndra, it's a damn good pick for you because it adds another power pick to the pool that teams have to be afraid of you. And it comes down to a question of whether Tomo can play it well enough or not. If he's proficient at it, if Diamond and Tomo, if they are, then suddenly Nautilus is a really damn good, or Leona is a really damn good 3-pick. And wow, Roxo put the gauntlet down.
I mean, this is a pocket pick for him, you could say. He is a very good Elise and has played it a lot. It's just not particularly strong in the current meta. I mean, a lot of junglers, when they talk about it, is if my first, 2 ganks don't instantly get me kills, you're going to fall behind and have a miserable time. But, you can make it work.
And that's where they're definitely going to be targeting topside, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the Renekton Elise, which is a classic CC combination duo up on the top side. So it's an odd pick, but it has good synergy with the 2 other champions.
Yeah, and I mean, Renekton is still a flex pick, so DeMonte can still play it. They can still play it through mid lane. They can also go double bruiser with Elise mid. So, at the end of the day, it's very centered around their early mid game. So I want to see what FlyQuest end up going towards. The lock-in of Varus is interesting because it's not ideal if you are trying to flex Syndra, but it seems like they just feel that Syndra is a good enough blind anyways, and now they can start banning out picks that they don't like to go against in mid lane.
Actually, they're throwing some at the bot lane, which I guess makes sense as well. It's a very mismatched draft. Normally you talk about people kind of being in the same place. You have support, jungle, and top, and then the other team has a mid lane, jungle, and AD carry. So the only overlap is that jungle position. So they're targeting the AD carries, getting rid of some of the strong ones, it looks like, so Varus has a good matchup in the bot lane.
That makes sense. And generally speaking, within a meta, AD carries aren't going to have that many viable, safe picks. So if you start pinching them out, then it makes it easier. Ziggs is an interesting one, especially since if your Elise is your sole AP, you do want an extra bit of AP damage coming in there, just so you at least have a decent later portions of the game. So it's a good ban here.
a pick that's definitely come onto the ban block more recently. Braum also another target towards that bot lane, but in that supportive role. So still things to be open though.
Yeah, and I still think Nautilus is a fine pick that you can look towards here. It's one of Diamond's best. Another one.
That was a good one. Friday for him.
Yeah. I like the Nautilus better, but the Rel has been a really strong pick for Diamond as well. He's obviously comfortable with it.
Yeah.
So they're going to go for more of a comfort and hope he can get off some similar engages to like what he did yesterday.
So the Echo mid is a common counter pick into Syndra. It's actually a little rough in the very early portions of the laning phase, but once you get out of those, you have some kill threat on her, and plus in side lanes, you feel so much more comfortable in the Syndra, and this is what they're gonna try and do. Have Ezreal mid 1-3-1 with the side lane, and try and make a little roaming death squad with Leona and the Elise.
Wonder where the pick is going to be. So that's going to be a Graves going into the jungle, Viego in the top lane. That's the choice that they made. I was wondering if they wanted some survivability top lane. Sometimes when you see yourself going up against a Renekton Elise, you'd go for an Ornn just to see if you can somehow survive. In this case, not going to be the case. We're going to be seeing that, Viego.
Yeah, and the Viego with the Rel worked so well together, but it was Jose Deodo, I believe, on the Viego last time. So just curious about the thoughts of the fact bringing it back into that solo lane to leave that possibility for Graves to come through here.
I like this from FlyQuest, better scaling from them, and I also think that Jose Deodo on a carry with the Graves coming back is a damn good pick. Also, he's going to be going into Shield Bow, which is going to help a lot versus the burst of the double mage mid jungle. So I think that they position themselves well later on in the game.
And then for CLG, it's really just going to be about how can Damonte affect side lanes to get ahead. Like, is he going to be teaming up with Broxa to try to get that head? Because again, if they don't put the game in their favor, you're gonna have like an Elise that's gonna end up getting blown up, and yeah,
with these two drafts in particular, Mark, which one are you leaning towards?
I'm leaning towards FlyQuest. Actually, I mean, the top lane situation is a little weird because the Viego is a little less lane focused with the changes on the current patch, and we talked about that going topside, so it's a little risky, but if that doesn't get snowballed, I don't see FlyQuest losing this game.
Flatly put, I just don't like the Elise. I think Elise is very, very clear what she's trying to accomplish. Games should go long enough where she's gonna start to struggle. So, in there for FlyQuest.
Yeah, oftentimes player going to comfort in the final games of the regular season. We'll have to find out if that comfort is going to work for the side of CLG or if FlyQuest will bring this back into their hands for playoff contention. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much to Tigress. I mean, you heard us say it at the end there, Crumbs. This is a comfort draft for CLG. It's their last game of the regular season. They won't play again until 2020, what year is it, 22?
Yeah,
that's it. Man. So it's really thrown me for a loop, this whole pandemic situation.
Well, they found this comfort in the time machine because these picks are from last year, right? This is Elise, Renekton, a dreaded duo in the 2v2 topside, but it's up against Viego. So Viego did switch away from the Ignite in the very last minute. I do appreciate that. It will be a lot easier to survive that dive, but the danger is that Elise just does not farm the jungle that quickly. The Graves should be able to outpace her, and as long as FlyQuest survive the early game, then they should be fine because they have a lot to play for. So you can really see that FlyQuest is trying to win here. Their playoff lives depend on it, and on the flip side, as a viewer, you gotta ask, why? Why should CLG try? Why are they in last place, and why should they give it their all? It's for pride. It's for making sure that their season ends on a high note because God knows they need it.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these players, I think for the org in general, just ending your season on a high note means a lot. Yeah. High-level sports are often about mental games. Definitely need a mental booster, even though, again, your season is going to end at the end of this game, no matter what happens. As Jose Deodo found his way onto a different side of the map. But as a reminder, if you've got some weekend errands to run and don't want to miss any of the matchup, you can check out an audio-only cast of the games through League Day. Today it's going to be Space Ghost and Kangas bringing in the audio-only action. But if you want to watch the LCS with your eyes, stay right here, because we've got a game going on.
You might want to see Elise with your eyes. It's something that we haven't seen in a very long time. And curiously enough, though, CLG will not do anything
Oh,
about
no.
FlyQuest to start. I thought we were going to see a split map state, and Broxah would path to the red side to try to take that camp, since they had double vision both on their own red side and FlyQuest, but instead Jose Diota will go red to red, and now what normally would have been Elise's path, which is just camping topside, will not make it, and we'll actually get spotted.
That ward is so good. Palafox knows what's up, and looking like a 3-buff to me as Broxah is trying. Jose Diota only level 2. This is actually pretty important. Broxah is does have the quick level 3 as a result of his pathing. Does not have smite, actually. They're going to be cooling down around the same time, and who's going to get it? Broxah is going to try and leash this up, but the red buff's getting a little angry, and Jose Diota just going to shove him off here because Kumo's coming up. Palafox here as well. Stun charging up, finds Broxah. Q there for a bit of poke. Good close range cocoon there. But Jose Diota's got the red buff. Brox's going to be forced to flash, and everyone's not going to go over to follow. But that is the 3 buff very likely completed now for FlyQuest.
That's a win for FlyQuest, making sure that Elise does not get any action in the early game and now doesn't have flash. Without targets to repel, she is really easy to catch in the jungle. So a good collapse from the solo lanes of FlyQuest, protecting the jungle and making sure that Broxah does not get off to an early start. But Broxah can still combo very effectively with the CC from the solo lane. So it's a small win, and now Smoothie will join him to ensure that he doesn't get double crab.
Yeah, double crab is actually nice here for Broxah. That's, I guess, the consolation prize of losing your red buff basically at level 1. I wonder if CLG have an extension. No, they don't. Broxah going to walk back into his own jungle and answer the question for me. But this is kind of what you were highlighting, Crumbs, right? One of the reasons you don't see Elise is that you kind of just give it up as Damonte. A bit of a banger tweet here.
This was the one that Mark was referencing, Damonte, and knowing that Golden Guardians' fate is in his own hands. A loss here means that Golden Guardians does not make it into the postseason, so it would really sting Golden Guardians cheering as hard as they can. Oh, Kumo, you're about to die.
Great ward timing there. Whew. I actually missed the brush as well, but I think it ended up helping him out. Now going to walk into the wave and try and deny the incoming cocoon, just trying to make a bunch of space here. Stun lands there. It's very nice for Broxah, but the flash is real quick for Kumo at the end there.
Staying alive in the top side. You know that this is going to be targeted, and this means that he can now probably TP back, and CLG won't have enough damage to go for a dive at full HP, so I think he can go for it. CLG, though, feeling like they might try. Broxah's level 4, but Finn doesn't have enough Fury, so they will just back off and let Kumo hold this wave. A good weak side play from Kumo to ensure that CLG's early game strategy is not carried out.
Yeah, and Broxah, trying to get something back, while Jose Diota also stealing the enemy Krugs, taking some damage on the other side of it, but Diamond insta-flashes in! Ignite is down, and Wild Turtle's forced to shift out. But he holds onto his flash. Very aggressive for FlyQuest there to try and get first blood.
They gotta run out of here since Damonte was also threatening bot side. So despite them flashing over against Wild Turtle, they can't take advantage of the low health of the Ezreal. So they have to turn tail. And meanwhile, Broxah still living in the top side, knowing that Kumo does not have flash. You'll likely see him strike this area again. But if he gets caught going for these Krug camps again, he will be in danger. So he has to recall quickly and then get back on the map and see if he can team up with Finn and make something happen again.
Wonder how close the XP is between these junglers, because a ton of small camps actually just got traded. Broxah actually went ahead and basically stole a bunch, as Jose Diota is going to play catch up, but he's slightly ahead. He should be the first to level 5 if he has anything to do with it, but I think Broxah maybe left some pieces of these smaller camps around here, so Jose actually didn't get the full value out of them. So very complex bit of counter jungling here, and thank you very much for pulling that up. Yeah, they're very close. So despite getting 3 buffed for Broxah, they're actually basically even in XP.
Yeah, they're even in experience, but the gold will slowly be in Jose Diota's favor, and the scaling will definitely help him out. And now you can see that FlyQuest is thinking that, hey, look at what Finn is doing. There's a big wave crashing. CLG might be making an attempt at a play, but you can see that in the river, Leona and Elise are too far away. They were never set up to go for a dive. So instead, the wave crashes, and FlyQuest, in anticipation of a play topside, was there to defend. But now, oh, okay, they still linger. This could be a big counter. I don't think CLG can go for this once they see.
Oh, they're going to get paid off. Broxah now knows what's up, but Finn could be in trouble. Crash down, not enough. Stun lands on the Finn, but he's level 6. He'll be just fine there as the poke is not enough. And a good job sticking around long enough to deflect that play, but now mid lane could be the problem.
That's the key, sticking around long enough. The first wave, they didn't make it, but CLG was still in line for the second one, and FlyQuest saw it coming, stuck around, and protected their weak side.
Broxah, though, the long con here for this wraparound. Get himself slowed. Great Cocoon, repel down. No flash this time. It's first blood for Damonte. Oh, he's got the Golden Guardians icon. I love it. I love it, Damonte. There it is again.
He's doing it for them. And a kill going his way would be so perfect if it is Damonte that
He's
carries
still doing it. He did. That's 4 emotes in like 10 seconds. That might be an LCS record. Diamond looking for the follow-up there. Gets the stun. But the shield lands right on time. Damage is there, though, and Diamond is going to get the kill back.
Good chase out of FlyQuest, knowing that they actually had enough CC and damage to chase through that. And this will now be time with an invade, the TP on mid, but they don't have the timer on Brox's red because of his irregular pathing. So they didn't know that there was an opportunity to actually counter this. So it won't be so damaging to Brox's jungle clear. Instead, they'll just get a Raptor camp, and now they'll have to turn tail with Broxa basing and going back on the map. He'll have his Hex Deck Alternator. So now the burst from this Elise will really start to hurt.
Yeah, there's actually been so much movement between the junglers and supports in the last few minutes here. It looks like the lanes will return to relative normalcy. And as we look up, a kill apiece. First blood for CLG, but the gold pretty much even. CLG holding on to a very small lead in that department.
And it's going to be really important to track Brox. And this is just what happens when you pick an off-meta jungler. You're just asking to be judged through a magnifying glass your every single move, because you have to play well enough to justify this pick and not something that is more meta. So he has to be really good. And thus far, I like that he's exerting a lot of pressure. That play in mid lane, you always look for it, and you would have expected Palafox to flash, but if he doesn't, you punish it, you get the kill, and you start snowballing your matchups. Damonte's Echo pick is going to be really good into the Syndra because he can get Merc Treads, and his ultimate will always allow him to survive the unleashed power.
This, I think, has to be the game plan for CLG, but they are going to get spotted on a ward there. Damonte maybe didn't get seen, but CLG going for it regardless. Damonte going to start it up. Great Cocoon. Kumo buffers the ulti out of there, but Smoothie is going to dive all the way in. He ignited him, and that's going to be a kill out for Broxah. Diamond going to go down as well as CLG find 2 in the top lane.
They knew that the defense was coming, but this time around, they just sent another member up there. Damonte freed up from the mid lane, making it back on the map, can afford to roam up top, and Syndra is just not going to get anything else on mid wave. She's not going to shove up. There's a Rift Herald to claim for it, and CLG just committing so hard on the play top side, ensuring that this works. Telegraph from the draft, but the execution is so darn good. Broxah does a really good job here predicting the Cocoon, and even though Kumo buffers it, Smoothie gets to follow up with the Zenith Blade, has the Ignite. Broxah finishes it off, and by Diamond trying to defend, Zenith blading forward, ends up extending him and giving another kill over to CLG.
Yeah, another Rift Herald as well. This gold lead starting to pick up a bit of pace here for CLG, up 1,200 gold. The Rift Herald plate should convert into a bit more as well, as Tomo was at least trying to counter push, gets 2 plates already. Dragon goes over to FlyQuest as expected, and Jose Diodo is continuing to, you know, farm through this jungle alongside Diamond, getting very far ahead personally. But is that personal lead in jungle enough to kind of stop the mid-game CLG have set up for themselves?
The Graves needs so much gold to be relevant in the team fights later on. He's gonna likely go for the shield bow build to stay alive from the dive, but then once he starts building crit, that's when he's gonna be really dangerous. With just a shield bow, it's not gonna be enough, so it's gonna be a long ways for FlyQuest to actually have a stronger team fight than when CLG currently has with the way they've been playing. And frankly, this is what the CLG curse seems to always be. When you are in locked-in 10th place, not playing for anything for yourself, is when you're showing your absolute best performance. And here they go after Kuma once again.
Good attempt, Cocoon. They're not going to connect. Rift Herald there as well, but Finn honestly has done enough damage to that tower himself that I don't think he wants to pop the Herald just yet in top side. Turtle gets himself ulted by Varus. That poke is pretty big. So Turtle going to be forced back here, but holds on to his summoners.
Some good poke there from Fly, but because now Fly does not have members in the area, Turtle can just stay here. He knows that this is going to be fine. He has the heal. He can just hang back. As long as Tomo is not in range of an arrow, he can still crash this. And it's not like they're any closer to getting another blade, so Fly won't get much for this.
I kind of like that from Smoothie, actually. I think like your instinct is to block the skill shot, but it's not blockable. A Zenith Blade is going to connect. Now the ulti finds both. Tomo maybe going to get sniped, but Diamond is going to find it, and Tomo knocks it down with the arrow. And now Smoothie in danger of getting dove himself, but Brox is wrapping around the bot side.
Okay, there's no aggro on Diamond, so I think he should be fine. Jose can flash out if he's in danger, and he does.
Good flash. Broxer with the cocoon incoming, so Jose recognizes that, gets himself out of there.
I think that was a misread from CLG, knowing that they were lucky to hold on to that wave. They thought there was an opportunity to actually turn that fight around. But Tomo has cleanse. He has flash. He can't escape against Leona. And then when they commit, and Wild Turtle gets re-engaged upon, they don't have a way out since this Ezreal does not have a cleanse, so he gets locked down, sniped out, and what should have just been holding the wave and staying safe under turret ends up being a kill for FlyQuest.
Finn also got the top tower as well, so a ton of gold over to Renekton. Now Broxer going to be dropping the Herald mid. You have to think, and giving some plates over to Demonte. There is the Herald being dropped. This will not take the tower, but the gold they collect is good enough, as the Herald will charge.
This is an important Herald for CLG, not just to take down mid lane turret, since the next Herald will likely be used here as well, but the Monte in the side lanes is going to be so dangerous. No one on FlyQuest will be able to deal with him. Kumo is far behind, the Syndra struggles against the Echo, and with Finn already far away, CLG is set up for a 1-3-1 that FlyQuest just won't be able to answer. If the Monte starts to get more gold, some Dark Seal stacks, Palafox will be hugging turret constantly, and all it will take is Broxer to show up. That's a kill, and that's just a snowball that FlyQuest can't stop.
Oh, what a great ult by Smoothie. Flashes in for the Zenith Blade. Ignite down. Tomo is going to die. Smoothie gets it, but it's 2 TPs now for FlyQuest. Looking to try and trade 2 kills for 1. That's a deal they'll take every day of the week, even Sunday in the final day of the regular season of the LCS. 2 for 1 there for Kumo.
Good response there from FlyQuest. The double TPs and both kills going over to the carries. Crucially, while CLG's gold went over to Smoothie, it will cost some damage in this mid lane trade, and they might even lose it actually, so it's not like CLG is not answering, but the key thing was that Finn did not have TP to ensure that he could join that fight. He's really strong with the Gore Drinker. That might have actually been able to turn the fight around, but I think CLG's happy with opening the map in exchange for those kills.
Go from ahead. Definitely problematic. So Demonte getting that goal, but he gets out over the Baron Pit and is back to safety. And as you set it up, Crumbs, Demonte, this is the kind of position where he can take over the game in the side lane. Echo is such a menace when he gets going.
All right, so CLG knows that Tomo does not have cleanse. He's a prime target, and a really good look from Smoothie. He had to flash. He absolutely had to flash right away, just did not react quickly enough from Smoothie from the brush, and so him going down means that FlyQuest does not get the maximum value out of this play, since CLG gets some gold in return.
All right, well, 2 kills for 2 TPs. Certainly gold FlyQuest will be happy to have, and the gold lead is actually stabilized a decent amount here. It felt like maybe CLG, with the early lead, with the Herald, could open things up, but they've kept it at about 1,000 for FlyQuest here after some nice trades. But again, it is the Echo that's going to be the problem. Demonte probably level 11 by now. In fact, he is. And now he's in the side lane. He's got TP. He's got ulti. It is so hard to dislodge him from this area of the map.
There's no one there to match him. Como is in the mid lane, so he's just trying to help FlyQuest shove this out, since they want to go for the Dragon. They know that their win condition will revolve around team fighting, around the Dragon stacking, so they'll go for this, whereas CLG continues to play the 1-3-1. Look at what's happening. They're sending Elise and Leona topside. That means that since FlyQuest committed so many members here, they won't even make it in time to try to hold this. If Kumo attempts this, he will just die.
Demonte just hammering away at the tower. Kumo takes the long way around because he has to be completely safe here, but not going to be enough to do anything other than catch this wave, as that gold just keeps stacking up for Demonte.
It was such a large change that just happened recently with the gold on the tier 2 turrets that has really opened up compositions to be played in 1-3-1 fashion, since now you no longer have to just contest Dragon knowing that there's nothing that you can trade for it once you burn the outer turrets. Now you can go for tier 2s and get even further ahead in gold, making it so difficult for the enemy to contest you once you start to join. Demonte getting more gold under his belt is going to be really tricky. You can already see that Kumo has to entirely back off off. No one is matching these 1-3-1s, and it's so long until Jose Dioro ends up being a relevant carry that can sideline against him. The Graves of the Shield Bow can fight this, but it's not like he has kill pressure on his own. These champions don't have setup unless CLG is diving onto them.
Whereas for Echo, especially with that Lich Pit, wow, already finished for Damonte. He's got plenty of kill threat, no matter where he goes.
So much damage on him, and I like the prioritization of DPS when you're running Dark Seal. I think it's one of the best items that makes mages strong right now because you can just get free AP, just free stacking. If you had an item like Dark Seal for ADs that also help your laning phase, boy, you would never see mages again.
They don't need help, Crumbs. All right? They get everything.
They do.
Everything. I mean, just look at like Gale first versus Rocket Belt, Seralda's Grudge versus Rylai's. Literally every item versus all the other ones.
Let's bring back the old Stride Breaker as well, the old Gorge Breaker. We had everything.
All right, can you just revert Zhonya's ring to Season 1? That's what it'll take.
That's
you remember that item?
You know, if players don't even know about insects today, I don't even think they remember the Zhonya's ring, which, by the way, was Zhonya's Hourglass and Death Cap in a single item.
It's a staple together.
Yeah.
It was a good time. And then they changed it because, you know, that's reasonable. Finn, though, weak side player here on the CLG setup is going to take that tower. No real defense there for Palafox. Doesn't really have enough safety, enough vision. And honestly, Renekton can dive a Syndra pretty easily. As Turtle shifting aggressively forward, as he is wont to do. Damonte, Tomo! The Q is enough! Ezreal almost made it happen. Tomo did actually flash, but Damonte committed his flash as well, and Tomo barely gets away.
So close, and I think CLG was looking for a blue buff steal there, but they're a little bit too late since Jose Dioro got to fall back on it, so they don't quite get to really counter jungle on FlyQuest side of the map, but they still get to pop a Herald and now go for a tier 2. This is CLG applying pressure from the sides that FlyQuest is just not able to answer.
FlyQuest, again, push back here. 3,000 gold up now for CLG, a very respectable lead here in this mid game. They obviously need to keep pushing the pace of the game, keep leaning on this lead to bring themselves further ahead in gold. But they are setting up pretty nicely in order to do that. That tier 2 in mid looking pretty weak after that Herald charged in for the second time. And Brock's going to have to get out of there, but should be A-okay as FlyQuest trying to clean out this vision and this Elise from their jungle.
Cleaning out the vision now should set them up for a dragon fight if they really want to, but the Spike going up against 1-3-1, I think they're too far behind in gold right now, especially because of how vulnerable they will be to being flanked. Tomo is such an easy target right now. Damonte or Finn getting onto the backline is going to delete him instantly, and you just can't afford to take these fights without the early poke. So I think that FlyQuest, with the early 2 dragons they've built up, should likely use this to just hang on, to farm some more gold, ensure that Jose Dioro starts to get more relevant in this game, because going for a fight right now, if they lose it, could be Baron, and that's game. 1-3-1 with Baron that you cannot defend is lights out.
All right, well, 55 seconds till the 3rd dragon is up, but as you've alluded to, very likely to be CLG's dragon. I don't think FlyQuest want to take a fight at this juncture. Crumbs, I am curious, what do you think Damonte is going to build 3rd?
Okay, if you really want to team fight and tower dive, I think you go with a stopwatch. I think you go Hourglass and ensure that you can play make, go for some really crazy stuns, or a Death Cap.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, what do you want him to build? Because I think he's going to build a Zhonya's, but I want him to build a Death Cap.
Yeah, a Death Cap would be pretty nuts. I think if he gets a big fight with a few kills, and you have enough damage for enough gold for a needlessly large, you go for that, and then you just ride that spike. But if you just don't have the back for it, then you go for the Hourglass, maybe you go for just the Fiendish Codex instead. So I think it really will depend on this next fight for CLG if Damonte goes for that route, because if he starts getting that much more gold, it's really going to be tough for FlyQuest to defend, because then he really will have one-shot potential.
I mean, like, no single champion can fight this Echo on the FlyQuest side right now. Kumo is just backing away. I mean, it's also like he's got help, right? Prox is constantly shadowing the lane. Smithy's there as well. CLG, I like this. Actually going to take the tower first here. Use the vision they gained for that dragon as Damonte's leaping in onto Jose Dioro. So sticky, so annoying. Ulti's back to relative safety, but Diamond with the re-engage. And that's going to be a punish. Damonte will fall. The tower did go down, but FlyQuest with the kill they're looking for, and now Kumo trying to make it happen. He's Echo now. Ulti's on the Turtle, but a good shift away. But now Kumo is still not done. Stuns up Smoothie. Damage over the top is good, but not enough. It's 5v4 for FlyQuest. Back to that dragon.
I tell you, the Viego as an Echo looks really nutty, but That's an overstep from Damonte, thinking that he could go for that while Rel still had everything, exposed him, and now FlyQuest get a free dragon. This will put them at soul point. I think FlyQuest can commit to this, and CLG just doesn't have enough members to go for it. There's 8 seconds on Damonte to teleport if they want to answer a fight, but they need a ward deep in the base. I think CLG's looking for it. They don't know that Kumos lingered around, but they're still trying.
There's the TP. Finn again going to try and cut them off, but Palafox putting the spears up, and there's no angle here for CLG. So wasted TP perhaps there for Damonte, over-eager to try and dive there in the mid lane. And that soul point, the one we didn't expect FlyQuest to get, goes to FlyQuest.
That's danger, because that Ocean Soul is lingering as the win con for FlyQuest now. That should have definitely been CLG's big overstep from Damonte going for that play. Now, though, they'll have to switch their focus to Baron, and the danger is that this composition doesn't really threaten a Baron too well.
What's happening on my screen? Kumo's 2 levels down on Finn, just beating him up with Divine Sunderer.
That's that Viego. You know, the Renekton has already done his job. His early game laning prowess has already been taken advantage of, and now it's Viego's kingdom.
Surprise! Smoothie there, gonna get jumped on by Diamond. Does have to flash out of the way, but Smoothie's prepping the crabs, so would want that flash, but not going to have it. Nice little setup there for FlyQuest.
That's a good look from FlyQuest. They're anticipating that CLG is going to switch their focus to the Baron side, so they've already warded, and they were waiting for CLG to be uncoordinated to try to attempt to ward, thinking that FlyQuest would have already been late to the bases after taking that dragon, and by just grouping up together, they get a crucial flash down. Smoothie's flash is going to be really important to get onto the back line, whether it's Palafox or Jose Deoro. Leona Flash Stun is really big as a summoner spell for engage, and getting that out of the way means that they're so much safer to contest for vision.
Yeah, FlyQuest still 4K behind, looking for kind of item number 2 in almost every case. It's actually Tomu that's the closest with Manamune almost transformed. Finn also contesting with his blue, going to get it smote away by Jose Deodo, but Finn is continuing to pressure now. He is the weak side player, so he's got to be a bit careful, but he is forcing potentially people to come down here for FlyQuest, and they're actually going to play to Damonte as the strong side here.
And he knows he has to play far back, because look at where CLG is at on the map. They have so much vision on the red side that they know for sure that FlyQuest is not there. And if they're not there, they're either in the base or setting up a trap in the bot side. So he has to wait until FlyQuest reveals himself before he can push up. Diamond is in trouble.
Face check, Cocoon, Solar Flare. Wow, that's a good buffer. Diamond going to get out of there.
Yeah, really clutch there. The Merc Treads helping out as well. Finn can now trade, but as long as they see multiple members of CLG, FlyQuest knows that they can just hold on here and wait for that Ocean Soul as their fight. They don't need to go after a Baron defense, and CLG is clearly not threatening it right now.
Right, and this is the plan, though, for CLG. 1-3-1. Continually move around, figure out where FlyQuest are, overload the same side of the map they're looking to gank you in, and hope for your weak side plays safe. Right now, that's Damonte, but again, Echo is very hard to pin down, especially when you don't have good vision in your own jungle, as CLG have done a good job of taking that for the most part. And we'll see what play CLG want to make next, but if this holds like this, you think they'll get some traction in the side lane towers, or at least fall back for that dragon they should have got last time.
I think they do. They have so much here, but it's just that their Baron take is so slow.
Yeah.
It would be so easy for FlyQuest to walk up, and now they're grouping up, trying to contest vision, knowing that the red is up. Here could be a fight.
Finn does have TP. Red buff goes to Broxah, but he gets himself locked up, and now Tomo going to get deleted by Damonte. And Finn's going to TP through Damonte, now looking to cut off the rest of FlyQuest. Palafox going to get slow, but the ulti from Pal is real nice. Damonte forced to ulti back towards them, but now Diamond's been cut off on the bottom side of your screen. That's 2 kills now for CLG.
They can fall back to Baron now. Damonte with a huge flank. This was the danger of the 1-3-1, where the Echo and the Renekton can collapse onto the immobile carries, and they have one-shot potential. Immediately deleting Tomo and getting the summoners on top of that. It certainly is looking like Tanner time pastry. He is the star of this show.
And that is Baron to CLG. Thank you, kind Redditor, for realizing the error of your past ways. Tanner time is, in fact, a great catchphrase.
It is. It absolutely is, because it can always be Tanner time. It's Tanner time somewhere.
It's Tanner time right now, that's for sure. Void stuff done. Didn't go over the Zhonya's or the Death Cap, sadly. But you know what? I'll take it. Again, still scaling up, still looking good. As Kumo does take the bottom side tower. That's actually FlyQuest. Wow, first tower of this game, and they're going to need something because CLG are on the Red Bull Baron power play, looking to make this game real tricky, although 20 seconds till the Dragon Soul's up, and CLG are in the wrong direction for that objective.
This is FlyQuest's last stand, committing for the Dragon fight. The wave is crashing in mid, and CLG is not going to push it, so they want to fight this.
Alrighty, CLG. Oh, Damonte again. He's found the wraparound. The vision's not good here for FlyQuest. Now they've seen Damonte. That's good poke. Again, Damonte does not have his Zhonya's. I will remind you, just the ulti to keep him alive is Kumo.
Nice.
Going to try and cut him off, and now Damonte probably knows. In fact, with the world going down, he will know. He's going to meet him now. Viego could be a spot of bother here for Echo, and Damonte is going to have to move back, but CLG have forced their way outside the Dragon Pit.
CLG knows they don't want to give it up, but they're going, whoa, Finn, there's no one else.
Yeah, ulti there. Tomo ulti's back, and now Kumo trying to get Damonte! But there's the ulti out of Damonte as Finn is going to stun up Kumo. Kumo is going to fall down. CLG now with the 5v4, kicking FlyQuest out of the Dragon.
Kumo tried to be cute and execute Damonte, but he has so much to stay alive. Just pops the ultimate and survives through it. Jose de Oro does get spotted here, so he's going to have his back stalled, and at least it really buys a lot of time from the Baron. There's 1 minute and 20 on it left, so it doesn't seem like CLG will be able to do much, but they're not going to let Jose de Oro live out of this, so staggering this back will really hurt Fly.
Such a nice little CC combo there for Smoothie, and now Turtle is going to reinforce the Broxer, and he's going to grab the kill. Nice hunting there for Smoothie, stopping that back and eventually getting the kill.
That's Scryer's Bloom on the red buff, spotted Jose de Oro. Normally he's thinking, I could just get a steal and get something in return that would normally not have been available since I cannot go for my jungle camps right now, but instead pays for it. But it doesn't look like CLG was in a position to even push on these minion waves, so the Baron won't get that much value besides deterring the FlyQuest Ocean Soul. They're still in this game, but it feels like CLG slowly getting just way too strong. Despite FlyQuest being good at team fighting with this composition, there's just too much gold on CLG as they're now 8,000 gold up.
Yeah, gold's getting pretty massive here as Damonte, with the rest of the team, is going to try and take down this tier 2. As you mentioned, not a lot of time left on the Baron, but still enough to get some gold for themselves here. It is only Inhibitor and Nexus turrets up for FlyQuest. That was not the deadly 1-3-1 Baron we would expect from CLG, because they did have to take a pit stop to get that Dragon, but they still won the team fight. They'll take it poised to finish off this game and end their season on a high note.
So Finn looking to go in, but at the same time, Tomo charging up his stun, thinking he can go after Damonte, and I think the key element here, Merc Treads on the Echo, being able to live through the stun and have enough time to survive the execute of the Viego is what keeps him alive and allows him to use the ultimate. And it was a play that, had it worked, Kuma would have looked like a god, but gets outplayed and instead doesn't get the outplay, and FlyQuest just lose the Ocean Soul, but it's still a win con for them.
Look at this for Smoothie. Solar Flare into the Zenith Blade, lining up all the CC, and then Turtle comes in, finishes it off, and Broxer correctly donates the kill to his 80 carry.
Always give kills over when you're the Elise. You actually
Yeah,
don't
that's
need
true,
gold.
actually.
You are a cocoon bot later into the game. When someone has some MR, you really won't be able to hurt them. So your merit as this champion is entirely judged by your ability to hit those spells, and sometimes just flashing in for executes. But being a main damage dealer is something that you only do in the early game.
Yeah, you bought your Mythic and an Hourglass. You're good. You don't need any more gold. As CLG lining it up, as FlyQuest are going to have to defend these turrets for quite a while. Baron back up in a minute 45. Dragon Soul still on the table for FlyQuest. 2 minutes 15, so a little bit after that Baron, and that will be available for FlyQuest. But if they can't get the Baron, it's going to be very tough to get that Dragon. So definitely trending CLG's direction. I feel like I can hear something, Crumbs, in the background.
Yeah.
It's Golden Guardian starting to get excited about the prospect of having their postseason clinched by a CLG win here, but it's not over yet.
They are absolutely loving this. It really is looking like CLG is playing with poise. Only a single major error which cost the Dragon, but their composition just feels like it's so geared up to thrive in these situations. The 1-3-1 just won't get any better for FlyQuest. Damonte is too strong, and there's no one that can really engage on him. That already was the unleashed power from Palafox, and Damonte's just half HP. He still has the stopwatch, and he still has an ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, didn't need to use much at all there. A Smoothie trying to find the angle. Follow-up poke is decent there, as CLG are trying to keep FlyQuest in their base for as long as possible. pretty successful so far. But again, have to be cognizant of the objective time. It's 35 seconds until the Baron is up.
So now the key is going to be how FlyQuest looks to approach Baron, because they have no vision in that side of the map whatsoever, and they know that CLG will present a fight at that objective. They have to clear out vision. They have to ensure that they do not get flanked like they did last time where Tomo got instantly deleted. And so for CLG, they will have to not only orchestrate a coordinated dive, but ensure that they balance out doing Baron and turning the fight. This is where FlyQuest can look to pincer CLG if multiple members are split off. If the 1-3-1 is not tight and some members are warding off in solo missions, that's where FlyQuest can get a single kill and get some breathing room.
Yeah, not a lot of tankiness on the CLG side. I mean, Smoothie's somewhat tanky, but it doesn't last that long. Finn actually went Stoneplate. He's like, okay, I guess I'm the front liner. Yeah. Have to go ahead and build a little bit more durability, but I mean, it's 3 pretty brittle carries in the mid there for CLG.
It's not the frozen heart Ezreal either, so he does take full damage from that lethality on Tomo. So Wild Turtle having red buff does keep him healthy, but it's not like if he gets hit by a stun, he can live through that. So just playing it safe, CLG will go for the dragon. They know that this is nice and easy and won't be contested, but once the rest of the team joins up, they will put their full focus on the Baron, and this is why FlyQuest is already here. They are anticipating CLG moving in this direction, but they don't have the goal to stand up to them right now. So if CLG just moves forward, they have to fall back.
I just love the split of map attention there for CLG. You know, Finn down the bottom side, clearing out space, Smoothie and Damonte gatekeeping the Baron, and then an easy two-man dragon, for CLG as they set up for the objective on the north side of the map. It's Smoothie going to catch 2 rotating up towards Damonte. Damonte going to back away. And Smoothie still in the hiding spot.
He knows Damonte's safe. There's just no chance of catching Damonte. He's so fast on this Echo, and Jose Dioro as a Graves just doesn't have any follow-up. Doesn't have a way to initially catch Damonte and set him up. So unless Diamond is in range of Echo, which is so unlikely, Damonte can just walk out.
And now they start it. Wild Turtle actually solo starting the Baron right now. Does have Broxer there. Broxer again, not that tanky. So FlyQuest's going to move in. Finn going to spot them. Smoothie here as well. CLG's plan, I assume, is to turn off the Baron, but they're actually doing it pretty quickly.
TP's here, but CLG can turn or finish. They need to decide.
Kuma getting a little too close. Oh, what an ulti! Smoothie, though, goes gold and pops the ulti. Finn now in the backline making it happen. Tomo's going to get the kill, but it's not enough for Diamond as he dives in and does fall down. Whoa. But Kumo is the one to kill Broxer. Damonte's still alive, though. Does have the ulti ready to go. Pops the stasis first. Wild Turtle on a killing spree as Damonte pops the ulti now to safety.
That's a win for FlyQuest. The jungler is down. CLG can't go for that Baron, and they defend the attempt from CLG. They wanted to turn. It didn't look that coordinated, though, because Ezreal and Elise were still in the pit when Smoothie went in. A great scatter of the week from Palafox prevents him from jumping the carries of FlyQuest right away, and it actually splits off Finn. So watch how Smoothie attempts to go in and immediately gets stunned out. So right now CLG have vision because of the True Shot Barrage, but now they don't know that Palafox is here. The Echo Stun is already down. It actually does so much damage to Smoothie. It prevents him from stunning right away. Great re-engage there from Diamond, buys time, and then Kumo in the backline gets an execute on Broxer. Thinking he can make a Hail Mary play there, but once again, Damonte with the outplay with the stopwatch.
Yep, completely immune the ulti. Ulti's the safety to stop the incoming stun, and both teams will trade, but FlyQuest holding on. About 9,000 gold down. A bunch of damage numbers get thrown back and forth in that team fight, but they are not done. Remember, this, no matter what happens, is CLG's final game of the season. If FlyQuest want to continue playing this year, they have to win this game.
It's a lot of downtime. In fact, it's too much downtime. They would go home until next year, but good disengage from Diamond. Doesn't get stunned.
Slow only from the Solar Flare. Ulti out of there is real nice out of Varus, actually, but Damonte looking to try and dive in on one of the squishier targets, but not forthcoming. Finn still with the TP down to that bottom side of the map. Can come at any time, is consistently threatening these inhibitors as well. Palafox is tied to this turret right now, which is not a very fun thing to do when the enemy team is trying to take Baron.
Has TP, but there's no real wars for him to go into without being in danger of being turned upon. Now they have vision, but Jose Dioro is so far away. he has to attempt a steal if they want to hold on to this. Now they see it. Look at all the wards in the back of this, but the control wards prevented. I think CLG have earned it. Finn is too scared. Oh, wait a minute. What? They just backed off.
Where's Demonte? Oh, he's mid lane. Okay. They're trying to find him out. It's hard in the fog of war. He did TP, but he's going to kill Palafox. 5v4 now for CLG, but Smoothie a little bit low. Diamond! 3-man Magnet Storm! They're going to get the counter kill there as Smoothie falls down, and Kumo now trying to pop off with the ulti. But Broxah goes up, and Golden Finn is running the rest of them around. The ridge here as Finn is on a killing spree, takes out Diamond, and now Tomo gonna get deleted by Turtle. Demonte gonna make it happen. Jose Diodo falls. It's only Kumo left alive. That is the ace for CLG.
They kick FlyQuest out of playoffs and earn Golden Guardians the spot. Golden Guardians logo being spanned by Demonte. He did it for them. He had the solo kill on Palafox, catches him in rotation, makes sure that he takes him out, and that's why CLG backs off. They had a 1v1 win. They knew they could take the team fight, and every member has the Golden Guardians logo.
The GM of Golden Guardians with the CLG win right at the end. I mean, we talked about it. They're obviously going to be cheering for him here, and CLG finish it off with a Bud Light ace and a victory to end their season and push the Golden Guardians into 8th.
How is it possible that at the very last moment, when their backs are against the wall, when nothing matters for CLG, that is exactly when you can count on them. This team just continues to surprise, even on their last hurrah.
It's called counter logic, Crumbs. It's an amazing season for FlyQuest, but right now, they're going to be joining Dash and Broxah in the Verizon post-game interview. Maybe after the break.
All right, we're still here.
All right, we'll figure it out. It's all good.
All right, yeah, we're chilling.
We're chilling.
I think Broxah feels good about this one.
I think so. I hope so.
welcome back to the LCS and the Verizon post-game interview. I am here with Broxa after ending the season on a victory, a high note there over FlyQuest Broxa. All that said, I know it's not the season you wanted when all is said and done, but I did want to take an opportunity to reflect with you on the year at hand. It has been a tumultuous one at the very least, but how do you, in the immediacy of the moment, reflect on this split?
Ooh, good question, honestly. I am filled with a lot of different thoughts and emotions right now. I don't really know what to feel, to be completely honest with you, about the season as a whole, about the split, or about this game that we just played. On one side, I guess it feels all right finishing the season with a win, but at the same time, we didn't make it to playoffs. There's no chance of making it to Worlds, and it didn't really matter, which is kind of a shame. And ultimately, looking back, finishing 10th place, it doesn't feel good. There's a lot of disappointments looking back. There's a lot of things that I wish could have been different, that I wish, we could have changed and actually found a way to make it work. But the situation is what it is, and now we just got to accept that.
I hear that, and I really do appreciate the honesty in that. And I don't want to press you too much in a reflective manner for, what it coulda, shouldas, but you did release a piece of content recently in which you revealed that you appreciated and enjoyed the challenge of coming over here, to the U.S., playing in a different league, trying to build a new team, things like that. Just want to check in with you on where you're at in your professional career as a League of Legends, pro player. You have been all the way to the World Finals, as you just mentioned. You've experienced high highs, you've experienced low lows, but I think so many people, community and pro players alike, look at you as a leader in this industry on many levels. So for you, when you have these these moments, good or bad, what drives you through it? What is the thing that is your through line that you use as your motivation to get through these things?
Great question, honestly. There's no doubt that this year has been by far the biggest setback in my career. This is going to be my first time not making it to Worlds. Last year was my first time not making it out of groups at Worlds, and if you compare the 2 years I've had in NA to the ones I had in the LEC, there's no doubt that it hasn't gone the direction I was hoping for. I came here last year with not only hopes, but like almost expecting to come out with, an LCS victory, an LCS trophy, and so get some international success. Now this year, joining CLG has been a bit of a different challenge for me. And as you mentioned yourself, as I've mentioned in the past, I like challenges. I like opportunities to grow, not only as a player, but also as a person. And being in this team required me to go for a bit of a different role that I've had on my other teams. And despite us finishing 10th place, I would like to think that I've learned a lot from the experience. And I guess from motivation, motivation can come from a lot of things. Right now, looking into the next year, there's no doubt that this year has been a bit of a painful one for me in a lot of ways. And the way that I look at it is that every professional athlete in both traditional sports and esports has highs and lows in their career. I've been very fortunate so far, more or less only having highs up until this point. And I think the good athletes are going to be happy with the highs they've had and just, accept that at one point they reach a low and they're going to quit. But I think for me, I would like to think that one way or another, I'm going to be able to come out on top, and I'm going to be able to come into next year stronger. And hopefully at some point in the next year or the year after that, I will be someone that people look at and, where they say like, wow, this guy had a rough 2021. Things didn't really go the way that he was hoping for. He had a bit of a setback, but wow, what a comeback he made.
Well, I'm envious of that mindset at the very least. And I will say I take it as a comfort to know that you're already thinking about your return next year and coming in and smashing it that much harder. Don't want to dwell too much, and I definitely want to let you go. But I did, of course, want to get some thoughts from you about the postseason. You, unlike me, have had the opportunity to play against all of these players on stage and have that firsthand knowledge of the varying strengths of the teams. And so I'm curious, given the closeness, particularly of the top of the table, you know, seeds 1 through 5, who do you see as the biggest threat in playoffs? Who would be your pick for favorite to win the LCS?
I think I'm gonna answer this question with a decent amount of bias.
Fair enough.
I was just talking about this whole comeback story kind of thing, and one person that I've been talking to a lot, not only this year but the past years, and who have made an amazing comeback story, and that I would really like to see having a lot of success, is Santorin. Not only because of the path he's had, like, you know, coming into the LCS, being at the top, going back down, and now climbing back to top form again. I really admire like that entire story, but just as much, you know, with all the health problems and stuff he's dealing with, I think if Santorin and Team Liquid managed to pull it together after the issues they've gone through and actually bring home the trophy, that would, in my eyes, be such an amazing story. And then if I am to remain completely unbiased, it's like, I don't really know. I feel like it's really hard to judge who's going to win, you know. It feels like all teams are really close.
Fair enough. All right, well,
I'm rooting for Santorin and Teal right now.
All right, Santorin gets his comeback this year, and we look for the Broxa comeback in spring 2022. Broxa, thank you so much for taking the time. I do want to congratulate you on the victory today, but more so, I want to thank you for being such a role model, such an icon in our community. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, from here, we're going to the Bud Light Breakdown to meet our MasterCard Player of the Week for Week 9 of the LCS. Tigers, take it away.
Thank you, Dash. And I think on behalf of everyone in the studio, we are all also very appreciative of Broxa in his honesty in that interview and reflecting upon the season that they just experienced on the side of CLG. For everybody that is watching at home, welcome back. We are recognizing our MasterCard Player of the Week. And for the final week of the regular season, it was a close vote, but ultimately it goes to Spica from first place TSM.
Yeah, so for people who didn't watch my entire MVP section on Spica, you know, TSM have received some criticism about not being proactive early. And you know, guess who is driving a more proactive early game on TSM? It's definitely Spica. He had, I mean, there were a lot of 2-1 teams this week. Obviously, the one game that they lost wasn't exactly particularly serious. You know,
you don't say.
But in the previous 2 games, he had really strong performances. I think when you're looking at TSM transitioning from the regular season into playoffs, Spica has been a rock for this team. He's been behind, again, regardless of whether they have been experimenting, been playing things that they're absolutely comfortable with. He has just been a driving force behind all of their victories. I think he's had a career split, quite honestly. And so, yeah, it's really cool to see him win Player of the Week this week.
Yeah, that's a very important note to make because while this is an accolade for his performance during specifically Week 9, it does feel like he has been such a driving force for TSM all the way through, and even showcasing the fact that he and the rest of the team are top seed caliber.
Yeah, and I mean, like, we even brought out, like, we talk about TSM in terms of, again, transitioning into playoffs, and we're like, okay, it's a really good meta for them. It's a really good meta for PoE specifically. Like, what does it mean for it to be a really good meta for TSM? As we can see, the Olaf is back. Spica is incredibly comfortable on this. So when we're, again, looking at how they're going to transition and what he specifically did this week, it is how proactive he was early, and it is playing some of the picks that are making their way back into the meta that we know he's super comfortable on.
Yeah, how important do you think the fact is that picks like Olaf are coming back when there are a lot of junglers that love trying to carry on picks like that going into something like playoffs?
I mean, I think it's going to be great watching Spica, watching Blabber, and both of them in playoffs are the 2 like major Olaf players. Santorin's another Olaf player, so it should be really good.
Yeah, good stuff coming from the jungle position across the board. And we are officially, I'm kind of sad it's the last end of our Week 9 regular season, but it means that playoffs are on the horizon. We're going to send things on over to the Bud Light Breakdown to start breaking down this weekend we've had.
Thank you very much, Tigris. Welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. Yes, have no fear. While the regular season is over, there's plenty of League of Legends on the horizon as we get into the best-of-5 series, the postseason, and then eventually that qualification towards Worlds, right?
Yes.
We love to see it. We love to see it. We'll be hearing from a member of the Golden Guardians, Stixxay, in just a few minutes as they have now officially qualified for the postseason. So stay tuned for that. But for now, I mean, Golden Guardians, CLG did it for him.
Bless them. The Counter Logic Guardians. For that one day we had them come together. Demonte did them a solid.
Yeah, and I tweeted this out, but it's pretty funny that the trade for Golden Guardians and FlyQuest that improved both their teams probably actually knocked FlyQuest out because Licorice has been incredible since he's joined them, and they looked pretty revitalized. Even though they had improved already in summer, they picked up so many more wins after.
I will say this. I would have been sad if you just looked at the summer record. 11 wins to the 8 wins of FlyQuest.
That's the thing.
If Golden Guardians didn't make it over the hump to go into playoffs because of that spring split record.
I mean, by the same argument, they're one game behind our 6th place team when it comes to summer.
Well, I was going to say,
split records
in general, the summer split records actually perfectly reflect the standings, aside for that 1, 6, and 8th change that you had.
Yeah.
So, or 6th and 7th, technically. So, I mean, like, it's pretty crazy, actually, you know, as much as we're like, oh, those games from 2 months ago, you know, it's like, well, it's still pretty close, actually.
But it makes me very happy and genuinely excited to see what Golden Guardians can do in the postseason. Because of exactly what we're talking about. That 14-31 lies to you, I think, about their overall strength when it comes to where they're at right now. But outside of the story of Golden Guardians eking their way into playoffs, I think as we look back at these 9 weeks, in fact, the whole year even, there's a couple other big things that jump to mind. First and foremost, pretty damn good year for Bjergsen as a rookie coach.
There it is.
Right?
Yep. Come into action.
Doesn't have the title yet, but he at least got, I mean, first place regular season. That's pretty big.
Number 1. I mean, everybody, look, I'm going to say it. Everyone comes in as like, after that last World's performance as a detractor, you know, make fun of TSM fans because it's easy sometimes. But like, they come in, really strong squad, damn good performance. You know, the draft works for them fairly consistently. Even when they were out of meta with an incredible control-made player in Power of Evil, like, he adapted, played it on that meta, and now they're in the meta that's really comfortable for them, and I think they're even better.
I think, you know, I wouldn't give too much credit to Coach Bjergsen if they hadn't had to improve over the course of the year. Because if you go all the way back to lock-in the start of the spring, they were a disaster. You know, they had spent so much money. They were getting memed for the Sword Art plays or the $6 million, you know, situation. All that stuff was going on. And to then go all the way from that level to first place in summer, I think that's where you see a coach's influence is more about over the large span of time. And so, you know, this was a highly paid roster. You expect good things out of them, but they had to work for it. It wasn't like they just came together and it's like, bam, best team in the league.
Right, you look for change. Right, yeah. At the end of the day, if the roster was that good to begin with, then I imagine Bjergsen wouldn't have a lot of work to do, right? Other little things that jump out to me as we continue to reflect on it, a lot of really pop-off performance by a bunch of young players. You know, I know Fudge isn't a rookie when it comes to League of Legends, but here in the LCS, to see his growth, you know, from shit talker, you know, preseason, spring, you know, about how he was going to come in and smack people around.
Still shit talking in summer.
But a little bit more deservedly so. You know what I mean? Like he got clapped back on early in the year, and then to see him really show up and continue to evolve and develop. The same thing for Danny here in summer. I mean, this some really awesome young guys coming up.
And that's the thing, because I think a lot of people were looking forward to what the next story, what the next chapter was for the LCS, right? You know, when you lose not just Bjergsen, but also Doublelift, it's like, well, who are the next marquee players going to be, especially in the AD carry position? And you needed to have people who could step up. FBI stepped up, right? Neo came in and stepped up as a player in Spring Split.
As a Gragas jungler.
Especially as a jungler.
We're going to come back. We're going to come back and reflect a little bit more on the year as a whole, but to grab some thoughts from a member of the playoff qualifying Golden Guardians, here's Tigris with Stixxay. Take it away.
Thank you, Dash. And congratulations, Stixxay and the rest of Golden Guardians for making it into playoffs here. I just got to get your perspective on the day, because not only did you have to win your match earlier, but then watch as your fate was being determined.
Yeah, it was a stressful day. We went into today, and I was kind of just like, you know, just play our match. It's going to be a normal match for us. Don't stress too much about it. And honestly, like, I wasn't feeling any stress before our Immortals match, but I was really anxious after we had won the game because I knew that it was kind of out of our control. So yeah, we were all just waiting. I think we had to wait like 3 hours till we knew the result. And yeah, thankfully CLG came through.
Yeah, almost a bit more stressful when you don't have the gameplay in front of you to focus on and keep your mind away from all the stress around it. Now, we actually talked a bit at the beginning of this year about your thoughts on Golden Guardians, because coming into it, there's a lot of developmental aspect, you sitting as a veteran. We've seen roster changes come through, the stress of having spring count in your record when going for these playoffs. So what was it like having to hold the weight of this entire year on your shoulders for this qualification?
I mean, I've done a lot of losing in the past year, so there's definitely coming to Golden Guardians was kind of like a way for me to kind of reinvent myself and just focus on, you know, just being as good as I can individually. I think a lot of that is just helped by the fact that I have great teammates and great coaches, so it really wasn't too bad for me.
And what are your personal goals as well as the team's goals for playoffs? Because we've heard Anero talk on the desk about wanting just to get that best of 5 experience, especially for the younger players. You yourself have experienced what it is to be a champion. So how are you getting all of everybody on the same page for the best of 5s to come?
Good question. I mean, before all this happening, our goal was just to make playoffs because we all wanted to play in the best of 5s together. Now that we've got there, you know, for me, like I didn't come here just to get 3-0'd by a team. So hopefully we can make a run.
And as far as the first time that we'll see you attempting to make that run, it'll be determined by C9 versus TL, whoever the loser of that matchup is. How do you and your teammates plan to take this time before that matchup to properly prepare yourselves?
I think it's just being consistent in practice. You know, I think just because we made playoffs doesn't mean anything has to change. I think we're already improving a lot. Even if we didn't make playoffs, I think we improved so much this year. So yeah, just keep doing what we're doing, and I think it'll be fun.
I know that you and the rest of the team are going to be very much focusing on what you're doing, but if you did have a choice between C9 and TL, who would it be?
I mean, as of recently, I think C9's looked pretty good. I think TL has not looked as good. So I would say TL for the time being.
All right. Thanks for the answer, Stixay, and thank you for joining me for this interview. And congratulations once again to yourself and the rest of Golden Guardians.
Thank you.
We are officially towards the end of our Week 9 and regular season. Let's head back on over to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Welcome back to the Bud Light Breakdown, where I'm not entirely sure what we are thumbs upping and thumbs downing.
Thumbs upping Stixay.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
great. Well, then by all means, continue with the thumbs up. Congratulations to Stixay and the rest of Golden Guardians on qualifying through to the postseason. We've got Emily joining us to help break down the final day of the regular split. We were doing a little bit of waxing and waning on some of the, you know, either big standouts or favorite things for ourselves throughout what has been a very interesting and fun 2021 LCS year. For you, what would you call out?
Oh,
I know,
the thing.
I'm not pulling punches here on the final.
So yeah, one thing that Mark said struck me, because I've been kind of critical of like how to figure out how do you make spring count and make the records carry into summer, and also, you know, seeing how it's going to shake out in the final thing. So first of all, things did come down to our final game, which I liked. But then also the fact that the spring records reflect, or that the ending reflects what it was plus spring records was kind of interesting to me, except for the one flop. And then, I mean, improvement of Golden Guardians has been really impressive to me, just in terms of how you can really concretely see exactly what they've been working on as a team and have them iterate it and improve it over time.
Real quick, Mark, how does it feel? First time you've ever made someone think?
I lost the ability myself. In doing so, my brain stopped working.
Oh, no. It's a tragedy. Everybody say farewell to Mark Z. This will be the last time he's on the show. Sorry, Raz, I know you wanted to jump in.
Oh, yeah, I mean, talking about improvements on that front. Like, Immortals was another team. I was always interested, okay, Spring Split, we saw these teams. They looked disastrous in spring, and then they come into summer, and they started just knocking people out. And I really enjoyed what this team kind of turned into. So going into the playoffs, they have another, of course, challenge, not being on the lower bracket, of course. But at least now, I look towards what is a vastly more competitive playoffs in summer in comparison to spring.
Well, we're talking playoffs. Let's take a look at it. Let's get some imagery.
Brackets!
Brackets! Do I have any bracket freaks here?
I want one bracket, sir.
Little bracketology. Well, here it is. It's your playoff bracket. We've got the 3rd seed, Evil Geniuses. They'll be taking on the 6th seed, Indignitas Quantum Pay, on Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific. So that will be the first of our bouts here when it comes to the postseason. That does mean that Cloud9 and Team Liquid rematch of spring finals in the first round of the summer playoffs.
It's crazy.
That's wild.
And the crazy thing is, one of those three teams, because TSM's on that side of the bracket too, one of those like big spender teams,
not going to Worlds.
Not making it to Worlds.
Not going to Worlds.
Just happens like that.
Oh my goodness. There's going to be some broken hearts at the end of the summer.
Yes, there will.
I mean, from there, right, we're looking at who's going to drop down to play Immortals Golden Guardians. I heard Stick say call it out. Right now, he feels like Team Liquid is the slightly easier team to beat. I mean, I guess that is indicative of the seeds that they find themselves in to begin with. But I do worry, whether or not that opinion will change as Santorin has more time to get gelled back with the team.
That's the thing, because I think, I always look towards like evolution within the playoffs, but we're already seeing evolution in the last week because a lot of these damn teams made so many roster changes and are only really getting that, resurgence in the final weeks. Team Liquid is that team. So I'm like, we only really got to see that Team Liquid in the final week. Yeah. So like, what does the practice look like? What does the first series look like versus Cloud9? So I think that's crazy to see.
Yeah, I think you can make an argument for both of these teams ramping up, actually, right? Because like C9, we've pointed out a lot of their mistakes on the desk, but they are looking better and better. And I actually stand by my take that they could look significantly better in this playoff run than they did in spring, just because like the improvement that Fudge individually has made from spring to summer is actually massive. And even from the beginning of spring to the end of spring when he was going into that initial playoff run. And then obviously TL, to your point, they're like, starting lineup as we predicted or as we expected it to be. This is going to be hopefully their first playoffs run, like sticking with it the entire way. And they just got back together. So despite the fact that we saw, pretty standard resident sleeper, as Mark said, TL draft from them today, I think I did appreciate the flexibility they showed early in the week. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring to playoffs.
Mark Zimmerman, ever the hype man. Raz?
That's the unexpected nature of it, and I don't know. Other than
I'm sorry, man. I don't know what I'm even doing right now.
Yeah, I'm a punching bag right now.
Well, you did say you don't have a brain anymore.
No,
so now I don't even know what to do. I'm worried about how to go to you. Like, what kind of questions do I ask to get something out?
When you just said that and you're still looking absolutely into the distance, you're like, oh no, Mark, come back.
Oh, no.
But like that's what I'm thinking about. Like Cloud9 versus Team Liquid being kind of incredibly unpredictable of what they're going to show us. So there's that front. They could look much better than they did in the final weeks. And then there's Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves on the other side of the bracket, where EG, I saw, and multiple teams said, top 2 team in the league. But in the new meta, with mage picks coming in, how do they good? They didn't look too good.
How do they good, baby?
How good do they look?
I do look good. I look too good.
They look too good, my friend.
They look.
Oh, God.
And then, of course, 100 Thieves, they have the bye, so they have much more time to actually work on the problems they've had.
You know it's the last day of the split when we all start losing our brains. I think for me, what has been most interesting is to hear from the players themselves when it comes to the top teams. And when you ask any different individual who they think is going to be the biggest competition, you do get those different answers. You got Cloud9 looking at TSM and Evil Geniuses. Maybe some people forgetting about 100 Thieves when they looked their best, you know? And then you've got call-outs for Team Liquid saying, hey, if they find their form, they will actually rise above. And then you've got surprises like those teams in the lower bracket, Immortals, Golden Guardians, that should not be forgotten. We got plenty of League of Legends coming your way next week. The Academy playoffs actually begin on Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific, and you can find those matches at the same time on Friday. We're making it easy for you. Saturday and Sunday's matches, they're going to kick off immediately after the LCS broadcast. So you're going to get a double whammy, LCS playoffs, followed by Academy playoffs all weekend long. And while we would normally be closing out our weekend with some fun and games during the Bud Light League Lounge, we will be postponing our final episode of that show until next week, when we can hopefully get some players back into the studio to join in on the shenanigans. We figured you didn't want to see more of us.
Understandable.
Yeah.
I'm killing it right now. I don't know.
Mark,
who doesn't want more of me right now?
Maybe you wanted a little bit more, Mark. And you know what? I'll make the pitch that next week's Bud Light League Lounge is a solo Mark show. And hopefully we can make that happen.
It's just 20 minutes.
30 minutes of meditation with Mark Zimmerman. Okay, that's going to conclude it for our regular season. Thank you so much for joining us for 9 weeks of bongo comps, monster rookies, roster swaps, and Mother's Made LCS action, the best kind. Watch it with your eyes next week. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the analysts, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you next week for the playoffs. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other, please. Good night.